Good morning. I'm Benna Saldana, President of the National Judicial College. Welcome to all of you here in attendance and to everyone watching C-SPAN and on our live stream. Before we get started today's historic gathering of judges and journalists, I would like to acknowledge some special distinguished individuals in the audience. I say I would like to do that, but I'm not going to do that because we have far too many. It would take us until lunch. Instead, I'm going to ask a few groups to stand up and be recognized. Without the support of the National Judicial College's Board of Trustees and Board of Visitors, this event would not be taking place. Several of our trustees and visitors help recruit participants and help underwrite this program out of their own funds. Would all our NJC trustees and visitors please stand? Second, Judicial is literally our organization's middle name. We are in the business of educating and inspiring judges, and we have been conducting that business right here in Washington all week. Since Monday morning, more than 40 judges from around the country have been attending a special course of ours called Contemporary Threats to Judicial Independence and Freedom of the Press, with the judges and faculty participating in Contemporary Threats to Judicial Independence and Freedom of the Press. Please stand. And now would all other judges, active and retired, please stand. Thank you. It's no coincidence that the title of this week's course is similar to that of today's symposium. Today's program actually constitutes the fourth and final day of the course. So pay attention, judges. Anything you see or hear might be on the test. May I now have all representatives of our co-sponsors and other supporters that are listed in the program please stand and be recognized. Incidentally, you may be wondering why a college for judges is putting on an event examining attacks on the judiciary and the press. It stems from the mandate of our Donald W. Reynolds National Center for Courts and the Media. Now I'm going to break my rule and recognize a single individual. We are honored to have with us this morning Karen Korematsu. Karen, are you there? Okay. She said she was going to be here, but when she comes into the door, we'll see who she is. Karen's last name should sound familiar to many. Her father, Fred Korematsu, a native of Oakland, California, and a U.S. citizen all his life, refused to be marched off to what are still euphemistically referred to as the Japanese internment camps established after the bombing of Pearl Harbor. He sued the government for what he believed was an unconstitutional incarceration. The lawsuit did not make Fred a popular figure. The American public was still mourning the thousands killed in the sneak attack by Japan. Even other Japanese Americans shunned him. They feared that his legal fight would only generate more animus toward them. His own family members opposed him. In a decision that came to be infamous, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that the incarceration order was legal and constitutional. Like others of his ancestry, Fred was held in confinement for the duration of the war. Nearly 40 years would pass before his conviction was vacated. That happened in 1983 when it was discovered that government intelligence agencies had hidden key documents from the Supreme Court. The documents showed that Japanese Americans had committed no acts of treason to justify mass incarceration. And yet, it was only 6 months ago, 13 years after Fred's death, that the Supreme Court finally rejected its decision in Korematsu versus United States. But that's another story. I mentioned Fred Korematsu's defiance because it's a shining example of moral courage. Many understood that it was wrong to imprison people who had done nothing wrong, but relatively few were willing to voice those concerns. And that is why we are here today. We are here today to voice our concern that it undermines democracy to label the free and responsible press the enemy of the people. We are here today to voice our concern that it undermines democracy for the head of the executive branch to call a federal judge a so-called judge for exercising proper judicial review, or for him to call the American legal system a joke and the laughingstock of the world because it mandates due process even to a terrorist suspect. We are here today to voice our concern that it undermines democracy for at least 16 state legislatures to be considering laws that would diminish the role or independence of the courts, including measures that would give lawmakers the power to override a judge's decision. We're here today to voice our concern that it undermines democracy to have Russia spreading false rumors about prosecutors and judges around the world in an effort to weaken public confidence in the rule of law in Western democracies. NPR had a piece on Russia's disinformation campaigns yesterday morning, and our friend Suzanne Spalding of the Center for Strategic and International Studies discussed this in a Washington Post op-ed last year. We organized today's program because we fear that if events continue along their present trajectory, American democracy will be imperiled. It has happened elsewhere. You will hear from 3 people this morning who have lived through a downfall of democracy in their country. We are so grateful for the outstanding individuals who agreed to share their thoughts at today's Nonpartisan event. In case you're wondering, no one you'll hear today is being compensated for their participation. Poor Nina Totenberg isn't even getting lunch. She has to rush off. And no speaker has been told what to say. I'd also like to mention that many people were invited to speak here, turned us down. Usually the reason given was that they had other commitments, but some said they feared the consequences of participating. They believed the program would be perceived as a partisan attack. An especially memorable interaction involved a well-known Holocaust memorial organization. This is a group that receives funding from the federal government. We asked for their help in finding a Holocaust survivor to speak. They declined. They worried how the current administration in Washington would perceive the theme of the program. The group did not want to risk being perceived as speaking out against the government's actions. I remind you, this was a Holocaust organization. We cannot control what people may think about our aims here today. Some seem to believe that any criticism of a political figure is by definition a partisan attack. There is also a belief that judges are obligated to steer clear of commenting on public affairs. Generally, that's true, and that's why many express surprise over Chief Justice Roberts' recent rebuke of the president regarding judicial bias. However, the fact is that the Model Code of Judicial Conduct not only grants judges the freedom to make such statements, it actually compels them to do so. It says judges shall uphold and promote the independence of the judiciary. Likewise, judges swear an oath of loyalty to the Constitution, not to any person. That is why we say that if you believe in democracy, then the undermining of essential elements of democracy, such as a free press and an independent judiciary, is not an issue of left or right. It is a question of right and wrong. We are here today to assess the potential consequences of these continuing attacks on the press and on the judiciary. What can and should we do about them? And what are the likely consequences if we do nothing? Thank you. It is now my pleasure and honor to turn the microphone over to Dean Kelly Testi, President and CEO of the Law School Admission Council. Kelly is a friend and former dean of my law school alma mater, the University of Washington. Go Huskies. She was one of the first people I told about the idea for this program, and she has remained one of its most enthusiastic supporters. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Dean Kelly Testi.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to ask for a round of applause for Bena Saldana for his courage and leadership. I want to say first that it's such a pleasure to be with you all today, and I want to first and foremost thank you all for being here, for showing up. One of my favorite writers in legal education is an author named Mari Matsuda, who's written a lot about freedom fighting in many respects. And she has a book called Where Is Your Body? And it asks us to really reflect on how committed are we to the causes that we say we care about. And for her, the measure of that is it just something you think of in your mind, or do you really show up? Where is your body? And you have shown up. And I know that you do that day in, day out in the work you do in law, in journalism, and in so many other ways. And so I want to say that I really appreciate that and want to recognize it. And as we know, in the course of the last year or more, we have seen journalists pay the ultimate price for Where Is Your Body? Those bodies are dead. Time magazine has recognized this with its Person of the Year recognition this year. Let's not take for granted what it means to be committed to the rule of law in this country. That's not a Republican issue. That's not a Democrat issue. We are a constitutional democracy devoted to a nation of laws. And as part of that, we must take care of freedom of the press, of judicial independence, of those values that we all know are what actually makes America great. And so I want to thank all of you for being here today to really discuss these issues, to really think about it, to not take for granted many of the freedoms that we know are so vital to the work that we care about, to all the people that we care about. And I want to say a special thank you for doing that, because now at the Law School Admission Council, a national nonprofit organization that works worldwide to open the doors of legal education widely, so we build the future of justice and we recruit the next generation of lawyers who are going to mirror society and serve all segments of society. I want to be able to say to all those young people, come join us. Come be in the legal profession. Come help protect journalists who deserve that protection. Come work for justice, because law does light the pathway to a just world. So I want to thank you for helping me open those doors to the future in building the future of justice. It is a great pleasure for me now to introduce our keynote speaker. And as I do that, I want to let you know that he has generously agreed at the end of his remarks to also entertain about 15 minutes of questions. And so you have cards on your table that you're able to write a question on, and those will be collected. So as we turn to our first keynote, I want to say that in introducing Marvin Kalb, it's an honor for me in that I bring both a law and a journalism background to this discussion today. I grew up a first-generation college graduate in Indiana, studying journalism in Ernie Pyle Hall, which I'm sure many of you have known of that work in the field. And it was really a communications law professor who asked us one day to go to the law library and to find it on this big campus, and to find a case called New York Times versus Sullivan, that I'm sure all of you know very, very well. And the minute I walked in that library and sat down on the floor and read that case, I was hooked. And I've been in law ever since, but with a very strong grounding in journalism. And so I want to say that in working with you all today and uniting these fields that must stand together, I really can't tell you how honored I am to introduce Marvin Kalb, who has done almost everything a journalist could have done in the past 6+ decades. We all feel we know this great gentleman because he was a familiar face in our living rooms for decades as a correspondent on the CBS and NBC evening newscasts. The staff of the National Press Club likely regards Mr. Kalb as family as well because he's been hosting the Kalb Report, monthly affairs public radio and television program for the past 24 years. He was the last of Murrow's boys, hired at CBS by the legendary newsman Edward R. Murrow. And he served as Moscow bureau chief for CBS at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis. He covered Martin Luther King's March on Washington. He was the founding director of the Shorenstein Center on Media, Politics, and Public Policy at Harvard from '87 through '99. And in his 9th decade, he's still on the job, inspiring the nonprofit journalism and education work of the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting, writing important work, and I see his 14th book and most recent nonfiction, The Enemy of the People, Trump's War on the Press, the New McCarthyism, and the Threat to American Democracy on several tables here. Friends tell me that Mr. Kalb would be the first to acknowledge that he's been the beneficiary of good timing during his career. I also say he's made the most of it. That started with his first journalism experience while an undergraduate at the City College of New York. He got to write the lead story on the National Basketball Championship of 1950 that pitted CCNY, a team that included blacks and Jews, against the all-white basketball powerhouse of the University of Kentucky. Well, the right team won. Coincidentally, that game was played a little over a month after Senator Joseph McCarthy gave his famous speech declaring that he held in his hand a list of 205 members of the Communist Party working in the U.S. State Department. The Red Scare of the McCarthy era was on. So when Marvin Kalb speaks of a threat to American democracy, we should listen. Please join me in welcoming him. We now have that honor.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying, for those who refuse to come here and turn down your invitation, shame on them. As I look out over this filled ballroom, I have to say to myself that it must be an important subject that is going to be discussed today, or we wouldn't all be here this early in the morning. On my 80th birthday, about 8 years ago, I promised myself that I would never, ever accept another early in the morning assignment. And yet here I am in full agreement with the implicit and now explicit message of the day that if there has been in the United States in the last few years an undermining of the courts and of the media, raising a question about the stability of American democracy, then we all face, even after last month's off-year elections, a challenge of monumental importance. Indeed, it could be argued that the next 2 years will see a political struggle in this country more daunting and more dangerous than President Trump's first 2 years in office, one possibly unprecedented in American history. a president who openly fights the rule of law, who refuses to accept a special counsel's report, who encourages his followers in the media and in the streets to support him no matter what they say. If this were to happen, who then makes the ultimate call on a possible collision between the president and the rule of law? Who then has the power? Is it the Congress? Could be. Supreme Court? Could be, but increasingly unlikely. The Pentagon? Perhaps. Those of us who may remember what happened in the waning days of the Nixon administration will remember that on a number of occasions, the White House was surrounded by buses brought in specifically to ward off the White House from an assault by the public. And the Pentagon was there defending the buses and the White House against the public. I covered that story and I remember it very well indeed. So I ask myself these questions: who is there to stop a collision between the president and the rule of law? Is it perhaps the editorial page of the Washington Post? Clout it has, a lot, but enough to move mountains? That I doubt. Like the sponsors of this conference, who are to be congratulated for their courage and their respect for the basic underpinning of American democracy, I too, as a citizen, as a former journalist, as a teacher, a professor, I too have been grappling with this question. What happens to American democracy when two of its principal underpinnings have been battered by a chief executive of the land? He belittles the sanctity of the courts, as we've already heard, the so-called judges, and journalists he calls enemy of the people, borrowing a phrase often associated with 20th century dictators. Can we assume that American democracy is so strong, so solid, that no matter what happens to the courts and the media, it will somehow survive? This is an increasingly big question. There are many among us who say yes to that question. We can make that assumption. It will survive. All will be well. But there are others, and I am sadly among them, who want the optimist to be right. Indeed, who regularly pray that they are right, but who remain uncertain, and who in this uncomfortable uncertainty ask themselves, where is it written that democracy, unlike any other political system through history, cannot change, cannot be shaken, mutate into a form of political authoritarianism, that once established democracy as we have known it is here forever? I do not mean in this season to sound like a political Grinch, so please let me tell you a story. The man who hired me, as you've already heard, at CBS in June 1957 was Ed Murrow, the legendary broadcast journalist who covered, among many other things, the rise of Hitler's fascism in the mid-1930s. Murrow always wondered how highly sophisticated Germans who read Shakespeare, attended Mozart concerts, spoke English and French, friends with whom he'd exchanged and enjoyed many dinners, Christmas cards, friends who seemed to share his value systems, could, within a few short years, from roughly 1935 to 1938, slip out of their business suits, don Nazi uniforms, salute a dictator, and mindlessly swear loyalty to his cruel and brutal ideology. How was that possible? Murrow kept asking. A country of culture, almost overnight, switching into an evil, rampaging dictatorship. The question haunted Murrow. He could never pull a satisfactory answer out of his cap, and history, he seemed to learn, followed no specific libretto. It marched to its own drummer. Late at night, when his broadcast was finished and all he wanted was a drink, Murrow would sometimes tell me the same story, always at the end with the same set of questions. An Oxford Don, he would say, would ask him for a definition of freedom. Murrow, thinking that's an easy one, would answer with one word, democracy, he'd say. Yes, the Don would continue. But what then is the definition of democracy? Murrow, with his hands, would then build an imaginary structure with two supporting pillars. One he called the sanctity of the courts, and the other he called freedom of the press. And on top, so supported, rested this concept of democracy. Murrow's point was that so long as the two pillars were strong and firm, unbending to contemporary political pressures, so too would the concept of democracy be strong and firm. But if these pillars be humiliated, undermined, weakened, then so too would democracy be humiliated, undermined, and weakened. Democracy, I've discovered over the years, is, after all, only a word. It is old and distinguished, with roots dating back to ancient Greece. It is the theoretical framework of the US Constitution. But because it is a word, it is only as powerful and impressive as the faith, the hope, and the dreams that people vest in it. Otherwise, it can be like a leaf in a fall breeze, delicate, unmoored, flipping this way and that, dependent for its definition, not on its traditional history, but rather on the whims of contemporary politicians. The woman who will soon replace Angela Merkel as Chancellor of Germany said last weekend at a political meeting in Hamburg, and I quote, "The question of what the future looks like, whether in coming years we have even more populists, whether the EU, the European Union, holds together or falls apart, whether we have an international world order without rules that's gamed by egotists and autocrats, all of that," she continued, "is a threat. But the answer," she went on, "does not lie in our stars. It lies within us." When Murrow took on Senator Joseph McCarthy in the early 1950s, it was in the form of a now historic broadcast, April 9th, 1954, in which he quoted from the senator's most outlandish comments and policy statements. And then in a stunning concluding commentary, Murrow said, and I quote, "This is no time for men who oppose Senator McCarthy's methods to keep silent. We cannot escape responsibility. The actions of the junior senator from Wisconsin have caused alarm and dismay amongst our allies abroad and given considerable aid and comfort to our enemies. And whose fault is that? Not really his. He did not create this situation of fear. He merely exploited it, and rather successfully." Murrow then ended with these words, "Cassius was right. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves." And how interesting that is. Murrow in 1954 and Madame Kramp-Karrenbauer in 2018, both calling attention to the role of the individual in maintaining our democracy, not to some celestial design, not to some wacky formula concocted by a populist knocking at your door and claiming that he or she has all of the answers. Democracy is hard work, but it is worth the effort. The German politician is worried about the unmistakable wave of what's called post-democracy, which is now spreading throughout Europe. And we see that spread in places like Poland, Hungary, soon to be in Romania, and an unsettled political underpinning in France. We see that in headlines now and in the past month. What is happening in the Brexit environment of Great Britain. In other words, the kind of stability that was built up after World War II is no longer obvious and apparent to all of us looking across the landscape of the world. And what is it that we see? We do see a rise of a populism that is not quite defined, but is generally personalized. It is generally an individual who is in the forefront of a populist movement and uprising of one sort or another. And it is not just in Europe that this is happening. It happened very recently in Brazil, and it could be argued, and I think it is worthy of an argument because you don't learn anything unless you have a contest of ideas. It could also be happening here in the United States. Let us all remember that at the end of World War I, there was an effort made throughout the world to bring nations together and to contain the rise of an arrogant nationalism, which had risen at the end of the 19th century and was propelled forward into the outbreak of World War I. For about 100 years, the world was set on bringing people and nations together into organizations that made some kind of collective sense. And what we have sensed in the last 10 years, it did not start with Trump, in the last 10 years is something that is tearing apart this fabric of collectiveness and trying to stress nationalism, individual rights, the pushing of ideas like America First, which has, as many of you know, an extremely interesting past. I think about Putin, for example, within this global context. What is his purpose at this point? Easily, it is to sow confusion. If he can succeed, and by the way, it's an extremely inexpensive operation. It does not take hundreds of millions of dollars to do. The whole cost of the operation in 2016 was something like $80 million. Chicken feed. And yet, it is easy to do because of the new technology that is available to us all. He wants to weaken NATO. Yes, that has been traditional Russian policy since 1948. He wants to raise doubts about EU. Yes, he has been trying to do that now, he and other Russian leaders, for at least the past 30 years. What is remarkable to me is that you have a Russian leader like Putin who is addressing the needs of Russian national interest. Putin must be seen first and foremost as a Russian nationalist leader. Not a communist, not a fascist, nothing like that. He is an old-fashioned Russian nationalist leader pushing Russian national interests. And what is remarkable to me is that a president of the United States, in terms of the policy pursued under his administration and the policies he enunciated in his quest for the presidency, overlap, perhaps coincidentally. Perhaps it's all an accident. Who knows at this point? It's all being investigated. But there is an extraordinary overlap of interests. President Trump's policy has accomplished pretty much what it is that Putin has been trying to do for many years now. So discontent, discord, confusion in the West? Yes. Weaken NATO? Absolutely. Lower the idea around the world that the United States is the place where you can go for sensible global leadership? Yes. Why? It is a fascinating question, and like many, many other people, I have been wondering about answers myself. And I have to acknowledge almost from the very beginning that, like many of us, I was totally confused, baffled, ignorant of the powers that were driving the Trump presidency and Trump himself as a politician. I had studied the media, been part of it for many, many years, but I didn't see the way in which cable television pushed a candidate. Not for political reasons, nothing like that. They pushed the candidate because he was hot copy. That's what we call it. Good copy, hot copy. He moved you by what it is that he was saying, either because you agreed with him or disagreed with him. You became, in a sense, transfixed. What is it that he's going to say next? CNN, which is a good cable network, made over $1 billion covering the 2016 campaign. I don't know how much money Fox made, but probably a lot more. Fox is continuing to be the Trump network, and CNN is trying to be somewhere down the middle. MSNBC is off to the left, but I think in many respects doing a very good job. But Trump came along as a phenomenon, a political phenomenon. He was a huckster of extraordinary talent. He knew how to grab your attention, and he still does. He commands the front page of most newspapers around the world, and the rest of the world seems to have retreated to page 5 or 10. He is the center of the news. So you speak about populism, do think of it partly as a definitional matter within the context of what it is that this one man, up until recent time not a politician, has been able to do by grasping onto the media and demeaning it and other forces within democratic society that are capable of raising basic questions. I had never believed to myself, and it still is difficult for me, to accept the idea that a president of the United States would call a free press the enemy of the people. When I heard that phrase used by President Trump on February 17th, 2017, 3 weeks after he took the oath of office, I was stunned. I was to do a speech that night at the Cosmos Club, and I had it written already. And a friend of mine called, I still have a friend or two at the White House, and a friend or two called me and said, "You're going to be surprised by what the president is going to say tonight." I said, "What's that?" He said, "Wait there." I said, "No, I'm going to do a speech. You got to tell me." So he said, he's going to say that the press is the enemy of the people. I said, no, he couldn't possibly. He said, yeah, he is. And he did. The first thought that ran through my mind was a speech that Nikita Khrushchev, then the leader of the Soviet Union, delivered on February 24th, 1956. I was in Moscow at the time. I don't want to say I was covering the 20th Party Congress of the Soviet Communist Party because I was a kid working at the US Embassy, sharpening pencils and doing nothing of significance. But I did speak Russian, and I was a student of Russian history, and it was fascinating to me what was going on in the Kremlin. He had brought all of the party leaders together, and he was denouncing the legacy of Joseph Stalin in what is called the secret speech. And in that secret speech, he was attacking every aspect of Stalinism. Why? Because Khrushchev, as a communist leader, thought that Joseph Stalin's legacy should no longer include enemy of the people as a phrase to denigrate political opponents. Why? because Khrushchev thought it did not sound right for good, solid, authentic communists ever to use an expression like that. So forgive me, but when the president used that expression, and my experience shot back for me to 1956, and I remember what Khrushchev had said about Stalin's use of the phrase, I understood immediately that the president was getting into deep, hot, controversial water, and why? Why, I asked myself, would a president of the United States wittingly, I thought, associate himself with communist dictators, fascist dictators of the 20th century? What was in it for him? I began to think about that, and the answer was not immediately apparent. I kept thinking and came up with the idea that he probably feels that if he can somehow denigrate the press, he is denigrating a source of potential criticism and opposition. The criticism was there from day one of the launching of his campaign in June of 2015. And he didn't like it. Like most politicians, and here like most presidents, and I have covered, I'm almost embarrassed to say, since President Eisenhower, I've covered a lot of them, and none of them wants to be criticized. I understand that. But they live with the criticism because they understand it is part of our system. You get criticized, but you get praised. You have good editorials and you have bad op-eds. You live with that. That's part of the game. That's called politics, American style. Trump didn't like that. He loved to be praised, still loves to be praised, but he doesn't like criticism, and it festers within him in an anger that requires a counterattack, requires some kind of retribution. And he thinks about ways in which he's going to get them. And it's within a broader context, too. It's not just getting them, the press. It's getting them, the critics. In Russia, in the old days, they were called dissidents. In this country, they're called people of the left, people even down the middle, and some people on the far right. And I found that this carries with it many, many risks. And I was not the only one who thought of this. It is very much the internal dialogue of Washington, D.C., and I think the whole country, and the very fact that you're meeting today to discuss two issues like the courts and the press, and the undermining of those representing the possible undermining of the entire system of democracy. I believe that is the central point that you're making. I thoroughly, completely share that, and I think that history is on the side of those who would share that view. But again, where is it going? Where is it taking us as a nation? I read a lot of books, write some of them. There are two that in the past year have taken a lot of my attention, have absorbed a lot of my attention. One of them was written by a marvelous journalist, now a historian, John Meacham, and the book is called The Soul of America. And another was written by Madeleine Albright, and she is the former Secretary of State, a scholar who now teaches as a professor at Georgetown. And Madeleine Albright's book was called Fascism, just that one word. And I read those two books, literally John's book once and then twice, and Madeleine's book once, but really suffered my way through it because they are both powerful books with contrary messages emerging from the same set of concerns. Meacham's book is a statement of faith in America. And I feel that myself very deeply. Meacham believes that we have gone through a civil war and emerged from it, woefully incomplete, but emerged from it, at least with some energy toward reconciliation. We went through that period after World War I, when almost anyone who would say anything critical of President Wilson, no less, was regarded as some kind of bad guy. We got through that. We got through the McCarthy period with the enormous help of great, brave journalists led by, in my judgment, Ed Murrow, but others as well. We got through the difficult period of the Cold War, and Meacham argues we will get through Trumpism as well. I want so much to believe that. The other book by Madeleine Albright, who was not born in the US, she was born in Europe, in Czechoslovakia. Madeleine Albright is an historian, as I said, and feels history deeply. It's part of her upbringing. And what she does in her book is discuss the rise of fascism, deals with Mussolini, with Hitler, and then deals with this phenomenon that I discussed earlier that is spreading all over the world, this kind of global populism. And then she says at the very end of her book, she wants to believe, as I do, that all of this will somehow slip away and will be fine once again. But something in Albright's blood boils up at a certain point with a question. How can you really be so sure? How do you know that history is predestined to move in a positive direction for this great country? Is it not possible, since political systems don't live forever, that we have reached a point where the experiment in American democracy has been so weakened by both internal and foreign forces that we are seeing the possibility of the rise of a authoritarian politics that would be new to us, but not to the rest of the world, and not to the movements currently that we see around the world? Is that not possible as well? That is Albright's question, and mine. I find that it is unbelievably difficult to live in a fool's paradise, to live in an unrealistic dream world when there are facts that cry for your attention now. There's a wonderful speech that I would urge the lawyers and the judges here this morning to read, and it goes back to something that the late Justice William Douglas did, I believe, in 1976. You'll remember that the war in Vietnam ended finally in 1975. The war had torn this country apart. And Justice Douglas, like many other people, began to wonder whether something profound had changed within us. And he did a speech, and I'm going to do a terrible injustice, I know, but he did a speech in which he raised the possibility of how political systems shift from one phase to another. And in that opening phase, the way he described it in my butchered version, it goes something like this: that in that first phase, when you get up in the morning and the sun is shining and you're in the comfortable surroundings of your own bedroom and you get dressed, you go to work, the bus runs on time, the kids are off to school, everything seems perfectly normal. It's the way it has always been. And then you move into the second phase, where once again, everything looks exactly the same. And you feel very good, except things are beginning to happen. You're not quite sure what they are, but you know in your gut that things are changing. And they're not always changing for the better. But you don't know quite what to make of these changes. They're still in your gut. They're not quite in your mind. And you don't know exactly what to do about it. And then you enter what Douglas wrote as the third phase. And in that third phase, he raises the question as to whether we could be the unwitting victims of the darkness. And he describes that third phase in a most interesting way, that you get up in the morning, everything indeed is wonderful. It's exactly the way it was in the first phase, and you say to yourself, dummy, what were you worried about? Relax, enjoy life, and you're fine. But you could also get up in that third phase, and it is dark. And you ask yourself the question, when I could have done something in the second phase of this transition, and I chose to do nothing, even though in my gut I knew that things were changing, then the responsibility, dear Brutus, lies not on our stars, but on ourselves. We have blown that opportunity. And my own gut feeling is that there is still time. There is still time. There is much that this country can still do to recapture, as Meacham put it, the soul of America. Because in my judgment, the soul is there and it lives and it can once again thrive to our common delight. But it has to be helped. One cannot assume, I don't know, maybe you get to a certain stage of your life where you begin to think in these terms and not amongst you youngsters out here. But you begin to assume at a certain point one of two things. You can say to yourself, oh, what the hell? My time has passed, and let it go. It's for others to do. It's my grandkids to work out. I did the best I could, and that's it. I think that is wrong, profoundly so. I think that every single one of us, as Murrow said, as the incoming German chancellor is now alerting us, as I think we know in our gut, we have the capacity in this country to recapture the glory of the promise of democracy. History can move in our direction because it has so many times in the past. I remain deep in my skeptical soul an optimist. I want to believe, and I do believe, that we are at a point, a transition point, but we have the capacity within us collectively to make sure that we move in the right direction, not the wrong direction. Then if Murrow was right, then what we ought to do is assume the individual responsibility to act on the basis of our better angels. And we know the direction for that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you guys have a question or two, I'd be happy to take it if you still have the time.
I have one question, another one submitted here. We have just a few minutes here. One question involves, how can our democracy continue when we as a nation no longer teach civics and civility as part of living in society?
Well, we've had in this country many, many times when violence has been used to achieve a political end. The use of violence itself is disturbing, but it's not necessarily an indication that we have lost our way. Violence can come as the result of justifiable anger. It is not violence, it seems to me, that we ought to be concerned about, but what motivates that violence, what motivates the anger. And there are good motivations that can lead to violence, unfortunate but understandable. That is not what concerns me. My concern rests with the thoughts that people have as they direct violence against people who disagree with them. That is my deep concern. Yeah.
I'll try one more. Is democracy more dangerous for America now because of the financial pressures independently bearing down on the press? Lost circulation, audience splintering, and the internet, financial-related risks.
Yeah, that's a good point, and there's no doubt whatever that there are huge financial pressures, and the work, for example, that the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting does on a regular basis is to try to find out whether there are ways in journalism today to come up with a better financial means for running newspapers, for running networks, radio stations. Yeah, a number of papers have been blessed in recent years by the fact that very rich people, excuse me, as I said, I warned you, I'm not used to talking in the morning. But, for example, the Washington Post has been purchased by Mr. Bezos. Got a lot of money. He's pumped that money into the Post. They are hiring more reporters, and they're doing a fantastic job now. The Los Angeles Times has just been purchased by another very wealthy man who claims that he wants a good, solid newspaper true to the traditions of freedom of the press. Time magazine has just been, oh, thank you, that's very kind. Thank you.
From the Judiciary.
From I think we'll do okay, the two of us. I mean, they're still experiments. We don't know whether rich people coming in buying a newspaper is the answer, but it may be. And if it is, then we may be at the beginning of a new blossoming of American press. There are so many good things going on in American journalism today, under tremendous pressure and even threat. I don't know how we're going to end up in this. Is democracy a bad thing in all of this? Was the beginning of your question, and my answer to that, without even thinking, is no. It is within the framework of democracy that we're going to find a solution.
One last question, then we're going to have to take a break. What can we do now to prevent the move to phase 3? I don't know that I have an immediate quick answer. I wish I did. Like a lot of people, I'm in the midst of a kind of deep internal struggle. I see what is going on. I fear what may happen, but I live within a framework of American history and and the promise that goes along with American history. And I think about my father, who came to this country in 1914, seeking a better life. And it was very tough during the Deep Depression of the 30s. And I remember there were times when we didn't have a nickel. But he never, for an instant, lost his faith in the country. in the capacity of this country to produce opportunity, and before he died, much too young, he was able to see that two of his sons went into journalism, and one of the two of them was actually a professor. And hell, that's the American dream. And so if it can happen to us, it could happen to anybody.
Now, I've been told by my boss that we're going to test your larynx a little bit longer. One last question, if you will, from the judicial side of the audience. We've experienced a season where the media seemingly cast the judiciary in a bad light, often unfair, often deserved. How can these entities now form an alliance?
How can we?
How can these entities, journalism and the judiciary, form an alliance?
I think the alliance was formed many years ago. I think there's an alliance in idea and dedication to principle. At the very core of good journalism, and I have seen it practiced in the communist world and authoritarian systems all over the world, and I know, and I sort of write about this in the Enemy of the People book, that I used to know when I got off a plane and walked to a kiosk in any country in the world, you could take a look at the headlines, look at the photographs, and you would know immediately whether you were in a free country, where there was democracy, or whether you were in a dictatorship, or whether you were in that middle world of authoritarianism. And you could sense that in the way in which a newspaper presented its news to the public. At the core of being, I imagine, I'm no judge, but I imagine at the core of the ability of a judge is to look at fact, not dreamy stuff, but fact, laid before them, and come in with a fair decision about which way to go. And I have a feeling that journalists do the same thing, that you have a lot of facts that are presented to you, that you come up as a good reporter. The judge is not the reporter, the judge is the recipient of a great deal of information. But at that point, there's a lot of similarity. You have to sit there and judge the fact of what is happening and come in with a fair rendering of that fact. And I think that the best journalists do that, and I think the best judges do that, and in that, we come together, and there's a heck of a good marriage.
Thank you, sir.
It's an honor to be here, and it's an honor to be following my friend Marvin Kalb. I'm John Sawyer. I'm the founder and director of the Pulitzer Center on Crisis Reporting. It's a nonprofit organization that works with media outlets across the world and also several hundred schools and universities, aiming to promote informed debate and civil discourse on the big issues that affect us all. For the last 6 years, Marvin has been in residence at the Pulitzer Center as our senior advisor. And one of the great joys of my position is learning from him every day, and not least, seeing the effect every day on my colleagues, especially the younger ones, of his command of history, context, and the bedrock principles of journalism. I first met Marvin in the mid-1980s when the pendulum of history was moving in the opposite direction from what we're experiencing today. I saw it in my own reporting. In 1986, I was in Southern Africa, writing about South Africa's destabilization of its neighboring countries, but also the growing international protest against its racist, non-democratic government. In 1987, I traveled through Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, writing about that region's emergence from a decade of strongman rule. In 1989, my subject was the unbelievable changes suddenly underway in the communist dictatorships of Eastern Europe. I spent that summer reporting in Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Romania. In Prague, I sat with Václav Havel in his kitchen. He had just gotten out of prison, and he was in an argument with his advisors, his colleagues, about whether they should mount a public protest that August to commemorate the 1968 Soviet occupation of Czechoslovakia. Havel argued not, that it would only underscore how few supporters his movement had. 4 months later, he was president of Czechoslovakia. I spent the summer of 1990 traveling across South Africa in the months after Nelson Mandela walked out of prison and into history. In 1991, I traveled throughout the Soviet Union as that country, too, suddenly became alive to change. In the newspaper series I wrote, even the title spoke to what a momentous, hopeful time that was. Beyond apartheid on South Africa, and for the Soviet Union, awakenings. So in this present dark moment, it's worth noting that history turns and can turn again, especially when individual citizens stand in defense of their rights and of the institutions essential to keeping democracy strong. It's also my honor today to introduce 3 eyewitnesses who will share their stories of living in democracies in the process of betrayal and collapse. One of them, retired Army Colonel Frank Cohn, was a 13-year-old in Breslau who got out of Nazi Germany just days before the Kristallnacht attacks on Jewish businesses and families like his. 5 years later, he was a soldier in the Battle of the Bulge, serving in Army intelligence units throughout the end of the war and beyond. In Venezuela, the mortal threat to democracy came from the left, not the right, when former soldier Hugo Chavez wrote an anti-corruption populist campaign to election as president in 1998 and used ostensibly democratic means to curb the judiciary, media, and other buttresses of civil society. Laura Weffer is a longtime Venezuelan journalist who was formerly the director of the Venezuelan newspaper Diario 2001. In January 2015, she co-founded with investigative reporter Luz Mela Reyes Efecto Cocuyo, the recipient earlier this year of an International Press Freedom Award from the Committee for the Protection of Journalists. Efecto Cocuyo means the firefly effect, an expression of Laura and Luz's faith in the power of journalism to illuminate important truths even in a very dark time. In Turkey, the threat came from a Muslim prime minister, now president, Recep Erdogan, who also rode to power as a champion of the democratic institutions that he has since dismantled piece by piece. Sucru Say, a tax judge, was among those caught up in the change. In 2016, when Erdogan beat back an attempted coup, Judge Say was doing graduate work here in the United States. He has remained here since in exile. He's been told that because of his membership in an independent judicial group, he would likely be arrested if he returns home. I was in Turkey in 2003, shortly after Erdogan's Justice and Development Party came to power. It seemed at the time a beacon of hope, a moderate Muslim country that had shed military rule and was fully committed to democracy. In the first few years, there was dramatic economic growth, a robust media environment, and much excitement over the prospect of joining the European Union. EU's rebuff of Turkey for fear of opening up the continent to a large Muslim population country was, in my view, one factor in Erdogan's turn to a more authoritarian, go-it-alone approach. And a reminder that in these stories of disappearing democracies, it's important to bear in mind all the factors at play, domestic as well as international. In the early days of the Pulitzer Center, 2006 on, Turkey was a favored place of residence for many of our freelance journalist grantees. Istanbul was relatively cheap, cosmopolitan, and a short flight both to other European capitals and to hot spots of the Middle East and Africa. That changed over time, of course. As I saw on my own visits and as I heard from our grantees, it became much more overtly religious, more repressive, less tolerant. Eventually, Turkey was itself a hotspot, the subject of Pulitzer Center reporting projects. Most of the grantees who live there have moved on. So, as I say, history turns and can turn again. We'll hear now from our three eyewitnesses. First, Frank Cohn, and then Laura Weffer and Judge Say. I think Frank is going to speak from his chair, and then Laura and Judge Say will come to the podium. Ed Cohen is moving around collecting questions. I hope that if you have them, you'll put them on the note cards as we go along. We'll have a break in between each of the remarks by the speakers and a chance to ask a question or two then, or else at the end. So raise your hand if you have a question, and we'll collect the cards. Colonel Cohen, we'll begin with you. Thank you all.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I should quit right now. I got the applause already. I hope you don't mind if I sit, but old age creeps up on you, and the sciatica would start hurting. Anyway, as indicated, I was born in Germany, in Breslau, a city that doesn't exist anymore. It's now Wrocław, or whatever you pronounce it, in Poland. But we were a very comfortable middle-class family. We had two maids, as was useful in a middle-class family. One maid for me, one maid for the house. And my father had a sports goods store. We were in pretty good shape when I was born in 1925. Now, what I can tell you, of course, is only the view of a child growing up in this situation that I will be describing. I escaped at age 13, so what you're hearing now is somewhere between 7 and 13 years old. My first experience with the Nazis, where I finally understood what Nazi really could mean, was back in 1932, 7 years old. My uncle, who lived in Chemnitz, was killed on the street by a bunch of Nazi stormtroopers who found out that he was Jewish. And of course, the adults don't talk to the children and explain things very well. The way the children learn is they listen, and then they have to form their own imagination as to what this all means. Of course, I understood killing. I understood that this was my uncle, and this was close, and that Nazis were the ones who were at issue. So the term Nazi immediately became a problem for me. In 1933, of course, Hitler came to power, and the stormtroopers were picketing my father's store, saying, "Don't buy from Jews." My father recognized immediately that this was going to go downward, so he sold the store as best as he could and started a different business of selling cloth to manufacturers. And as that time goes on, it could only be Jewish manufacturers, and of course, that was on a downward slope. My uncle, Uncle Hugo, who lived in Breslau with us and who we visited frequently, had fought in World War I and had become a captain, even though he was Jewish, which was a pretty good accomplishment. And he was trying to calm the family, and I listened to that. And he said, I'm a World War I veteran, and President Hindenburg, he is going to protect us. And he did. In that 1 year that he was under Hitler between 1933 and 34, he wouldn't let anything happen to the Jewish frontline battle veterans. So in 1934, I was listening to the radio, and suddenly it said that Hindenburg had died. And to me, that means the protector had just died. We were exposed to the Nazis. Further on, I was in school. I don't remember my first class teacher. He was old. He was probably 50 years old. But in the second grade, I had a nice young teacher, Herr Schubert. I can always remember his name. I won't forget it. And Herr Schubert was very nice to me. That means when you, for example, had to have a paragraph and you had to skip a line between title and paragraph, and you forgot to skip the line, you had to line up, stick out your hand, and they would whack you with a stick. And I was in line, I forgot, skipped the line. And I got to Mr. Schubert, and I could tell he had hit some of those kids harder than he was hitting me. He loved me. I just knew it. And so it went. Well, then I heard in third grade, Mr. Schubert was going to be my teacher again. I was all enthralled. And who would come into the door but Mr. Schubert in Nazi uniform? I was absolutely flabbergasted. I was betrayed. There's a picture that I had, and I think you could probably get to see it in my third class. Oh, that's up there. My third class, I'm up there in the top row, and Mr. Schubert in his uniform is in the center. And some of the kids, as you might see, have paraphernalia from the Hitler Youth. Some have belts, some have caps, or whatever. In any event, I was the only Jewish kid. And as the Jewish kid, when they had to stand up for the Horst Wessel song, which was the Nazi song, I was the one who had to sit down. And you don't want to be the kid that only sits down while everybody stands. So this was going to be a losing proposition. And so it went. My parents put me into a private school, and there were lots of other things. We're going to run out of time if I tell you all these things that happened. But most of the time, nothing happened. Most of the time, I was with my friends, and I was very comfortable. And I was very comfortable till I hit my bar mitzvah, which was in 1938. At this point, I had been on the soccer team, the Jewish soccer team. I had a nice position on the front line. I had lots of friends. I got a BMW bicycle for my bar mitzvah, the first bicycle that I had. I had a stamp collection. I was basically comfortable. So, but now what happened was my father had run out of money, and he had to see what he can do. And he knew about some distant relatives in New York. He got himself a visitor's visa and took off for New York. Of course, the Depression was there, and while he found his relatives, they were in no position to give him an affidavit, which is a promise that the person won't become a burden to the state. So he had to stay longer, and that was a very lucky thing for him, because as he stood longer, Gestapo came to our door looking for him. And my mother said that my father was on a business trip in New York, and they indicated that when he comes back, he immediately has to report to Gestapo headquarters. Well, Gestapo headquarters brought something not only to my mother's mind, but also to mine, because a good business friend of my parents who I knew had been taken to Gestapo headquarters, and about 4 hours later, they found him on the sidewalk. He had either been pushed or jumped out of the 4th floor window. That was when they said Gestapo that came to my mind. In any event, my mother then asked me, should we go? And I knew I had all my friends. I knew I was living nicely, but without hesitation, I said, let's go. She said, then you have to keep your mouth shut. And that's a difficult thing to do for a 13-year-old kid. Anyway, she got herself a visitor's visa, just as my father had a visitor's visa. Now, they didn't have computers in those days, so they didn't realize when they gave her a visitor's visa that my father was already in country. Had they recognized that, we would have been designated as refugees, and she never would have gotten a visa. In those days, they're not looking for any refugees coming into the States. In any event, she had to go back to the consulate and bribe somebody to put me on the visa, and she did that. And then she paid first-class passage, she paid first-class hotel reservations. Anything that she could pay in advance was fine, because we were only allowed to take 10 marks out of the country. So one early morning, we snuck out of the house, got on a train, and then eventually we got into Holland. And as we passed the border, we all sighed. Well, it was relief. You could tell the tension was going. It was freedom, perhaps. In any event, in Amsterdam, she was able to get some money from the banker Rothstein, and I never asked her how much it was. I should have, but I never did. I don't know, but it must have been a substantial sum. In any event, we boarded the steamliner Statendam in Rotterdam and had a beautiful first-class passage across. And believe me, I can tell money counts. First-class passenger immediately went off the ship onto the pier, while others went to Ellis Island, where they might have discovered that we were really refugees with father already in country, and they would have sent us right back. So on the pier, we met my father, and it was a little bit devastating because he indicated that he was at the mercy of the relief organizations, and they said, your stay is finite. Eventually, you have to go back. Now, our arrival in New York was on the 30th of November, 1938. Crystal Night was November 9th. Crystal Night, the catastrophe, saved us because President Roosevelt issued an executive order that saved everyone who was in country. No one had to go back to Germany. We were saved. Well, what has happened to my family? On my father's side, 6 out of 12 relatives were killed. On my mother's side, 5 out of 18 were killed. The extended family was distributed to Holland, England, Italy, Palestine, later Israel, Brazil, Australia, and Haiti. Had I stayed in Breslau, Breslau had become Judenfrei, free of Jews, as of 21 November 41, where the Jews were taken to a field in Poland and shot, the last ones. I would have been 16 had I been among them. The lessons learned. The German Jews were very much intimidated even before Hitler came to power. And the word always was, don't make any waves. And that was a big mistake. The other false concept was that whenever happened something bad, they would say, well, it just can't get any worse. And of course it did. The lessons to be drawn was that injustice must be challenged as soon as it appears. When the challenge is too late, it can be fatal. Once the dictators gain control, the dictatorship can and will ruthlessly suppress all dissent. At that point, the only option left is escape, and that is easier said than done, and who will let you in? And how does this fit into today's environment? Well, we Holocaust survivors are very sensitive about democracy, and I hope that the Chief Justice is correct when he stated that we don't have Republicans or Democrats as judges. We worry, and the current subtle threat to our democracy is obviously here. The process involves executive orders, some of which impinge on congressional prerogatives. It was by means of these type of executive actions that the Nazi dictatorship gained power in Germany. And look, here I stand, or rather I sit, at the right place for comment. Because the judiciary is our first line of defense in that regard. And it is my hope that you, who are judges, will stand tall and protect us. No executive order can be allowed to stand if it infringes on current law. And you, who are journalists, are challenged to be vigilant and write about every such problem as you might observe. And if you all do this in tandem, we will all stay free. Thank you very much for listening. And God bless America.
Are there questions?
I have one so far, but I will wait for others after I ask this one. If anybody has, raise your hand when I'm done. Question I have is, Hitler did it without the internet. Why is it that today people are not appalled by the blatant lies they read online when many truths are so easy to ascertain?
I think the question...
I'm sorry, I have a hearing problem. Right. That comes with old age, too. What?
Okay, I'll repeat it. Hitler did it without the internet. Why is it that today people are not appalled by the blatant lies they read online when many truths are so easy to ascertain? I'm not sure you can comment on this, but this is the first question we have.
Well, that's a very hard question to answer, because it seems to me that people are tuned in to what they want to hear, and they just don't seem to hear what other people are telling them are facts. They just hear what they want to hear, and that's how it all gets distorted. And I guess the internet is a way that this makes it even worse. Okay. I guess that's about all I can
This is a subject that's a major interest to the Pulitzer Center. It's one of the reasons that we put so much focus on education and outreach, because we think that we can't rely on internet or just mass distribution of views, that we need to actually have in-face conversations and sort of recreate community. So we think it's really important to be in secondary schools, middle schools, colleges, community groups, where you actually have people outside of their silos, where they're not just talking to the people that already agree with them.
Thank you. Colonel, I have a question. Why do you think the institutions of the judiciary and the press failed in Germany?
Why do you think the press and the judiciary failed in Germany in the 1930s?
First of all, remember, I was 13 years old, so it was a little hard for me to understand what happened with the judiciary. But Hitler, as soon as he could, he put in his own judges. Now, one thing was certain: the Germans were very obedient people. When that was a law, this is what they were obeying. Had the old judiciary stood by and remained intact, Hitler would have been gone. But he knew that, and I'm absolutely certain it was one of the first things he did was get rid of the judges that were not going to be on his side. And that's how he survived, and that's how he managed to get all his executive orders into the public, because he published it, and the Germans obeyed him, and the judiciary didn't defeat them. So here you had the problem of a downward slope. And he was smart enough to do this thing in salami tactics, just one little thing at a time. He didn't come out and just change everything once and for all. He just did things badly. Well, it was from 1933 until 1935 that the Nuremberg laws were enacted, which segregated the Jews from the Germans. So it took him 2 years to get to that point. And then, of course, he didn't get to war until 1939. And by then, things got worse and worse. And of course, after 39, escape was no more possible. And anybody who was left there, that was the end of them.
Thank you, Colonel. Any last questions? Okay,
So
thank
I
you.
think we'll hear next from Laura Weffer about what she witnessed in Venezuela, I think from the podium.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me. This is really, I know that everyone says that, but for me it's really an honor, and I feel deeply grateful with the National Judicial College for the invitation. And I promise I will try to soothe my Spanish Caribbean accent so you can understand me. What I'm about to tell you is a story, simple, sometimes a little bit personal. Victor Hugo Febres and Brian Ellsworth helped me write this, so thanks to them also. In December 1998, Venezuelans had much more to celebrate than Christmas. The vast majority of the country welcomed Hugo Chavez as the promise of a change. He represented new politics. He was far away from traditional political parties, and he had this charisma, this appeal that let people feel identified with him immediately. But just at that moment, when everyone was full of hope, my friend Camilo Hernandez was preparing to migrate for the second time in his life. I thought, he overreacted when he said that he had already lived a communism/socialism with Fidel Castro in Cuba. I thought, come on, this is Venezuela. What happened in Cuba would never happen here. It happened to us. And now I see countries around the world where people are convinced that something like this could never happen to them. And I keep telling them it can happen anywhere. Before the arrival of Hugo Chavez, journalists were highly regarded by society. In Venezuela, journalists were at the top 3 of popularity. Wherever we went, we would be greeted by people, especially the less privileged, who had the hope that once their problems went public, somehow the powerful could give them answers. But who needed journalists when you had an omnipresent leader? From the very beginning, Chavez had this idea. He didn't need an institution to hold him accountable. He was above that. We used to have an NGO of journalists called Los del Medio. In 2003, we wrote a proposal for Venezuela to create a transparency law similar to the Freedom of Information Act. The communication minister said he mentioned it to Chavez, and he answered, "Why do we need it? So that journalists can know what kind of empanada did we have for breakfast?" Currently, the only Latin American countries that do not have freedom of information laws, and probably this is not going to be a surprise, are Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. More than once, Chavez said, "I'm not me, I'm the people, and the people talk through me." He simply wanted to eliminate intermediaries between him and the crowd. How he did that? Easy, killing the messenger. He portrayed journalists as pawns of media owners, men and women who responded to vested interests, professional in telling lies. He demonized journalists to the point we had to hide. If we had to cover a rally, for example, we would disguise as students or government supporters, but never showing our badges or introducing ourselves as reporters. Not suddenly, but steadily and slowly, censorship was installed in the country, along with fear, distrust, and lack of access to information. The last question that Chavez answered in a national press conference was in 2002, when I asked him if he really thought that all journalists were keen to accept bribes in order to publish news, as he had mentioned many, many times before. After some funny words, he abruptly left the place, and in 10 years, he gave just a few press conferences open to national reporters. Journalists were enemies of the people. A lot of us got beaten on the streets, taunted, and harassed. This animosity was fed by the president and his functionaries. I lived in Venezuela all my life, and I covered Chavez for 10 years. Every Sunday, I will sit at my desk with lunch and sometimes dinner ready, because I knew that I had to listen to his program. He had this Sunday program. If I was lucky, it lasted for 3 hours. But normally, it was at least 5 hours, and sometimes 8 or 9. During his first years of government, Chavez held chain broadcasts, which every public TV and radio station was forced to air, for the equivalent to 31 days, 2 hours, 29 minutes, and 44 seconds. He had the monopoly of information and enough economic resources to create new TV channels and radio stations. But at the same time, there was another force. Journalists, incensed by the path followed by Chavez, thought that they could defeat the president by addressing only the people who opposed the government. Big mistake. Although it's fair to say that the only time Chavez lost an election was when he closed a major TV channel in Venezuela. In 2007, he intended to change the constitution, the very same one that he had already written in 2000. So he called a referendum, but the people say no, enough. Partly because months ago, he closed RCTV, Radio Caracas Televisión, ripping off part of the cultural identity in Venezuela. He changed the laws anyway. Then, one day we learned that the leader was terminally ill, and he did not prepare a successor, so the strategy had to change. Instead of causing a big fuss with an open confrontation, the government recruited corrupt businessmen to buy up media groups and neutralize them. By the way, one of these gentlemen was indicted by US federal prosecutors last month for laundering tens of millions of dollars. So thank you. War against media went on for years and years, even after Chavez died. Nicolás Maduro kept on going, and so did we. In 2014, 3 women and reporters, Luz Mele Reyes, Josefina Ruggiero, and me, decided to create the news outlet of our dreams. Independent, fierce against censorship, and profoundly human. So Efecto Cocuyo was born. Efecto Cocuyo means firefly effect, and our slogan is journalism that enlightens. Currently, the staff is of 20 brave journalists working every day, despite the threats and hostile environment, bringing the best information and walking the most needed. Because it's simple, journalists, we need to gain people trust again. It's been a difficult path, and we had to learn how to be better journalists and better human beings, and keep up the hope. And it's not like I'm intending to compare situations, although sometimes it's inevitable. Please, can you play the video? Not that one. It's like a blank, like a...
Why does Venezuela not spend its money in Venezuela?
¿Por qué no gasta los recursos, la plata de Venezuela aquí en Venezuela? ¿Por qué necesita ayuda a los otros países con tanta plata?
Mira, es una pregunta estúpida. Yo no voy a responder estupideces, porque terminaré siendo yo un estúpido también. Es decir, una pregunta totalmente estúpida.
Matt Whitaker to be involved in the Russia probe? Do you want him to?
It's up to him.
Do you want him to rein in Robert Mueller?
What a stupid question that is. What a stupid question. But I watch you a lot. You ask a lot of stupid questions.
I'm not intending to teach lessons here, but it's just I want to share some thoughts, because we come from the future or the potential future, and it's not pretty. We as journalists, we cannot forget people. We are at their service, not the other way around. Don't underestimate those who think differently. If they believe in certain leader, let's try to understand why. It's not always easy, but it's part of our duty. A journalist's job is not to tell you what you want to hear. I found people constantly calling me Chavista because I will go to the poorest areas of the country and speak to people who had set up shrines to the president. It made people upset that I will write about Chavez supporters as human beings. Do not get angry at journalists for telling you your political movement is not doing well. On the contrary, you should fear reporters who always tell you that victory is assured. I don't know many judges, but I can see how they might have some things in common with reporters, you know, like holding the truth, somehow moral superiority. We sometimes have big egos, and sometimes we think we own the truth, that we own freedom of speech. But we are not politicians, not lobbyists, not civil servants. We are journalists, and our only tool should be do more and better journalism. We journalists should not be the news. There are very few situations in which we are, but most of the time, the people are the news. And please, 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 and I cannot stress this too much, protect yourselves, create alliances, work together. We should never, ever underestimate those who are in power. Because I never thought that I was going to leave my country. I never thought that I would be an immigrant. I never thought that my children would write better English than Spanish. And for a journalist, that's hard. Because I never thought this could happen in Venezuela. And yet, here I am, for the last 2 years living in the United States, and grateful for this opportunity of sharing these humble thoughts with such an important audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. Questions? Laura, one over there. I had one while we were waiting, just that could the international media and governments, especially the United States, have done a better job, in your view, of covering and challenging Chavez?
For me, I really don't want to judge because this is such a huge, an immense country. So it is really difficult to compare. I do like what I see in terms of coverage and going out on the streets, but I really couldn't say if it's been done enough, and that's something that have to be taken into account. You know, especially portraying those who might support someone that you don't like. It is very difficult, and I mean, I'm talking here 20 years after living this whole process, and you don't like to be criticized, and you don't like to be signaled as responsible of what might happen. But somehow we are, because we have the public attention, and somehow we have the public information. So yes, we as journalists, we have to be very vigilant on the way we portray people, because what I found is, in the case of Venezuela, I'm just talking about Venezuela, we underestimate Chavez followers because, you know, like, they don't know what they are doing. So, you know, poor people, they follow Chavez, and we are so much better than that. And then when the pressure against media started to be really, really hard, we pretend that people support us, those people that we were denying before, right? So we said, come on, we are journalists. We hold freedom of speech. This is important. This is important for democracy. This is important for the country. Don't you understand? But before, we excluded them from the media, from the big media. And now what happened, I think today was announced that the biggest newspaper in Venezuela for many, many years, like the most important, was shut down. It's going to be the last paper published. I think it will be published next week or something like that. We have no media in Venezuela, just digital media, but we don't have TV, radio station, or newspapers, none.
We have a question that, simple question, does the Venezuelan Constitution have a freedom of the press provision similar to the First Amendment in our Constitution?
Yes.
Other question, why didn't journalists fight on behalf of their journalists? Why didn't they fight on behalf of each other, or did they?
Yes, but it took some time. It took some time to understand the threat that we were under, because, I mean, now we can see on retrospective, and we see, oh, we should have done that. But it's not easy when you are in the middle of the conflict, and you've got some journalists that say, nothing is going to happen. We are going to be okay. And then you have some other, on the other side, that were radical, and they were saying, no, this is a catastrophe. We should start calling this a dictatorship from the very beginning. And then you have journalists that were in the between saying, we don't have to call anything, we have to be journalists. So now it's easy to judge what should have been done like 10 or 12 years ago. But when you are in the middle of it, it's very difficult to react promptly.
I think we have time for one last question for you. And then if we have time at the end, we'll throw it open to any of the panelists, including the moderator if we have time left over. What is the state of the judiciary in Venezuela? Could they have helped?
Oh, yes. It is deplorable, really. There is there is like no judicial power in Venezuela because it's the whole power held by the government. There is no state, no judicial power, no electoral power right now in Venezuela. 40% of the judges in Venezuela are registered in the political party of the government. And it's not just registered, but they are militant of the party. We have a horrible situation regarding human rights. We never thought that we were going to go through torture, but there are a lot of Venezuelan students, especially young people, that it's being tortured right now. There is no legal force. It's basically a country governed by impunity.
Okay, thank you. Next we'll hear from Judge Sucresay. Thank you. About Turkey.
Well, it's been a great lecture for me. I am pleased to be at a symposium organized by the National Judicial College. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Let me first emphasize that in 2014, the US and European judges and lawyers warned us about their concerns of the declining Turkish democracy. However, we as Turkish judges and lawyers were sure about our constitutional democracy. Well, I was one of the few that did not ignore those warnings, as you can see here. It's my observation, I'll repeat, my friends, it's my observation that sometimes when you are in the middle of the things, you don't have the same perspective you do after the fact when you see the damage that has been done. I think it is relevant today as we look around the world. After 2016 July's attempted military coup, the Turkish government declared the state of emergency and gained a total control over the judiciary, silenced the free press, and it resulted in the harshest crackdown in Turkey's history, and a dangerous step back from the democracy. Was this the end of the road for Turkey's secular democracy, once seen an excellent model for the Middle East? By the way, I believe that the people of Turkey deserve an independent judiciary that is free from undue influence from the executive government. However, the ruling regime in Turkey does not agree and targets people like me who are labeled sympathizers to its political opponents. In Turkey, I was a civil judge, tax court judge in Istanbul, as well as an active member of the Union of Judges and Prosecutors, a professional organization dedicated to the promotion of the rule of law and human rights. In 2013, I took the advantage of the opportunity to study law in the United States in order to help westernize the Turkish judiciary. Of course, at that time, Turkey was working eagerly towards the goal of becoming a member of the European Union. And among other things, it needed to demonstrate that it had a modern, independent judiciary and free press to qualify. So I was excited by this opportunity to study in the United States, a country known throughout the world for its high-quality legal institutions and its adherence to the rule of law. So the group of judges sent abroad was sent with the goal of obtaining the best legal education possible and then returning to Turkey to improve judiciary system and raise the level of the judicial integrity within Turkey. In this regard, I would like to say that the United States' most enduring contribution to human progress is the concept of a democratic government with a written charter that creates checks and balances, guarantees human rights, and entrusts the protection of those rights to independent courts. I applied to and was accepted by a number of US law schools, including the University of Connecticut. So while pursuing my master's degree at UConn, I requested the permission from the Turkish Judicial Council to continue my graduate legal education, and it was granted. While I was studying in the United States in 2013, the political climate of Turkey changed as the major corruption scandal broke out, leading to the arrest of high-level government officials. Then the government ordered access to Twitter blocked and put severe restrictions on YouTube. Both actions were declared a violation of the freedom of expression by the Constitutional Court of Turkey. So up until that time, we had two court's decisions. The first one was by the criminal court, and the other was the Constitutional Court. So that means not long time ago, 4 years ago, the courts could make decisions without getting orders from the government. As a reaction in 2014, the executive branch obtained legislative changes to take the control of the judiciary and developed a list of judges who were perceived to be opponents. And I learned my name was on the list because of my view of judicial independence and my unwillingness to support the slate of government-backed judges in the Judicial Council elections. So the government's strategy was, one, to take over the Turkish Judicial Council to create a fearful and compliant judiciary, and two, the blacklisting of those opposed judges later to become the dismissed, detained, and the sentenced ones. So, following the coup attempt in 2016, the Turkish government suddenly dismissed me from my position as a civil judge. They also froze my bank account and canceled my passport. But as you may guess, that many of my colleagues who were similarly situated to me are detained and under arrest in Turkish prisons. There is something interesting here. After the coup, right after the coup, first they arrested judges and prosecutors, not the military officials. Then police officers, military officials, and journalists. So let's remember once again, the judges had blacklisted before their dismissals. How do we know that? Because first, we have a document of the list, the blacklist. Second, they dismissed a judge who was already deceased before his dismissal. But in the meantime, some good things happened. For example, US lawyers, US judges, and European judges and European lawyers, they have supported the Turkish judges and their families so much. For example, European judges established a financial fund to support, to give some financial support to the families. And recently they published a book titled Turkey's Democracy Falling Apart. So I would like to give you some examples about the indictments. The translation of the part of an indictment. Quote, because of the long-term infiltration strategy of the militants, this is public official, of the organization, it's normal not to have evidences. So it is evaluated that with the lack of such evidences, prevention of uncovering is aimed. Therefore, it must be understood that suspect committed the crime. It means the lack of the evidence is the evidence. Another example is that the Turkish Criminal Court sentenced the UN judge, Aydın Sefa Akay, to more than 7 years on terrorism charges for using an encrypted messaging application called Bylog. In short, in Turkey, the transition from the checks and balances and the rule of law inherent to healthy democracy to the consolidation of total authority into a single leader has been formalized, legalized, and finalized. So the new framework under the law effectively prevents and all but forbids justice for the Turkish nation. Unless justice and faith in it is restored, which seems a weak possibility in the near future, the Turkish government has legally established the precedent and pattern for the failure of fragile democracies the world over. So, since the pattern is spreading globally, I think we should develop some strategies for international cooperation in supporting both the judicial independence and the freedom of expression. I would like to end my speech by using 2 quotations. The first one is from Timothy Snyder's recent book, quote, history, which for a time seems to be moving from the west to east, now seems to be moving from east to west. Everything that happens here seems to happen there first. Second, from the Justice Breyer's recent article titled, America's Courts Can't Ignore the World. Quote, when it comes to matters of law, the best way to preserve the American values may well be to take account of what happens abroad. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Judge. I think we have questions now for the judge or for any of the 3 panelists and collect them. I had one, just something you said toward the end. Looking back, are there specific things that you think you and your colleagues in the judiciary might have done in 2013-14 that would have forestalled some of the changes that have happened? Are there actions you might have taken as a judiciary against the government, the trends in the government in Turkey? Looking back.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think some investigations and some court decisions may make the government to start to change the law, to make the legal and constitutional amendments.
Had that happened back then, you're saying?
Yeah, but if I understood the question correctly.
Right. Okay. Ed?
I got a few here. I'm going to start with the ones for Judge Sucre. Please describe the trials of the judges, prosecutors, and media charged with being members of a terrorist organization.
So I am one of them. So the charge, I was charged with being a member of an armed terrorist organization, which is called FETÖ by the Turkish government. I know the trials of judges because especially the European judges and lawyers, they go and observe the trials. So they tell that there is no evidence that shows that these people, these judges and prosecutors committed some kind of crimes. But an application called bylaw. But for example, I talked with one of my friends. He did not know anything about the application. He got arrested because of having the application.
Do you think that the press has given Erdogan too much attention/credibility in the wake of the Khashoggi slaying?
Well, that's a political question, I think. Let me pass this.
Okay, a question for all the speakers. The leaders of Germany, Venezuela, and Turkey enjoyed popular support. They were products of democracy. What happened in these societies that enabled this capture of the public power?
To get the question, Frank, the leaders in Germany, all three countries, came to power through democratic means. What happened to make that possible?
Yeah, well, of course, the Weimar Republic was a wonderful organization, but it was it had a very difficult time, excuse me, and people kept blaming the Weimar Republic for something that was really beyond their control, such as the inflation that happened in 1922, I guess it was, where a loaf of bread cost 1 million marks. That wiped out the middle class, of course. Nobody could buy it with money. It became a barter society. I recall looking out of my window as a child across the street where there was a finance office, and there were demonstrations in front of that office just about every day. At times there were communists on one side and Nazis on the other, and they started to fight with each other. And all of that, this disorder, was blamed on the Weimar Republic. And Hitler came along and said he can restore order. And of course, he did. You must say that. He restored order as far as he was concerned. So the democracy really had no chance in Germany, and it could have either gone as a communist government or as a Nazi government, but it needed a dictatorship at that point because it had all fallen apart, unfortunately.
Well, in Venezuela, what happened is nothing happened. From the very beginning, at the very beginning, Chavez was seen even by the middle class and people with more resources. He was seen as a leader. But at the same time, the powerful groups thought that he could be easily manipulated. So they underestimate Hugo Chavez during his whole life, basically. That's from the point of view of the powerful. But they didn't take into account the popular support that he had. And that's undeniable. You know, like they thought, okay, we have money, we have power, we have the public opinion. So, and he's just another candidate. So we will be able to handle him. And that didn't happen. the powerful underestimate the president, and I think that is happening right now with this Nicolás Maduro. And from the society, the people started to live their lives and not caring of what was happening to their neighbors. So as long as I keep on gaining money and being okay and being able to travel, I basically don't care if someone else is starting to lose their freedom. The other thing that happened is fear. When fear is installed and distrust, it is very difficult, and again, it's a process. It's nothing that you see from one day to another. I remember covering, for example, at the very beginning, the protest of medical doctors, because it started to be like a scarcity of medicines. You will see the doctors and the nurses go on the microphones and saying, my name is whatever, and I work here, and I'm complaining because of this. 3 weeks later, 3 months later, you will go to the same protest, and the people will say, I will tell you what is happening, but please don't put my name, because I don't know what is going to happen with me. And after 3 months or 3 years, the people will say, are you a journalist? No, I better don't talk to you. And I say, I won't take pictures, I won't put your name, but please tell me what is happening. No, it's too risky. So it was fear, it was distrust, and again, this thought that this will never happen, or in Venezuela, we had this saying of, do you think that will happen? No, I'm sure it won't happen. No. And we kept on repeating that for 20 years. And now we are living the worst humanitarian crisis that's been lived in Latin America. There are more than 4 million Venezuelans that have left the country in the last 2 years. They just walk out of the country. They go to South America. We were people that never migrate in Venezuela. It was very difficult to find a Venezuela living somewhere else in the world. And now you see them, or you see us everywhere. Like Finland, Indonesia. I mean, it's really amazing. So what I think is, it kept on going, and we kept on thinking, no, this won't happen, and it happened, and we are here.
Could I just follow up on that, on Venezuela? You said in your remarks that you are the potential future for the United States, and we should beware of what's happened in Venezuela. You've been in the United States for the last 2 years, coinciding with the Trump era in this country. How do you compare what's happened here in the last 2 years with the first 2 years? Think back to the first 2 years of covering Chavez, what Chavez did in those 2 years vis-a-vis sort of democratic institutions, the press, judiciary, and so on, versus what you've observed here with Trump.
Yeah, well, you will say that Trump and Chavez, they are in different poles ideologically, but I will say that they have the same manners. Yes, a lot of people tell me, no, they are completely different. They have nothing to do with each other. But I have to say it's a little bit worrying sometimes. We have this saying in Venezuela, so much swimming, and you end up dying in the same shore. So I came to this country full of hope and thinking, okay, now I'm going to breathe freedom, and of course, there is no comparison. You cannot compare the fear or the injustice that we live in Venezuela with what is happening here. I think you do have strong institutions. Hopefully they kept on being like that. Again, it's a huge country, and I am very happy that you are doing these kind of events at this stage, because it means that you are realizing what is happening or what could happen in the future. And yes, I do think you are still on time, but it has to be bigger, and the threat, without being alarmist, have to be present, because it's not small what you could lose, and you could lose it. Sorry.
And Turkey?
Can I add something about the first question? I think democracies need both, like the free press and the independent courts. The best possible option is, that's the best possible option. And the worst possible option is silencing press by the court decisions.
A question that gets a little more specific to what we were just talking about. What are the most alarming things, either in media or the judiciary, that you see in the U.S. today that recall what happened in your countries?
The most alarming things you see happening in the media or the courts today here that call to mind what happened in Germany or Venezuela or Turkey? Things that you see happening right today that you think have any parallel to the 30s experience?
Well, thank God we're not quite there. But it's just the small things that were apparent in the administration as to, on the refugee question, for example, you could see that the law is being bent over and over again, and that has to be stopped. And unfortunately, the Congress is not doing its job. It really comes down to you people who are in this audience. The Congress is not moving. Now, if there's a change as the other party is taking over the House, we will see if the Congress is going to get back in action. But up to now, it was rather scary that the Congress didn't say, this is our prerogative. How come the executive is impinging on our prerogative? It hadn't happened. And hopefully, it will happen now, because we have those balance of power that has to work. The big question is the silent majority in the United States. It's just too big. You have a lot of noise on the right, you have a lot of noise on the left, and you hear very little from the middle. The middle ought to be enraged in some of these things. And it's like in Germany, don't make any waves, don't talk, leave it alone. It'll go away. It'll get better. Somebody got to do something.
I will try to say in one word, it will be polarization. When you start to fight with your family because they think differently, when you distrust your neighbor, your longtime neighbor, because he is in a different political view, when you start to have these quarrels in Thanksgiving dinner because of politicians, I guess it sounds familiar. It all started like that in Venezuela, and then you start to see couples getting divorced, and then you start seeing people fighting in the university. And when it comes to the point of chaos, because you have the truth, you are completely convinced that you are on the right path of the history, and the other one is wrong. And there is no common place where you can sit and talk without noise. That's what I could start seeing that is happening here, and that's how it started happening in Venezuela. And it is very important because it comes from the very bottom. It comes from our families. It comes with our kids, with our parents. So you start fighting over a politician, and then it gets out of control. And then you kept your life fighting and fighting, but at the end, you are not fighting the right fight because it's with the people you love. You have to take that with your tools as judges and journalists to take that fight to another level and fight those who deserve to be fighting.
Well, the United States has strong democratic institutions such as free press and the independent courts. But if judges are appointed by the political motives in this country, it might be not a good thing for the democracy. So I was going to say polarization, but I mean, the second thing might be political appointment, if it happens.
If they become more political,
yes,
that will damage.
Yes, this
is one of the responses people had to the whole dispute this summer and fall on Judge Kavanaugh. That the way that it was handled, it was sort of if that's going to be our future, where every appointment by every nomination by an elected president is a war to the death, where anything is possible to go after that person. We're going to be. That's the way all of the nominations are going to be. We will move, I fear, toward a more politicized judiciary.
I have another question directly, I think, for Judge Seba. You're also welcome to comment on. The challenge for judges in defending democracy is the passive role we play in it. The executive and legislative branches actively make law and policy, while the judiciary passively apply it. What can judges do to actively defend democracy while still remaining neutral on the law?
There's a question for Judge Say about the challenge for the judiciary normally playing a passive reactive role. What can they do actively to defend democracy?
Judges have the power to make decisions independently if they are given. If they are dismissed, they cannot make independent judicial decisions. So maybe it's about democratic culture. In some countries, in fragile democracies, they don't respect the court decisions so much, and some executive branch leaders might say I don't respect the court's decision, and I'm not gonna obey that decision. So even if it's written in the Constitution, you cannot do anything against this kind of attitude.
I have a question for the journalists in particular. In light of how President Trump criticized the journalists at the White House, should American journalists stop going to the White House and reporting the slanted points of the president?
No. No, it's your job to go to the White House, and it's your job to report what is happening. And I think this is related to the last question. One of the beauties of journalism that I think is the most beautiful job in the world is that it gives you the tools to do your job without getting into being partisan in any way. If you don't agree with something, you don't have to be opinionative about it. You just run an investigative piece. about that person. You are not giving your point of view, but you are investigating something that is worthwhile to investigate. And again, I think the worst policy that journalism can take is not reporting on something because we don't like it. That's really not a good policy, because those people that are represented by certain leader will feel excluded. And that's not our job. We are journalists and we have to show all the voices. Of course, we have certain ways or techniques as journalists to show what is happening. But we should never be the one that censor any kind of information.
So I think Marty Baron will be here this afternoon, the editor of the Washington Post. I think he said it best when he said that we're not at war, we're at work. And that is the role that the media, in my view, should be playing. I think absolutely we have to still be covering at the White House, covering the White House. I was not particularly pleased with Jim Acosta and CNN, the way that they let themselves become a story, and they sort of wanted to become the story in the confrontation with President Trump. I felt like that played into the hands of what he wanted to do with this, to make it a story about us versus them, and it didn't really elicit any particularly useful information. So there's a very careful line we have to walk here, given how confrontational he is, this particular president, that we focus on actually covering the policies and the actions that the administration takes, and not just the tweet of the day, which is often an attempt by him to set the agenda. And as Marvin said earlier, the temptation is that there's a lot of money to be made in kind of following his lead and letting the heat of the moment drive the coverage. And we've had way too much of that in the last several years since he came into political prominence, and not enough of the substantive, deep reporting. We've had a lot of very good on that as well, but not enough day-to-day of what is actually happening across the government on policies that affect Americans across the country.
I'm going to squeeze in one last question, and we have to break to give the staff time to change over the room for our lunch. How do each of you deal with feelings of hopelessness, anger, or depression? I think people may be especially interested in Frank's long ago, perhaps, but maybe continuing memories of what happened with him and his family and the dealings of reflecting on that.
Have you heard that, Frank? The question was, how do each of you deal individually now and back at the time with feelings of anger, despair, depression, given the circumstances that you were in?
Well, it isn't visceral. Excuse me. I can't say that I'm enraged and can't stand it anymore. It just isn't at that level at this point. It's more of a frustration as to why people are so leisurely ignoring what actually the people in this room are not ignoring. So you're not a really cross-section of the country. You're special, and in my mind, and you know what the deal is. And the other people in the country are just, there's inertia. Nothing is moving except they worry about the paycheck. Is it going to go up a little bit or not? And if there's a tax break, oh, great, wonderful, forget about foreign relations. Foreign relations isn't even in the picture most of the time. That's the frustration that I have.
Well, as I told you, I never thought that I was going to leave my country, and I do love Venezuela. Is still my country, and it will be all my life. Although I've been wonderfully welcome in this country, and I'm very grateful for that. I think what gave me hope and helped me to deal with this is seeing all these journalists that still are in Venezuela. I'm the only one of Efecto Cocuyo living outside. All the rest of my colleagues live in Venezuela, and it's not just Cocuyo, but of course there are other digital media like El Pitazo, El Estímulo, Runrunes. They are fighting against censorship every day. And for example, the staff, the average of age of Cocuyo's staff is 25 years old. So you see these kids, because basically they are kids, and they go to the streets every day, and they are risking their physical integrity. It's not exaggerating it. It's one of our colleagues in Cocuyo has been arrested 2 times just for a few hours. But you know, he's 23 years old or 24. So you see them. They are so committed with taking the information. They do believe that they can make a change. They do believe that they can contribute to make Venezuela a better country. So who I am to tell them the contrary? So I have to keep on the hope. I see them and I just swallow everything that I might. But I have to tell you this, it's funny, I am Catholic. So I went to this priest and I was like, okay, I'm feeling very enraged by that time. And the priest was like, are you from Venezuela? Don't worry. You have nothing to confess. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm just worried about the next generations of my country. So sometimes some countries might have like some kind of problems, like democratic problems. Then they may find some kind of solutions in the future, but right now, like, if it continues to happen for the next few years, so like it means the next generation might be impacted by this kind of weakening democracy.
I want to thank all 3 of you for these powerful testimonies. One of the things that I think will linger with me from this conversation this morning is the thought of people we admire in one context who suddenly turn out to have views that are quite different from our own, whether it's the cultivated Germans that Ed Murrow knew in the 1930s, or Mr. Schubert, the teacher turned Nazi in Frank's case, or the family members that Laura found turned out to be a radically different view on what was happening in Venezuela, and certainly I've experienced that in my own family. And I think the lesson and the power of this kind of gathering is that we have to engage with those people. We have to make the case as to why these principles that we're talking about, that really are the bedrock of democracy, are so important, and the role that each of us as citizens has in standing up for them and making sure that they continue as strong as they have been. So thank you, and good luck in your future work.
I know it's been a really stimulating morning, and so there's a lot of ideas that everyone wants to talk about. But in the interest of moving the program forward, we're going to get started. My name is Sandra Yamate. I have the privilege of being the chair of the National Judicial College. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees of the National Judicial College, I want to thank all of you for taking time out of your busy lives to join us today, to thank our sponsors, and especially to thank our wonderful NJC staff who just worked so tirelessly to pull this program together. So thank you. You needn't be a news junkie to recognize our featured guests this afternoon. If you just happen to ride in a lot of taxis, you have no doubt heard National Public Radio, which I think is like the radio station of choice for many cab drivers. So that even if you haven't always seen her, you've certainly heard her voice and hopefully read a lot of her writings. In fact, if this were Family Feud or Jeopardy, and they asked the question, person or most likely to associate with the Clarence Thomas Anita Hill hearings, the answer would be Nina Totenberg. In a career that has been incredibly storied, Nina Totenberg continues to inspire women and to serve with great admiration to her fellow journalists. She has demonstrated through hard work and perseverance, as well as professional integrity, why it is so important to be the best that one can be in our profession, and she has shown us how important and successful that can lead us to be. Hers is a career that is not only storied, but it's filled with covering some of the most interesting and noteworthy events in history. She has developed a reputation for excellence, honesty, perspective, and accuracy, and that's quite a lot. She has received more individual awards than many news organizations have received in toto, and they're very well deserved. As legal affairs correspondent at National Public Radio, her coverage and her attention to detail when she's talking about both the law, the judiciary, and especially the Supreme Court has helped make those topics much more accessible to the American public. And I think there's, as we have seen from our speakers already this morning, that is so crucially and vitally important. Interviewing Ms. Totenberg is going to be National Judicial College's own president, Benna Saldana. And you might find it interesting to note that many of the questions that he plans to direct to her are questions that came from judges themselves in a poll that NJC conducted, where we asked judges, what would you like to ask the famed Nina Totenberg? So with that, I will turn it over to Bennis, and we'll get started. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sandra. Before we get started, I do have a confession. I left out an important group today that I wanted to recognize. It was the last group I was supposed to recognize, and who were not afforded the honor of often being recognized, but I know that Time Magazine recognized them early this year. But certainly democracy depends on them. And so would all journalists, active and retired, please stand to be recognized? Where are they? I was told they're a shy group and don't want spotlight, so. It's truly a pleasure to be here and have an opportunity to have a talk with a legend, an icon, and someone who
You know what that means? That means old, Dennis. Come on.
But someone I think who's loved by both sides of the aisle. And I think you might be the one that could, unpolarize us, bring us together.
Right.
One of our board members, actually, I want to start out, recently met Vice President Joe Biden a couple of weekends ago, and just wanted to pass on his greetings to you today. So couldn't be with us today. I want to start out with a softball question. What is your favorite moment covering the Supreme Court?
Well, I can't say that there is a moment, but it was probably best symbolized by the court's announcement of its decision in the Affordable Care Act case. I'm one of a very few journalists who continue to go up to the courtroom to hear the announcements of opinions. And the reason that most people don't is they have to get something out right away. And so you can, if you're in the press room, you can hear in the press secretary's office, you can hear the announcement of the decisions, but mainly what journalists do is they just take the opinion, they do a quick scan of the synopsis at the top of the opinion, and they try to write 4 or 5 paragraphs for the web or more. And they did that in the ACA case and got it wrong. The Wires, interestingly, did not get it wrong, but a lot of other people did. And that's because the question that we all thought was the big question to be decided, whether the ACA violated the Constitution's limits on the Congress's commerce power, that was decided against President Obama's signature piece of legislation. However, the Chief Justice, who wrote the opinion, decided that nonetheless this was a tax and that it could stand because this was a tax. No mind that no other court had ever decided that on this particular piece of legislation, but it was a very dramatic moment, and the Chief Justice is reading the opinion, and when he gets to the Commerce Clause part and says that it doesn't violate the Commerce Clause, I'm still sitting there, I'm waiting till the end, and then he does this incredible flip towards the end, and it was just it was a very dramatic moment, and I went tearing downstairs, and we didn't screw it up, and thank God neither did SCOTUS blog, because we had 2 editors who had the opinion in front of them, checked it against SCOTUS blog and against the AP, and we didn't screw it up, and then I was live on the air moments later and recapitulating what had happened in the courtroom. But I think those moments of great drama, which tend to be when cases are decided, are really they're very nerve-wracking for a journalist, but they're the best of times.
Well, it seems like that was drama behind the scene, and it seems like when you report out, you're so poised and can get the gist of the opinion message to the public. How do you do that?
I'm not always poised. And the worst is usually the 11 o'clock newscast, or 10:30 if I can get down there by then. But when I'm on the air at 11, which is still prime radio time, it's drive time on the West Coast. And if I'm live, I may be live for on the newscast and then be live again for 4 or 5, even 6 minutes. And you're really trying to digest what is there. And sometimes I don't feel poised at all. And occasionally there's some critical question that I can't really, that I am asking myself that I have not answered by scanning whatever I can scan and using every trick I have to read as much as I can, because you can't read the whole thing. There's just no way to read it in time. So you read the synopsis. I almost always read the beginning and the end and look at the dissent to see what they're most pissed off about. And sometimes that still doesn't tell me the answer to some important question. And very occasionally there isn't an answer.
Well, as Sandra Yamate pointed out, we asked our judicial alumni to come up with questions for you. So I'm going to turn to those a little harder.
Mm-hmm. Some of them I might not be able or willing to answer.
Yes. But we also asked our judges to grade you, and you got a solid A. Just want to let you know. So.
Thank you. That's better than I used to get in college.
So what do you think of Chief Justice Roberts' remarks to President Trump about there is not being any Obama judges or Bush judges?
Well, I think that they were appropriate remarks, and I think it's good that he finally said something instead of just ignoring it. But having said that, you know, when you, however tenuously, put your foot into the pig pen, you end up with you-know-what on, at least on your leg. And of course, as soon as he said that, as soon as he issued that statement, and my hat's off to Mark Sherman from the AP, who had the sense to ask if there was any reaction. I'm so used to there never being any reaction to anything the president says at the court that I didn't ask. Nobody else asked. Mark confessed to me that they'd given him the umpteenth time to write about the Ninth Circuit, and he decided he would see if there was another story he could write, so he asked the question. But my hat's off to him because it provoked the chief to issue this very measured statement. And when I went, after I pounded out whatever I was, for digital, I went running upstairs and I said, what time does he get off the golf course? And they said, we're just waiting right now. And boom, 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 come the tweets. And the tweets are predictable. And I'm sure that the Chief Justice does not regret having said anything, but I doubt he'll do it again.
Well, getting to the theme of our symposium, a recent survey of our NJC alumni found that 90% believe judicial independence is threatened by a variety of sources. Mm-hmm. What do you think is the greatest threat to the judiciary?
Well, it's hard to rank them. You know, one of them has nothing to do with the president. It's what Sandra Day O'Connor was campaigning against and about, which is the threats to the independence of the judiciary and the notion that people don't really know much about civics these days. And there's starting to be some movements in the states to have required civics courses, which I think will help a little bit, but people really do not understand the judiciary and what its function is. And then they get, because there are not, people don't agree about how you interpret constitutions or even laws, everybody can have his own little pet thing. So liberals can say, therefore a living constitution, and they cite Justice Ginsburg's remarks here and there and there, and everybody who now calls himself an originalist says they're for the Constitution as it was written, not as it's legislated, and they then quote Scalia or whoever. So it's very difficult to have a set body of rules that you can present to people and say, well, this is their job. And so that's the first thing. The second thing, I think Trump's attacks on the judiciary are extremely, extremely damaging, and they make the judiciary look like just another political institution, which, if it ever does become that, it will have tarnished and plucked the gems out of the jewel in the crown. And lastly, I do think that although the president has named some very distinguished conservatives to the bench, there are a lot of others who never would have passed muster in any administration of either party ever before. And that is partly due to, I think you could put that somewhat at the president's doorstep, but mainly you probably have to put that at Mitch McConnell's.
So you've seen a number of appointment process through the years. I know you covered the Clarence Thomas thing. Mm-hmm. And recently we've seen the lack of a confirmation hearing for President Obama's appointee, Judge Garland. Mm-hmm. And recently Justice Kavanaugh's contentious confirmation hearing. What do you think or feel are the long-term ramifications of these events?
Well, I think it's sort of, I do think that confirmation hearings should look into somebody's background completely. And when they're rushed, that makes it much more difficult to do it with any propriety or respect for the nominee's privacy in any way, so that this was true in partly in the confirmation hearings of Justice Thomas, and it was even more so true in the Kavanaugh hearings, where they were just basically, the time schedule was on a speed train from Japan somewhere, and nobody was going to interrupt that. So that's not to say that the Democrats performed admirably either. They did not seem to be able to talk to each other and figure out what to do about Ms. Blasey Ford ahead of time, and then, of course, the story leaked. But I think that's one of the problems. But this is a political process. So, and it's become more and more political. And the unprecedented, and it was unprecedented, holding up of the Garland nomination so that he didn't get any consideration, because there would have been the votes to confirm him. There certainly would have been the votes, I think, to confirm him if there'd been a hearing. I think that's likely to repeat itself, and maybe even to get to be a longer period. This was 10 months, but between the time, almost a year actually, between the time the vacancy occurred and the nomination. It was 10 months where the nomination was held up, but it was almost a year from Scalia's death to the nomination of a successor. And I keep hoping it will get better, but it never does. It always gets worse. And I wish that I had a solution, but I don't.
Okay, I was going to ask you about a solution.
I don't have one.
It's kind of depressing.
It's extremely depressing. And, you know, it's not like there's a law that you can change. I mean, the independent counsel law, which eventually burned both parties, and they agreed to let it sunset, that can happen. But this is just politics run amok, and I don't really see a solution to it.
Well,
except restraint, which people are not known for.
So after all these years of covering our federal judicial system, how would you rate its ability to dispense justice?
I can't do that.
Can't do that.
I really can't. First of all, I don't know enough about state courts, about city courts, and they're very different in different parts of the country and in different states. So that's sort of an unanswerable question for someone like me. And I would bet it's actually, if you think about it, unanswerable for you as individuals as well.
Okay. How about thinking of one dissent that most surprised you and why?
Well, in the early days, and in some of the sentencing cases, I think Justice Scalia's dissents, which all traced back to his strong belief in the power of juries, those were, I think in the beginning they surprised me. But over time I came to sort of know them and expect them, and et cetera.
I recently saw you appear on RBG's documentary. And I'm assuming that you have a lot of interaction with the justices.
I have some. I have a lot with some and less with some of the others. There's some I've known. The ones I know the best are the ones I knew well before they became justices. So I've known Justice Ginsburg since she was in her 30s and I was in my 20s. So that's a long time.
Okay.
It's like 50 years. Okay. And I first met her, quote unquote, when I was in my early 20s and I was assigned to cover the Supreme Court, and I didn't know anything really about the Supreme Court. And I was frantically reading everything I could. And fortunately, I worked for the long dead now National Observer, but it was a weekly. So I had time. I wasn't on a daily deadline. And I was reading this brief in Reed v. Reed, and I thought to myself, well, I don't really get it. I thought the 14th Amendment was for African Americans. It was in the Reconstruction period. And I flipped to the front of the brief, and it was written by a professor at Rutgers named Ruth Bader Ginsburg, and I called her up and said I didn't understand. And she gave me an hour-long lecture, and I felt like a goose who'd been force-fed by the time I was done. I was going to be foie gras that evening. But, and then eventually we met, and I got to know her. So I've known her probably the longest of all of the justices, but I knew Steve Breyer when he was chief counsel for the Judiciary Committee working for Senator Kennedy. And I had met Justice Gorsuch before he became a justice, but I didn't know him. I sat next to him at a dinner, I think. And I knew Elena Kagan when she was in the Clinton administration and in the Carter administration even. Not the Carter administration, the Clinton administration and the Obama administration. I'm getting too far back. So those, the people that I probably know the best are the ones I've known the longest. But you get to know, I knew John Roberts when he was a lawyer arguing cases, but in between his stints as deputy SG, and he used to come and do interviews with me at NPR, and I knew him pretty well then. I've known Ted Olson, who's not a justice, but I've known him since we were very young people in Washington in the Reagan administration.
Are there any stories you can tell us that, could humanize them a little bit?
Oh, come on. They're all very human in their own ways, and you know stories as well as I do. I miss all of the ones who've retired, and even some who aren't with us anymore. So I knew Justice Brennan pretty well by the time he retired, and knew him in his retirement, and I knew Lewis Powell in his retirement very well. And one of the most interesting stories I can tell you about Lewis Powell is that I was having lunch with him one day. This is after his retirement, and he would always order this large lunch, a hamburger, French fries. This is all at the Monocle, and then ice cream for dessert. I would order a salad, and then I would end up eating part of his lunch. He'd say, "Come on, Nina, you need to eat something." So I said to him that these were in the days when Roe versus Wade was really was new and then was settled, but he was part of the 7-2 majority. And I said I really was very surprised by his position. And he said, Nina, when I was a very young lawyer at Hunt and Williams, there was a messenger who worked for the firm, and a young African-American boy, he called him, and he said he was a boy, he was 18. And he was living with an older woman in her 20s somewhere. And she became pregnant. And one day I got this call at the office from him, and he was in tears. And he asked me to please come to where he lived, which was in the black part of town. And I went there, and the older woman was dead, and she had tried to abort herself, and with a coat hanger. And he was just desperate. He had come home and found her bleeding to death. And Justice Powell said he had persuaded the local prosecutor not to bring charges, and so he didn't do that. So he managed to get him out of having a criminal record. And he said, and from that day onward, I thought to myself, this is not the business of the government. This is not our business. We should not be legislating this kind of behavior. And I just thought it was a very telling example of a very dramatic human experience that framed a justice's views of the law.
In the recent election, there's been a wave of women elected to judicial office recently, and including the 17 black judges who ran as a group in Houston. What do you think about that?
I think it's great. I mean, I covered the court for so long when there was no woman, that how could I not think this is great? I think, it's about time. I don't imagine that women judges are going to be dramatically different than men judges, but I do think they are different. I think they are more conciliatory by and large, able to broker consensus a little better, and not everybody, but my sister is a federal district judge in Atlanta, and believe me, she has the patience of a saint. And she will say things to me like, I'm very embarrassed. I lost my temper in court today. And I'll say, what did you do? She said, I kept telling counsel not to do certain things, and they kept doing it. And I finally got so pissed off, I just threw down my pencil and said, I've had enough. I'll see you after lunch. This is her version of losing her temper. It is not my version of losing my temper. Believe me.
Can you usually predict how a decision will go, since I think you've kind of been tuned in to...
I can most of the time, but not all of the time. And the more sort of politically fraught a case is, the more you're likely to see how it's going to go. But if you know the characters, the justices, and what they're, if it's a First Amendment case and Justice Kennedy was asking a lot of questions, you sort of knew where it was likely to go. There are times when I can't, and sometimes if it's really has nothing to do with anything political at all, by political, I'm in the grander sense political, if it's a patent case or something like that, it's not easy to tell. And every once in a while you get surprised, like in the ACA case.
Here's another one from one of our judicial alumni. Do you have any thoughts on Acting Attorney General Matthew Whitaker's opinion that Marbury versus Madison was wrongly decided, meaning the third branch does not have the authority to declare legislation unconstitutional?
I think it would be unwise of me to comment on what the Acting Attorney General thinks.
I had to ask.
What he thinks or what he doesn't think.
Okay. Next, tell us about some of the questions the court could be deciding in the next term that relate to the future of democracy.
Well, we could have, we do have a case about the census and how you take the census. What kind of challenges there can be to the census. There's a case test that I think will probably revisit Lemon versus Kurtzman and the whole idea of what the standard should be for what's acceptable and not acceptable for the government to do and on government property in terms of religious expression. In this case, it's a giant cross on government property. But I think this will, and there may be other cases, we could get the asylum case, could race up. The SG's office seems to be intent on racing cases up to the court to try to stop things from happening in the lower courts. And it's been a little bit successful, but not as successful clearly as it would like to have been. It's even tried to leapfrog over the courts of appeals, and it has not been successful in that. And so any of that could turn into a big deal, but my sense is that the court very much would like to keep a low profile, as low a profile as it possibly can, at least for this term.
Right. Well, I think we have a few minutes left. If we could, we're going to open it up for some questions, maybe a couple. And so if you have any questions, Ed, do you have the mic or?
Ed has total control.
Any questions from the floor?
My goodness, what a
can't believe that.
quiet group.
Mr. Call.
Why does it appear that the court is more political today than it has ever been? And if that appearance has any validity in fact, your judgment?
The question is, why does the court appear so political today? In Marvin Kalb's words, more political than it's ever been. And if that's the case, why? Well, I'm not sure that it's more political than it's ever been. After all, there was the pre-Civil War court that was pretty political. And, the size of the Supreme Court is only determined by statute, and it has changed size 10 times in its history, mainly for political reasons. You can say you heard this here first, because if it gets, and I think the Chief Justice understands this fully, most of the ideas you hear from liberals who are terrified about a very conservative court, like term limits and things like that, simply aren't going to happen. And even if they did, they wouldn't change the court in the short run at all. The only thing that would be to change the size of the court. And I don't think that's really on the horizon right now, because packing the court has become such a bad idea and bad odor since President Roosevelt tried it. But I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility if the court got too big for its britches, and if it got very unpopular by its overreach in terms of conservatism. Having said that, I think, until really quite recently, there always was a lot of back and forth. Democrats voted who were somewhat conservative, and Republicans who were centrist to moderately liberal. But the court over the last, I'd say, since the Reagan administration, has gradually become more and more conservative, I think in large part because, for Republicans at least, especially about social issues, a substantial part of the party base cares so adamantly about it and so passionately about it. And therefore, whether or not presidents say so, there are litmus tests. And there are many litmus tests for Republican candidates. I would be hard-pressed to imagine that a Democrat would nominate somebody they thought was pro-life to the court, for example. So it's not that I don't think Democrats have some litmus tests too, but there is no center of the court right now except for potentially the Chief Justice, and he's a pretty conservative guy. It's not that he will never vote with the court's four liberals, or that the vote won't be scrambled in other ways in other cases, but on the big cases, the ones that people care about so passionately in both parties, the political pressure has been on the parties to nominate people who will be with them. And I think that's probably more true for Republicans, because there are just a greater number of issues that they care about so passionately. I don't actually think that the court will ever reverse itself on same-sex marriage, but I think it's entirely possible and even likely that public accommodations laws that allow people to turn away customers based on their sexual orientation because of for religious reasons, that those might well be upheld. And so I think you're going to see more of this. And the other, I perhaps am betraying my own views here, but I think that the Democratic nominees on the court were appointed by presidents, by Clinton and Obama. Both, ironically, were professors at one time in their lives of constitutional law, but they didn't actually think the court should do that much. They believed that the process, the legislative and executive process, would work pretty well, and that the court, they didn't actually have a strong ideological bent of the kind of people they wanted on the court. They wanted sort of liberal folks like Elena Kagan and Sonia Sotomayor, who had a pretty middle-of-the-road liberal voting record as a lower court judge. I'd say she's more liberal on this court than she was as a lower court judge. And even Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who was considered a somewhat centrist liberal on the Court of Appeals. And I think I'd argue that if she were on a different court, she would still be characterized that way. But she is on this court just like Justice Stevens was. Justice Stevens was considered the most liberal member of the court before he retired, and I don't think he changed that much. He was a sort of centrist conservative when President Ford nominated him. He changed on a couple of things, but not anything big. The court changed. And that's because Republican presidents have a base that cares passionately about it, wants conservative, very conservative, I don't use this term pejoratively, ideologues, people who believe something very specific about how to interpret the Constitution, about how to view issues, and the mantra was no more suitors. So that is the mantra for Republicans, and that's why, and you know, it's not any secret that President Trump farmed out his choices to the Federalist Society. That's where that list came from. So when you have that kind of political pressure and presidents who are inclined to accept that pressure, that's what you get. So that's the answer to the why.
I have one more question.
If you have any questions, same drill. If you don't mind putting it on a piece of paper. I seen Dean Testi is waving her hand though and expecting me to give her the microphone, so I will.
I didn't have a chance to write it down. Thank you. Thank you so much for the wonderful conversation. I wonder, given your perspective on the court, whether you have an opinion about legal education in the U.S. and whether there's something more, better, different law schools throughout the U.S. should be doing, just given all the issues that are facing us right now.
Well, since I didn't go to law school, I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that. That's number one. And number two, I think it's probably the bar associations who ought to be a little stricter about in enforcing some ethical concerns than, you know, the fact that people think they actually can, either through non-disclosure agreements or whatever, or agreements such as the ones that existed at the National Enquirer that have just been finally confirmed in the Cohen plea. The fact that those things exist, I don't actually think they're very ethical, and it seems to me the bar associations ought to do more on that score. Obviously, law schools teach ethics, but if the minute you get out of law school, nobody seems to care, that doesn't help very much.
Well, Nina, thank you. I know that when we invited you, you said yes when you heard about the topic, and so we can't thank you enough for being here, joining us. And I know you have to rush off to a flight.
Yes, I do.
And
it's
so,
true. It's true.
If you have any final comments about our topic for today, threats to the independence of the judiciary and freedom of the press.
Well, I just keep fighting the good fight. If judges don't speak up for their own independence, nobody else is going to. It's really important, I think, that as associations, and I assume you range in this association from very conservative to very liberal, but you do presumably agree on the necessity of having having judicial independence, of not having interference, of not being beaten up by political figures so that to make your jobs more difficult, to make it more difficult for you to take unpopular positions. Some of you were elected, some of you aren't. I wish all of you were not elected. I don't think that particularly helps the independence of the judiciary, but that also isn't a terribly radical proposition. But if you don't, I mean, my hat is off to people who speak up in their own defense, and you know that the importance of your own independence more than the people you'll be trying to persuade. But when you see a case where somebody took a difficult stand and then eventually was vindicated, write it down and use it as a narrative. for a future speech or a future interview or something like that. Because it's always the counterintuitive thing that persuades people. When they say, oh, that person was just awful and he should have gotten 30 years. And then it turns out, oops, he was innocent, and it gets proved by DNA. You need to remind people that they could be that person, that there will be some future technology that might vindicate them, or that even if there is no technology, that the system can just sort of grind people up. And it's up to judges to at least slow down the grinding process. So thank you for having me.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. As he said, my name is Bob Carlson. I am from Butte, Montana, and it's my privilege to be the president of the American Bar Association. It's an honor for me to be with you here today. The ABA has a long-standing history of collaboration and support and work with the National Judicial College, and we look forward to continuing to do that in the future. There's been some discussions this morning about the judiciary and the press and what's happening today. And as voices within and without this country seek to denigrate and attack our constitutional institutions, we need a strong voice to stand up, work together, and collaborate with various stakeholders so that we can protect due process and the rule of law, both here and around the world. The ABA is the world's most prominent and largest voluntary association of lawyers, and it is the voice of the American legal profession. We are not partisan, although sometimes things that we say and do get politicized. But I can tell you this, our policies are guided by a 600-member House of Delegates that has representatives from every state, from every walk of life, from every professional organization that deals with lawyers. We get lawyers who are farmers. We get lawyers who participate in the banking industry. We get plaintiffs' lawyers, defense lawyers, prosecutors. We have judges. Many judges. We could use more judges. So if you're not a member, I suggest you consider joining. What we do, and what we will never apologize for, is that we stand for excellence in our courts and an independent, impartial, and diverse judiciary. We also stand for excellence in our profession and an independent and diverse profession. We have to continue to strive so that our legal profession and our legal system looks like, feels like, sounds like the communities where we live. We need to become more diverse, and we need to continue to speak up for ourselves and to collaborate and work with bar associations so we can assist in assisting you in defending equal justice for all under the law and the rule of law, not the rule by law. We can never take these core values of our democracy for granted, and we will stand together to promote them at every opportunity. Disagreeing with a court's decision is everyone's right, but when government officials question a court's motives, mock its legitimacy, or threaten retaliation due to an unfavorable ruling, their intent is to erode and weaken the court's standing and hinder the courts from performing their constitutional duties. And rest assured, the American Bar Association, every day and in every way, will not let that happen. We have been known to speak out in support of the judiciary in the past. We're speaking out in the present, and we'll continue to do so in the future, both in this country and around the world. But we need your help. We need to work together and we need to collaborate and cooperate with our friends in the press. We speak for them, too, when they are attacked. We stand up and fight for a free speech, free press, free society, which coincidentally is the topic of this year's Law Day theme for 2019. We want to focus on the important foundations for our constitutional democracy. And our Division for Public Education organizes Law Day and spreads the word throughout the country. And we partner with state and local bars and with judges to put on that program, and we need your help to get the word out. Now more than ever, we need to make sure that the public that we serve is educated about the importance of the roles of those two constitutional institutions, the courts and the press. And now, it's my great privilege to introduce the moderator of the Judges Roundtable, Alicia Bannon. Alicia is the Deputy Director in the Democracy Program at the Brennan Center for Justice at NYU School of Law, where she leads the center's Fair Courts Project. Alicia has published several nationally recognized reports and articles on judicial selection and access to justice. Please join me in welcoming Alicia, who will introduce the rest of the panel.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and I'm really thrilled to have the opportunity to moderate today's Judges Roundtable. I'd like to begin by just briefly setting the stage for today's discussion. We're here to speak about recent attacks on judicial independence and what that means for the courts and for American democracy. And unfortunately, I think there is going to be a lot to say. And in fact, many of the judges in this roundtable have personal experiences to draw from on this issue. Some of the most high-profile attacks have come from the president. I'm sure we all remember when a week into his presidency, Donald Trump issued the first travel ban executive order. Lawsuits came quickly, and after Judge Robart, who joins us here today, issued a temporary restraining order, the president attacked him and the judiciary via Twitter. He said, "The opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, is ridiculous and will be overturned." Since then, the president has said that the court should be blamed for a terrorist attack. He's repeatedly suggested that the Ninth Circuit is biased against him. He's also has raised claims of bias on the campaign trail when he asserted that Judge Gonzalo Curiel was biased against him because of his Mexican heritage. Some of President Trump's recent comments have drawn an unusual response from Chief Justice John Roberts, who responded to some recent attacks asserting that we don't have Obama judges or Trump judges. We just have judges that are trying to do their jobs. These are the most well-known threats to judicial independence that we've seen over the past few years, but they're not the only part of the trend. For his part, President Trump also pardoned Sheriff Joe Arpaio after he was convicted of criminal contempt for violating a judge's order. Courthouses across the country have seen a surge in immigration arrests, immigration officials entering into the courthouse doors. The judicial nomination process as well has become deeply politicized. And state courts, which often get less attention, have seen their own sets of attacks. In 2018 alone, the Brennan Center for Justice identified at least 60 bills in 18 state legislatures that would have weakened the independence and role of state judiciaries. In West Virginia, the legislature led an effort to impeach the entire state Supreme Court. A few years ago, Kansas passed a law that threatened to defund the entire state judiciary if the court ruled in a particular way in a pending case. And judicial elections have attracted millions of dollars in spending by special interests, along with misleading attacks on judges' records. Currently, 20 states have at least one justice on their Supreme Court that's been involved in a $1 million election. How new is all of this? How worrying is all of this? What do these trends mean for the judiciary and for our democracy? We have a remarkable set of judges here to discuss these and other questions today for what I think is going to be an incredibly rich and interesting conversation. Now, I could spend the full time that we have describing their many accomplishments, so I'm going to refer you to the programs for lengthier bios, and I'm just going to briefly introduce everyone now. At first, we have Chief Justice Tani Kantil Sakayui, California's Chief Justice. She served as a judge for more than 20 years and is the first Asian, Filipina American, and second woman to serve as California's Chief Justice. Next to her, we have Judge Andre Davis. Judge Davis served on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fourth Circuit for 18 years. Since September 2017, he's served as Baltimore's city solicitor. Next to Judge Davis is Justice Robin Hudson, an associate justice on the Supreme Court of North Carolina. She was first elected to the Supreme Court in 2006 and was reelected in 2014 after a bruising primary challenge that we'll be discussing as part of today's conversation. Next to her is Judge Royce Lamberth, a senior judge in the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. He's served as a district judge since 1987 and served as chief judge from 2008 to 2013. He's also a former presiding judge on the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Next is Justice Barbara Pariente, an associate justice on the Supreme Court of Florida. Justice Pariente has served on the Florida Supreme Court for 20 years and will be retiring next month. In 2012, she and two other justices on her court were also subject to an organized attack when they stood for retention election in her state. Next to Justice Pariente is Judge James Robart, a United States District Court judge for the Western District of Washington. He's served as a judge since 2004, and as I said, drew national attention in 2017 when President Trump attacked him for his decision in the travel ban litigation. Finally, we have Judge Shira Shinland, who served for 22 years as a United States District Court judge for the Southern District of New York. She's currently of counsel at Strzok, Struck & Levan, a mediator and an arbitrator, and an adjunct professor of law at NYU Law School. So I'm going to move to my chair so we can have a proper conversation. And so I'm going to begin by turning to you, Judge Davis. Can you respond to the statements and actions that we've been seeing, particularly from President Trump with respect to the judiciary, and really how concerned should we be about the trends that we've been seeing?
Thank you, Alicia. My colleagues up here, I think, voted me to go first because after 30 years on the bench, they enjoyed my celebration of the restoration of my First Amendment rights. So I'm
welcome back.
Thank you. I'm delighted to have my voice back. Alicia, ladies and gentlemen, your honors, colleagues, in my view, and I'm no alarmist, the fact is one cannot overstate the concern that we should all have for what is going on in this country in respect to the undermining effects of behaviors by elected and appointed officials aimed at the judiciary. One exhausts one's inventory of adjectives to describe the indecency, the corrosive effect on our democratic values and principles by what we see going on in this country. I was fortunate back about 15 years ago to be the sole American representative of a fact-finding mission that traveled under the sponsorship of the International Bar Association to Zimbabwe at a time when many of you will recall President Mugabe had unleashed a furious attack against the courts, defying court orders. And I will tell you that being on the ground in Zimbabwe and meeting with the judges there and hearing one in particular Supreme Court judge say to our delegation, I was visited by the Minister of Justice who told me in respect to a certain judgment the court had issued, the president would not like to see anything bad happen to your family. I have visited frequently with judges from around the world, and I've heard them describe to me in my former chambers in Baltimore how in certain areas of the world, again, many of you know this, a judge who gets reversed on appeal will sometimes lose his or her position at the trial court level. I share these quick anecdotes just to say that while, United States of America is not Zimbabwe, but remember, Zimbabwe wasn't Zimbabwe at the time these events occurred. Zimbabwe was a shining light of democracy in sub-Saharan Africa. It was the breadbasket of Africa. The literacy rate in Zimbabwe through the turn of the century far exceeded that of any other country, including South Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa. My point is that corrosive acts taken by high government officials that threaten the rule of law and the judiciary actually work. Democracy is not self-sustaining. Democracy takes care and feeding in the form of attention to democratic values. And when we stand by and don't raise our voices in response, in strong opposition to attacks on the judiciary, we are putting at risk our constitutional structure and our democratic principles. And I don't believe that's an overstatement at all. Let me close by just pointing out three very specific consequences to the attacks that we are visiting, that we're experiencing these days. One is, of course, just the taint, the despoiling of our democratic values, the coarsening of civic and civil discourse. It just looks ugly, and it is ugly. Number two, while I have no doubt about the courage of any judge, elected or appointed, and I'm optimistic about the courage and the strong spines of the judges we have in this country. The fact of the matter is, judges are human beings as well. And so constant attacks at the electoral level, in the state courts, constant belittling of judges at the federal level can't help but have a wearying effect at best, and much worse consequences for some judges when this goes unresponded to. And then finally, let me go home for a moment. There's that famous dissent by Brandeis from Olmsted, who talks about the government as lawbreaker. And it seems like something of a platitude, but I want to tell you, coming from Baltimore, that's real. That's very real. Given all the structural poverty that we have in Baltimore and our earnest efforts to bring about reform of our institutions, including the police department, and given the need to address serious criminality, the fact of the matter is there are people, not just in Baltimore, but all over this country, who draw their lessons from high-ranking officials. And when people observe those who are privileged to serve disobey the law, criticize the courts, diminish the importance of the rule of law, that effect is felt all the way down the socioeconomic ladder. And we cannot restore the trust in this country that is so desperately needed in our communities, particularly our communities of color, when it comes to the law, when day after day, the members of those communities are seeing high-ranking officials, including the President of the United States, do what is being done to the rule of law. Now, we all know this presidency is brought to us by Barnum and Bailey. But the fact of the matter is, the consequences are far more serious than we should allow to go unchecked. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to Judge Robart and see if you could tell us about your experience actually being subject to an attack by President Trump. And particularly, I'm sure as a judge, you get criticized all the time. Was this different, and how was it different? And if you could sort of reflect maybe on some of the consequences that you've seen from your perspective and your experience.
Well, I've certainly had my share of criticism. I'll take you back to late January 2017. The president's sworn in, I believe it's the 20th of January. He unveils executive order, and I'm from Seattle, and we have a lot of software companies, so in my chambers it's referred to as Travel Ban 1.0. The state of Washington has seen this coming. They've been getting ready for a while, and they file that week, following Monday, a complaint joined by the state of Minnesota against the travel ban on a complete random draw, which I would note occurred while I was out of town. It was assigned to me, and I did what I think any of the judges here would do. I had a conference with the parties. I set a briefing schedule, and I said, we will have a temporary restraining order hearing on Friday, so 1 week from the issuance. We had the hearing. The decision was not hard to make on the law because the position taken by the administration was that any action in immigration or national defense is unreviewable by the courts. And they said that. I mean, they wrote it in their brief. They were very proud of it. Interestingly, the very talented career Justice Department lawyer that they sent to defend the lawsuit, when I read her that statement, looked up at me with what I detected to be a slightly pained look and said, I have been instructed to say that is the position of the administration. I entered a temporary restraining order enjoining Travel Ban 1.0 about 3:45 in the afternoon. It's Friday. I then went back to the job that I really do, which was deciding jury instructions for a copyright case involving real estate photos. We went off the bench about 5 o'clock. I walked back into chambers, and there were a number of things that seemed out of order, one of which was the phone was not being answered, and everyone looked in shell shock. We had telephone calls, we had voicemail, we had email, we had telephone messages left on my home answering machine. Within about 40 minutes of the temporary restraining order being posted, a very hopeful person through a series of dead-end bots had posted my name, my address, my birth date, our home address, my wife's name, and we just started getting communications. What I want to stress with you now is kind of what happens in the next 36 hours. Go back to that January. President Trump's been elected. He's gotten millions of votes, and he's made immigration a major issue during the election. So that's obviously significant. You can judge because the Marshal Service keeps track of all of these. They're still in existence. They're in a database if you want to go back and read them, or at least I can. The most common theme of them was, who elected you president? All right, that's criticism of the decision. I can understand that. I get criticized. I think all of us get criticized. Second one was, how can you, or how possibly can you defy the president? That one starts to be more troublesome to me because it reflects a topic that's been mentioned several times here today, which is the lack of civics being taught. That's what my job is to ensure that the Constitution is followed. And if that means telling the president he's wrong, that's what I'm supposed to do. Then there's my personal favorite, which comes out in about 12% of every communication that we got, was, when you run for re-election, I'm not going to vote for you. You couldn't make this stuff up. It's now dark in Seattle. We all go to bed, except for the president's Twitter followers. The president's busy that night, or actually it's very early the next morning, and he sends out this famous so-called judge message. The opinion of this so-called judge, which essentially takes law enforcement away from our country, is ridiculous and will be overturned. He could have said, will have to be withdrawn, which is ultimately what happened, but that's not what he said. Disagreement with my rulings, that's a constitutional right. There is no issue with that. And I know some people say, you know, Jim, you just need to get a thicker skin. You know, this has gone on ever since Thomas Jefferson disliked John Marshall's rulings. It's different when you say so-called judge, because what happens next. And that is, the so-called judge is interpreted in the now next generation of communications that I get are, you are not a judge. You have no authority to do this. You must be stopped. Well, I'm not going to suggest, you know, the president had some personal animus against me. He doesn't know I exist. But when you call someone a so-called judge, what you do is you attack the judiciary. You may not even have wanted to convey that message, but that's the message which your 40 million Twitter followers took down, which was, you were never authorized to issue this decision. That, I submit, undermines the integrity and the authority of the judiciary. You know, I'll speak in my own defense, which periodically when people want to engage on this topic, they'll say, you know, the president got, you know, 38 million votes. How many votes did you get? And my answer is 99. And when something concerning the president passes the Senate 99 to nothing, then we'll be equals. I don't think that's going to happen in the near future. That tone, and the not only the character of the messages, but the number of messages spikes at that point. It's Saturday. I have a police car parked in front of my house with its blue light flashing. Your neighbors never quite know what to do with you at that point. You know, are they arresting you? You know, should we come and protect you? Ultimately, what they ended up doing was bringing coffee and cookie out and serving it to the officers in the police car. So the president didn't stop at that point. He sent out another tweet the next night, which basically says, terrorists are flooding into our country. They intend to do you wrong. And then in the greatest thought I've ever seen, if something happens, blame it on the judge. He's responsible. It's a great insurance policy. It causes another change in the tone of the communications that come in. And it gets worse. The tone is now, you must be stopped. I have a personal risk in this. The president has told me that my wife and my children are in jeopardy. My safety is hanging in the balance, and you're responsible. And then the unfortunate thing that involves the marshals in this is, you know, we must eliminate people like you to protect us. The president says this is a priority. That's once again, it's attacking the integrity of the judiciary when this, first off, terrorists were not flooding into the country. We all know that now. And secondly, to then say, well, I've got no responsibility for it, even if I'm the president, but, you know, blame it on the judiciary. You know, one, we don't have that authority. We don't have that ability. But secondly, it suggests that we're going to do something that's, you know, creating national policy contrary to what should be done. I'm about done here. After those, we ended up with any number of death threats. Over 100 of them were considered serious enough that the marshals went out and investigated. The marshal's idea of a low-profile operation is a black SUV, a second black SUV, a third black SUV, and they come in their SWAT gear. And I, will say, God bless every one of them, because they would have done anything they could to protect me and my family. So they're not protecting us from, terrorists. They're not protecting us from the drug cartels, which I think most of us think is really the problem. They're protecting us from mentally ill people who are seized on these things. They're protecting us from people who are extraordinarily partisan and have been led to believe that, the judiciary is the problem and it has to be eliminated. So that's my personal experience. I will say, as I did in the beginning, the president has a right to criticize my decision. We're not, any of us in this room, immune to that. But the manner of that criticism, when it crosses the line and it becomes a personal attack on the integrity of the judge. And I'm from the Ninth Circuit. I'm in the Western District of Washington. We now have, in the Western District of Washington, a so-called judge, in the Southern District of California, a Mexican judge, and in the Northern District of California, an Obama judge. Giving people labels like that really undermines what we do, and that's my view.
So Judge Lamberth, I want to turn to you next, and you've been a federal judge since the 1980s. Do you see in the years that you've been a judge, do you see what we're seeing now under President Trump as something different, or do you see it as a continuation?
Well, Judge Robart's story is different in kind, and it's very unfortunate. I have had every president since I took office in 1987 has criticized something I've done, except President Trump, because I haven't ruled against him yet. I haven't had a case yet in which I've had to rule against him, so it hasn't happened to me yet. My time will come, I'm sure. And what he just described is different in kind than the criticism I've had. And I'll give you an example. When President Clinton first came in, I was the first judge to strike down his healthcare task force. He had made Hillary Clinton the head of his healthcare task force. I found that it violated the Advisory Committee Act because under the Advisory Committee Act, he had appointed her to head it, and but the statute said that if she was the head of it, the meetings had to be open to the public. And they did not open them to the public. And I said they had to make the minutes of the meetings then public under the statute. And there was a lot of dispute about it at the time and a lot of publicity, front page publicity about it at the time because of they were trying to, on a hurry-up basis, change all the healthcare laws in the country. And result of all that litigation, by March, he had just come in January, by March, when I struck down the whole mechanism that the president had set up, the healthcare task force collapsed in disarray and had to be disbanded by May. I actually was at the White House at a reception in May and going through the receiving line, introduced myself to the president. He said, "Oh, I know very well who you are," which I thought was fairly amusing. But Hillary actually didn't speak to me when I went through the line, so that was fairly interesting. But at the same time I had this, that was all very civil. At the same time I had this case, they had gathered at the White House, and the question was whether it was bureaucratic bumbling or something more. They had gathered the raw FBI files of about 75 Republican leaders like Jim Baker and people like that. They had brought them over to the White House, requested by the chief of personnel security at the White House. And the FBI had turned them all over, and there was a huge lawsuit by all of these Republican officials whose raw FBI files they'd brought over to the White House. And I ended up allowing discovery into how this occurred and why it occurred. And was just everything going on about that. I was being pilloried in the press every day, and judges can't respond to that kind of criticism. So I ended up, the only way judges can respond is each discovery order, I ended up writing an opinion so that I explained why I was allowing certain depositions and certain discovery to go forward. When it all ended, I ended up doing a memorandum granting summary judgment for the Clintons, saying it was all just a bumbling bureaucratic snafu, that there was no evil intent ever. There were just a bunch of idiots that had assembled these things. And they didn't even know what was going on. But there had to be full discovery to figure out what was going on. But the result of that was, because I was under such attack at the time, I ended up writing almost 100 discovery opinions, which district judges never do. All the discovery opinions in the books are written by magistrate judges. So Alexander versus FBI is the most famous discovery opinion, because there are 100 of them, and judges around the country use these discovery opinions for every subject on discovery still today. Everybody cites Alexander versus FBI because it's the most famous discovery opinions even today. But that's how judges have to respond when the White House is criticizing you, the president's criticizing you. You respond in writing that way, because the press will take that and use that as a response. I did have the advantage of that time, and you just heard what Bob Carlson said. The president of the ABA, the president of the federal bar, and organized bar are very good about defending the federal judiciary. And you heard what Bob said today. We can depend on the organized bar to defend us. And they do speak up in our defense, and they do try to defend our decisions. So presidents frequently criticize judges, and we understand that. And, you know, we're appointed for life. We're going to be here. I'm going to be here long after this next president's gone, too. So he can say whatever he wants to say. President Clinton's had plenty to say. President Bush had plenty to say about me. Each president has had things they didn't like that I did. And, you know, they can say whatever they want, and I'm still going to be here because I'm here for life. And, you know, I know that's an arrogant way to say it, but, you know, frankly, they can say what they want, and I'm going to do what I want, and it really doesn't have a lot of effect. What bothers me more is the idea that Andre was just talking about, of whether there's an effect of some of these personal attacks now of disrespect for the judiciary and the judicial function. And that's something different. And that's something that I think traditionally, beyond what the bar leadership has done, that the Attorney General would have something to say about. Unfortunately, we've been in a posture the last 2 years where the Attorney General either couldn't or wouldn't or hasn't or had no effect on anything with the president. Whether we can get a new Attorney General that may have some more effect, I guess remains to be seen, or whether that would have any actual effect remains to be seen. But traditionally, I think, even when President Obama made his smart remark at the State of the Union that the Supreme Court bristled at, I think the Attorney General can have a conversation with the president that I think occurred after President Obama sort of confronted the Supreme Court to their face in an uncomfortable way. And I think that can have an effect when the Attorney General does it with the president, more than the president of the ABA or the president of the FBA or something like that. I don't think those kinds of things have happened recently, and I think they should. And I hope the new Attorney General may have some impact on some of those kind of conversations that need to happen. But as you hear from these justices from the state Supreme Courts, I think you're going to see that my problems and the two judges you've just heard from are really minor in the scheme of things, because I think the real problem with independence in the judiciary is where judges have to run for office. I'm very alarmed about what can happen in states and with state courts, and I think that's a really alarming problem, because in the federal courts, I have the luxury of, I'm appointed for life. I'm going to outlast all these guys. I've been a judge 31 years now. I've seen presidents come and go. I still am just going to rule on what I think is right. There's a great luxury in life of coming to work every day, loving my job, just deciding what I think is right, and I just rule what I think is right. Sometimes the Court of Appeals reverses me, That doesn't mean I was wrong. It just means they get the last word.
No, thank you. I wanted to, Judge Shinlin, I wanted to pick up on a point that Judge Lamberth raised about how sitting judges are constrained in how they can respond to criticism. And as another person who's freed and enjoys First Amendment freedoms again, I'd love to hear your reflections on the constraints that judges face and also kind of what that means for the rest of us in the room.
Right, so I'm now the last of the 4 federal judges to speak, and then we're going to hear from the state court judges, which is a very interesting question that I think Judge Lamberth alluded to. So I will try to not repeat too much of what we already heard, but give some of my perspectives. One perspective I have is how constrained are we really? Are we taking that to an extreme? So the Code of Judicial Conduct says that a judge cannot comment on a pending or impending matter. That's the exact language of the Code of Judicial Conduct. But I don't think personally that that means that a judge can't speak out when the question that somebody asks them has nothing to do with a pending or impending matter. And when judges do say something on general questions, people learn. It's a way to educate everyone. And so I think more judges should feel free to speak on some of the general questions of law, civil and criminal, that come up, not before them, but with all of society. So I know that as a judge, I tried very hard to walk that line. The press is always trying to get a comment. They'll call you, and you have to say, no, I can't speak about that case at all. But if you can ask me a general question about how a court operates, how a judge is appointed, whatever the issue might be, I will give you a comment. So there are judges who are willing to do that, and I think it does further education. Now, that said, when you can't comment on your own case, Judge Lamberth correctly says, all you can do is speak through your opinions. But sometimes that's not enough. So I too have an attack story. I guess we're partly all up here because we've been attacked. But I was the judge in New York who handled the big stop and frisk case that ended that practice as it was practiced then by the New York City Police Department, which I found was unconstitutional. It was a very, very big case in New York. And I have to say that President Trump is not the first executive to attack the judge, because when my opinion came out, the mayor said, as was said about you, the city will now blow up. Crime will rise, and it will be on that judge's head. So he wasn't the first one to think of blaming the judge. Of course, he was absolutely wrong, and crime stayed low and lower even after stop and frisk ended. Nonetheless, I went through the same thing you did. The personal home address was out there, the press was in front of the house, and all of that, which was very disturbing, and the threats that go with so much publicity. But getting back to the current environment, I also want to say that I was one of the early judges attacked by then candidate Trump. In the first presidential debate, he was asked about stop and frisk. And instead of engaging on the substance of that topic, he said, oh, very bad judge, very bad judge. She hates police, which of course had really nothing to do with the issue, because judges, I think, look at the facts and decide the case, and they don't have these biases that are attributed to them. So way back as candidate Trump, we got the early attacks on judges that have continued over the next 2 years. So then the question is, if the judge can't comment on that particular matter because it's still pending, who should be speaking out? And I think this is a theme that we've had throughout this conference today. Marvin Kalb spoke about it in his first address, and the 3 people who lived through events in their countries really spoke about this by saying, can we sit idly by and let these things happen? And the answer is, of course not. There's an obligation on everyone, and particularly the media, to step up immediately and defend what the judges do. We've talked today about the politicization of the courts, but I think it's a distorted view based primarily on the Supreme Court. I think Nina Totenberg alluded to that. The Supreme Court is seen as super politicized because of the confirmation process, which is so public. And those are only 9 justices, but there are 1,000 federal judges and thousands of state judges who are not so politicized by any means. Daily, as Judge Lambert said, and Judge Robart said, we get all kinds of cases all day long, and we decide them on the facts and the law. And frankly, politics has little or nothing to do with 99% of the cases that come before judges. But here I want to say something about the media, because we're here today to talk about the interaction, to some extent, of the media and the courts. The media has not been great in one sense, constantly saying this Obama judge, or this judge appointed by Obama, or this judge appointed by Reagan, or this judge appointed by Clinton, or a Democrat appointed this judge, or a Republican, labels us in this partisan way. Now, we're not talking about the 9 justices, because you can't hide up there, everybody knows. But for the 1,000 federal judges, I think most of them are not thinking about the president who appointed them. Not at all, not at all. We have thousands of cases every day, and we don't think about the president who appointed us. But the media will immediately label us and put us in a box that affects people's expectations of how that particular judge will handle a particular issue. And we see over and over again that that expectation is often quite wrong, but it does set it up in people's mind that because you were a Clinton judge, you will rule in a particular way. And that does denigrate the institution, because over the total of 27 years that I was in the federal judiciary, I found that most of my colleagues were very true to the facts and the law. And what the political past that they may have had, or their thoughts about the president who appointed them, is the furthest thing from their mind in deciding a case. So I think the media and the courts need to really discuss the appropriate way to describe what a judge does in the judiciary, which of course leads to the question of education. How much does the public understand about all this? Does the public know why we're not speaking out? To circle back to the original question you asked me, does the public wonder, well, why isn't she explaining why she granted bail to this guy who then killed somebody, which is the judge's biggest nightmare? You give bail, and then somebody who you bailed commits a crime. And it's not your fault. You followed the law, you followed the criteria for granting bail, but things happen. So the public needs to understand what judges do, and how they do it, and why they do it, and why they can't speak out. But people often say to me at this point in life, why did you give up your life tenure? Why did you leave the bench? And I have to tell you all candidly, something I don't get to say often, but one reason was to be able to speak and write on these issues in a way that I could never do before. And in the couple years that I've been off the bench, I've tried to write on many, many issues involving the judiciary, involving judicial independence, to speak frequently, not to learned audiences like this, but to lay audiences and help to educate them as to what judges do.
And there's so much to discuss. We're going to shift gears now to speak to some of the state court judges that we have in the roundtable. To tee off this portion of the conversation, we have a brief set of videos to show of some recent ads, television advertisements that were taken out in some state Supreme Court elections over the past few years. So I think, is someone going to tee that up? Great.
Activist judges on Iowa's Supreme Court have become political, ignoring the will of voters and imposing same-sex marriage on Iowa. Liberal, out-of-control judges ignoring our traditional values and legislating from the bench, imposing their own values on Iowa. If they can usurp the will of voters and redefine marriage, what will they do to other long-established Iowa traditions and rights? 3 of these judges are now on the November ballot. Send them a message. Vote no on retention of Supreme Court justices.
We want judges to protect us. When child molesters sued to stop electronic monitoring of their locations, a law that let us track child molesters near schools, playgrounds, daycare centers. Supreme Court Justice Robin Hudson sided with the predators. Hudson cited a child molester's right to privacy and took the side of the convicted molesters. Justice Robin Hudson, not tough on child molesters, not fair to victims.
The most liberal place in Tennessee, it's not a college campus. It's not a big city. It's here, the state Supreme Court. Liberal Democrats control our court and threaten your freedom. They're liberal on crime. They advanced Obamacare in Tennessee. But now you can fight back. Vote to replace the Tennessee Supreme Court. Find Connie Clark and the liberals on your ballot. Vote to replace Judge Connie Clark. Replace the liberal Supreme Court. Make your stand.
So with that, I'm going to, quite a transition. So we have one of the subjects of one of these very nasty attack ads, Justice Robin Hudson, with us. And so Justice Hudson, I'd love to turn to you first to tell us a little bit about kind of this experience of being attacked. And among other things, I'd love for you to reflect on kind of what are the lines, appropriate and inappropriate ways to be talking about judicial decisions in the course of a campaign.
I'm glad to. First of all, unlike Judge Davis, I have not fully regained my First Amendment rights. I'm still sitting on the Supreme Court of North Carolina. However, it's our duty, all of us as judges, to speak out and help educate the public about the system of laws and the role of the judiciary, and to help educate everyone and encourage respect for those institutions. So I'm happy to do that. Also, as Exhibit A, I'm happy to give a little background about this whole experience. I was first elected, as Alicia pointed out in the introduction, to the Supreme Court of North Carolina in 2006. And unlike these honorable federal judges, we do have to stand for re-election. So I was up for re-election in 2014. And usually the biggest challenge in the re-election, which was a nonpartisan statewide election at that time, is to get anybody to pay attention. And so that's what I was doing, going around. February is the filing. The very last day of the filing period, seemingly out of nowhere, a third person filed in the race. And in a nonpartisan statewide election, when there are more than two people who file, it becomes a statewide primary. So I learned with 9 weeks leading up to the primary that I had an unexpected statewide primary. Immediately, the press started sniffing around. There was some thinking that the third candidate had some connections to some think tanks with some ties to some dark money groups, and they were calling, asking me if there was any possibility of anything going on, and I knew nothing of any such thing. But so we go about ramping up for our primary. On the last day before early voting started, I'm on my laptop looking at my email. I get an email from one of my campaign people with a link to a video, and it said, "Have you seen this?" And I had not, and it's always so wonderful to see that ad again. But it came seemingly out of nowhere on the day early voting started. It ran nonstop in every media outlet around the state for the whole 10 days leading up to between then and the primary. However, the backlash among the media and among the public was immediate, and it was intense. People started calling, emailing, posting on social media, and writing me letters saying that they saw that ad, they knew it couldn't possibly be true, and it made them so mad that they went out and told everybody that they knew to vote for me. But it also didn't look like you. But well, some people said that. But it also triggered an immediate response and a lot of phone calls and attention by the media, who did a wonderful job of telling the public what was really going on. I mean, it got attention since it was the first time that most people had ever heard of a dark money group spending more than $1 million in a nonpartisan judicial primary. It got a lot of attention from sort of high-end media outlets, the New York Times, the Washington Post, the LA Times, the Wall Street Journal, NBC News sent a crew down. I was interviewed a half a dozen times by public radio, and as well as all of the local media all over the state of North Carolina. So there was a lot of coverage, which went a long way to help educating the public about what was really going on. And the ad, as you saw, it followed this sort of typical pattern that we've seen in these dark money attack ads, where they take an actual decision, a terrible photo, and then further distort it to make you look like a witch or something, and then distort the message from your decision in order to usually accuse you of somehow siding with criminals in some form or fashion. And it usually is not true, and that was not true. And people saw right through it. The good news was that it didn't work, and I came in first in the primary and then ultimately won the general election by the widest margins I've ever had, thanks in large part to this very effective response and education effort by the media as well as the lawyers in our state. And so that was heartening to see the response of the voters as well as the media and the lawyers and the rest of the public. But it was, you know, we couldn't know at that time that that's how it was going to turn out. So it was not a pleasant experience in any way, even though at the end of the day I was somewhat heartened by how it turned out. But I was bothered, and I'm still bothered by a lot of things about this whole episode, which is that that kind of attack that attacks a judge basically for doing their job and writing a decision, in that case it was a dissenting opinion, it just shows a fundamental misunderstanding of our job as judges. But to attack us for doing our job, that's not the way that one should approach criticism of our institutions or the rule of law. It's also inconsistent with the oath that we take as judges to be impartial and to follow the law and apply the constitutions without regard to the public pressure or what's the popular thing to do. Again, that's not our job, is to do what's popular, it's to follow the law. And also, one of the things that bothers me a great deal about it is that this kind of attack ad approach in states, and 38 states at last count had some form of election, whether it's partisan, nonpartisan, statewide, in districts, retention election, where the judges do face the voters. It discourages good people from wanting to stand and hold these judicial offices in the states where they're going to have to face re-election. I've seen that happen in North Carolina. It happens all over the place. And so I think we have a lot of work to do. We can talk about this more, but a lot of us are spending a lot of time working on civic education from kindergarten all the way through retirement to help inform people all around the country of how our system is supposed to work and what's the role appropriately of the judiciary. So we can talk about that some more later, but that's kind of the backdrop of that episode.
Justice Pariente, I want to turn to you now. You know, you also were subject to an orchestrated attack in connection with one of a retention election that you stood for. I'd love to hear your reflections on that, and more generally your sense of are state courts getting enough attention? What more resources do state courts and state court judges need in the face of these trends that we're seeing?
Thank you so much, and this is a great panel, and I've loved listening to every one of you, and also to see such amazing people in this audience. I have been a lawyer, and then for the last 25 years, a judge for 21 of those on the State Supreme Court of Florida, and I face in 25 days mandatory retirement in Florida. We achieved constitutional senility at age 70. And then I guess, listening to the others, that I will even be more free to say what I really think rather than politically correct terms. First of all, I do think, and it's been wonderful to be talking with the federal judges, that the state courts respectfully need more support than the federal courts. Now, I know there's this belief among many, even in the organized bar, that the state courts get what they ask for because so many of the state courts have elections. Many of the southern states, not Florida, have partisan elections, and they're bruising, and they've gotten worse. Not only because of the special interest on both sides, but also because of the Citizens United decision And a lot of these attacks, well, you saw Iowa, there is out-of-state dark money. The Iowa Supreme Court justices, those 3 justices, really fine jurists who rendered the unanimous decision, were all defeated in 2010. And that, as you recall, was also the rise of the Tea Party. So what you have, and what you've had for at least a decade, but it may go farther back, is systematic attacks in state courts. In Florida, we have, and had since the 1970s, we're a merit selection and retention state. It's known as the Missouri Plan. I was talking earlier to a judge from Missouri because it was seen as a less political way to ensure quality and less political influence on how state court judges or justices were elected. And so we were very proud of that system. We had a fairly nonpartisan judicial nominating commission, and they would presumably send up the most qualified judges or attorneys that applied. I had been through 3 merit retention elections because the selection part, there's this retention part. And I know you, Alicia, have written about retention now has become so political because it is an election, so you're on the ballot. But it's just yes or no, so you don't have anyone running against you. So I had gone through 3 of those and was up in 2016 with 2 of my colleagues. We had all been appointed, because you had to be appointed either by a Democrat or Republican. We had been appointed by the last Democratic governor, actually the last that the state has seen, Governor Lawton Chiles. And it was seen, frankly, as a time that there could be a change in the court composition by removing the 3 of us. We had all been involved in Bush v. Gore. We had been involved in Terry Schiavo. We had been involved in school vouchers, a lot of what were seen as controversial cases where we thought we were doing the right thing through either the law, the Constitution, the statutes. But so that was really the absolute motivation behind it. It wasn't on, and you'll see in none of these, on the judge's ethics, impartiality, professionalism. So we were attacked, and we had learned from Iowa in 2010, so we did organize. We were very fortunate to have many groups that helped us. But in the end, I think we were really helped because 2016 was a presidential year. And so there was much more attention on not having President Obama reelected. So the money was directed elsewhere. But we were successful. But truthfully, now 2018 has come, so that's 6 years later. And if any of you read the news reports about what's going to go on with our court, because all 3 of us are reaching constitutional senility at the same time, and we have been characterized, we were just, during the time we were justices, we were Democratic politicians. And again, that's that labeling that so infuriates me. So basically, I do think that state court judges need a lot of support, not only from lawyer groups, and Bob Carlson in the ABA. I have been a member of the ABA since I was a young lawyer, but when it came to defense of what happened either in Iowa, I know in Florida, we really did not get the kind of support that I thought we should get from the American Bar Association, maybe for political reasons. I think federal judges also have the ability to look at what is going on and speak in our defense. And what all 3 of us, state court justices, Chief Justice Tanny Cantil-Sakaway, Justice Hudson, and myself, along with Annette Pitts out there, have been involved since 2012 in the Informed Voters Project. You've seen the display out there. It's our answer to what we can do, which is, first of all, we do play these ads when we speak to audiences, because it's very nice for you to talk about the rule of law and the independence of the judiciary. But when they see an ad like that, and usually these ads attack a judge on their something criminal, even though what I believe is behind it are oftentimes business interests. They're not interested in the criminal aspect. They want business interests protected. My personal view on that. So I think that it is important to inform the public, and then that brings me to the last part, which is the media. How many remaining journalists and press people are in this audience? We got Mr. Kalb. Very few, probably the ones that are going to be on the panel. I think that, and this is an example where we preach to the choir, which I often find myself doing, because the media does take in so often the shortcut, which is this use of labels that Judge Seidlin referred to. The label that is the most insidious is being an activist judge. It's a label that's used when Justice Roberts upheld the Affordable Care Act. They were upholding a law of Congress. They called that decision, upholding the law, an activist decision. It is a label that is used with no meaning underneath it. I think that liberal and conservative have been overused. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and I thought a liberal was somebody that defended the individual rights that were enshrined in our Constitution, to defend the individual rights against the possible overreaching by the other two branches. I guess that now that means that you are, if you're a liberal, that is something where you're against the establishment. So these labels don't do it. I think we have to stop the labeling. I think we have to increase our outreach at all levels. We are in Florida involved. We have mandatory civics education. We as judges and lawyers, we have all sorts of programs. But you know what? When you end up with how many words in a tweet? 44 words. And you reach millions of people, all that we are saying, and if this is on C-SPAN, wherever, it's a drop in the bucket. So we've got to bring our collective voices together to make our case to each other, so that we have a faith in what each other is doing, and to the American people. And in the end, also understand that there are a lot of organizations that have been devoted for decades to undermining the state courts and reshaping both the state courts and the federal courts. And that is something that we are now seeing the ultimate end product, I believe, both at the highest levels of the Supreme Court and also at the state court level.
So Chief Justice Tantil Sakayui, I wanted to conclude the initial set of questions to you with a kind of two-part question. I think most of the discussion we've had so far has focused on attacks on individual judges or justices. Can you reflect on other ways the judiciary as an institution can also sometimes be subject to attack, and what that means for the separation of powers and the role that courts are supposed to play? And then also I'd love to hear your thoughts in response to some of the other comments we've already heard about how we on this panel, the people in the room, the people watching at home, what we can be doing to protect our democracy from these sorts of attacks on the judiciary.
Thank you very much, Allison, and I applaud your institution, and I also feel privileged to have this rarefied conversation with a sophisticated audience, and I, for one, cannot wait till Barbara Pariente gets her First Amendment right back. Let me start by saying I served 20 years on the trial courts and courts of appeal before my 8 years as Chief Justice, and I have seen a narrative develop. And what endangers the judiciary is not only a straight-on frontal attack on a judge or on a decision or on a particular judiciary in a certain state. For me, a trial prosecutor, an attack I can see. I can see it coming, and I can respond to an attack. And I can enlist others to respond for me as a surrogate on that kind of an attack. But what also bothers me, Allison, more so than others, is that there are so many other ways to minimize and marginalize and denigrate and start a narrative about the judiciary that begins to undermine it in a way, as Judge Davis had said, Zimbabwe wasn't always Zimbabwe. And that is, to me, very insidious because it starts slowly. It may even start absent-mindedly. It may even be without willful intent, but it develops as a narrative. And by this, I mean, of course, let me start. A full frontal attack for me was when I started arresting in courthouses across the country. And I waited to hear a response about why this was wrong. Because under the separation of powers for the judiciary, we rely on public trust and confidence for our communities and for our people and for the rule of law. And when a law is passed, it is for everyone. It is not just for citizens. It's for everyone. So arresting in courthouses on civil warrants by ICE, to me, endangered the public trust and confidence that people have in the judiciary. The public will see that as go to court, get arrested. Solution, don't go to court. Solution, do not report. And sure enough, we saw a drop in California of reporting of domestic violence in certain communities and a report in failures to appear because arrests were happening across the nation. I watched that, and until it happened in California, I spoke to my folks and I said, if not us, who? Shouldn't we be saying something about this? No one is saying anything about this. Enforcement of an ICE warrant in a courthouse is a policy. It's not a law, it's a policy. And so I said, let's do what everyone does to me. Let's write a letter. And so together wrote a letter to then Attorney General Sessions and then Homeland Security Chief John Kelly, and wrote a letter in strong language because of these covert arrests in courthouses that were being observed and going underreported and the fear. Judges were a little bit afraid to tell me this was happening and to read it in the newspaper. And so we wrote a strong, worded letter. And I say to my folks today, we've got the fastest action by federal government anywhere in about 3 weeks, a harsh rebuke to me of my letter. Public, of course, non-responsive to my point, but again pointing out that California deserved this because we were a sanctuary state with no definition of what sanctuary state meant. But my point in that letter was simply to defend the lane of the judiciary under the separation of powers and what we need to do and what we provide for the people. But when I also talk about a less frontal attack on the judiciary and judges, I'm talking more of the narrative, for example, of those situations that's been described here, media, particular labeling, but also I would say something you don't really often think about, and that is a judicial branch budget. Legislatures, well-meaning or otherwise, shape your values by giving the judiciary a fund to work with to run the judiciary. But at the same time, the minute the legislature, well-intended or otherwise, begins to earmark how you as a judiciary can spend that money, when they begin to tell you what your values are, you can only spend this money on traffic, you can only spend this money on computers, then it takes away the ability of judges who know the needs of their courts and the needs of their individual communities to make consensus decisions. So I found myself as chief going to the legislature saying, we can't have earmarks. I know they're well-intended. We will certainly report to you how every penny is spent, but you must allow the judiciary to make its own decisions about how it is or where it is the money is spent for people in need for the rule of law. Because legislators have so much on their plate, how can you possibly know? Well, whether well-intended or otherwise, and I will attest oftentimes otherwise, there was a strong effort to take away our freedom as to how judicial branch money was spent for equal access to justice. There were also well-intended legislative bills that said things like, this is going to be the briefing schedule in statute on certain areas of law. Now, I appreciate that you're looking to somehow afford greater efficiency in the courts, but at the same time, it's insidious when it starts to creep up on you on legislation that you don't really see necessarily as an incursion on a lawyer's freedom, on a lawyer's representation of a client, and ultimately on the judiciary when we're acting on behalf of a committee's termination of when the reply brief has to be filed. There are other instances as well of, I would say, undermining the judiciary. One of them sometimes too, unfortunately, is intra-judiciary fighting, intra-judiciary judge-on-judge attacks. And I know this happens from other states when I talk with other chiefs. And in my view, I often ask our folks, pick a branch. Do you think as a judge you belong to the legislature? Do you as a judge think you belong to the executive branch? You need to pick a branch here, pick a team. I think we need to have our in-house fighting. We will do that. We do that well. We do it in a structured way. By the way, you do it every day in your court. So let's do that in-house. It's important that as a branch, we be independent. And I don't mean independent and untethered from public opinion and public will. I mean independent from the other two branches of government, so we may perform our rightful duty of a check on the other. And that when we apply the rule of law, we do it independently. And as you've heard here, we explain ourselves in an opinion so that you understand we're tethered to the law. And when I go out to different places and people criticize the Supreme Court about decisions we've made, I say to them, well, that pesky little federal law kind of got in the way. I mean, if you don't have a structured criticism over the opinion analysis, then I'm not sure what it does to criticize it particularly. But in terms of solutions, I would say, Allison, we have started a K through 12 civic program that is comprehensive in nature in that it does this. We work with the state superintendent of public schools. We work with the Secretary of State and the voting team he has there. We have managed to integrate civics into the curriculum, and it's being tested under the history and science framework. We have managed to make the judiciary a major part of the civics engagement and civics education curriculum taught and tested in K through 12 in California. That took about 4 years. We've also partnered with different constitutional officers to present awards and to present and include counties, the 58 counties and the different school districts in California. We've reached hundreds of thousands of children, but we don't stop there. We've reached out to be with our federal judiciary brethren. We've joined together our forces and our resources, and we've created things like the Civics Passport, where we have students visit a federal court, a state court. We stamp their passport. They hear from judges. They hear from lawyers. We've partnered with lawyers. We've partnered with bar associations. When we have a problem, we reach out and we explain the problem, and our advocates, our lawyers, go out, spread the word, go to the legislature, and speak on our behalf. We're recently piloting judges in the classroom. Judges have always gone into classrooms and always spoke about what the role we do and why we follow the rule of law and the history and the look and makeup of our branch. But at the same time now, we're getting new judges, we're getting justices involved. We are live webcasting all of our oral arguments, the Courts of Appeal webcast. We live webcast so much of our rulemaking. We invite the public with public comment because I don't believe the attacks are going to stop. I do not believe that the undermining and the marginalizing of the branch will ever stop. And it is people's right to speak out. But we, as has been said here, have to speak up. And we have to defend ourselves, and we have to reach out and connect and convene with others and build relationships where we can do that together. And the beauty of, for example, a civics initiative with our government and with our lawyers is that we build relationships so that before they demean you publicly, they know you. Or if there is a demeaning, you can call up someone who knows them. There would be a network and an appreciation of relationships and communication that has never happened. It does require judges to hang up their robes and go out into the community and talk about what we do and to engage each other. The truth is, in California, there are far fewer lawyers in our courthouses nowadays than there are self-represented litigants. Judges' roles have taken a different kind of turn. We provide a lot of social justice and transitional housing and counseling in courts for people that once they're sentenced, we try to prop them up so they don't fail. The judges of today have so much more to do in a community. We can reach out, we can explain what we do, and that this criticism of us still exists, but that we hopefully inoculate the public before they take damaging action against us. But it is the narrative. It's not just the attack, the full frontal. It is the constant undermining that you sort of have to be aware of that exists there. It's not to be overly sensitive, but it's to be sensitive about lanes and does this affect the judiciary and our ability to enforce the rule of law with access to the rule of law?
Thank you. So we have time for, I think, a few questions. I believe we're going to have folks write out questions on index cards. We already have some, so we'll turn to some questions from the audience now.
A short question, first of all, to Judge Robart. In hindsight, would you have done anything differently?
The answer is no, but I will echo something that two of my panelists or colleagues up here have said. With the benefit of almost 2 full years, I understand how you could decide to deal with this differently because of the pressures that are there. And I think that a real risk is that you don't create a climate in which you're forced to make that decision. Instead, you know you took an oath to support the Constitution, and you're going to do so.
Alicia, can I comment on this one?
Please.
I had a question, and it follows up on that question for some of the panelists, and that is what I might call the intimidation factor. I've been very curious about that. One of the panelists mentioned judges are human. It might have been you. And I noticed in New York, after, you might remember Judge Baer, who suppressed evidence, and the president, I think it was then Clinton, got very upset and said maybe he should resign. After that, the judges stopped writing decisions on suppression. They only did it orally when the press wasn't there. And so I wonder, do judges, some judges, become intimidated because they don't want to be in this media barrel for weeks and weeks? That's one question. But my other question is for the elected judges who are facing the electorate. What is the effect on you that you have to raise funds, that you have to face the voters? Do you think that it affects some of the decision-making by some of the colleagues because they don't want to make controversial decisions that might impact their either fundraising or re-election possibility? So on both the federal and the state side, I had this question about intimidation.
Can I just answer for the state side? I do believe that a lot of these attacks, and when it's went with Iowa and then continued, was intimidation. And those that had organized the attack said, listen, even if we don't succeed, we will succeed in fear, in intimidation, that if you rule this way, you face the danger of removal. And I brought up with me, the New York Times did some wonderful editorials at the time of our merit retention election on impartial justice at risk and talking about that intimidation factor. But I know that Alicia would tell you through many of the studies that have been done that the public does perceive that the role of money in elections lowers public trust and confidence. And so and the Brennan Center has a wonderful report that Alicia authored on how to reform state judicial systems. But what that depends on is actually having a state legislature that would work to enact those reforms or a constitutional change. So yeah, money, I think that money is corrosive. It's corrosive certainly in the other two branches, but from my point of view, it's corrosive, and that's why I support for merit, that merit selection part is great, but I support what has been advanced as one, you said one term and done, one long term, 20 years. Frankly, I know life service is great, but I've been on the court 21 years, it's enough. I could.
Did anyone else want
to? Can I volunteer one thing about the state courts? I'm from Texas originally, and I was talking to Steve Smith, who's a state judge in Texas today. And, my state judge friends in Texas are very concerned because they know that the year in which you run for re-election is key. If you run in a presidential election year, all the Democrats get swept out if it's like a Trump year because the Republicans would all lose, depending on who's going to win the election, or the Democrats will all lose. And it's normally only in the presidential election year, but the whole ticket will go whichever way the presidential election is going to go. Now, what happened in this last election? All the Republican judges in both Dallas and Houston lost because Beto O'Rourke did so well in almost knocking off Senator Cruz. Every Republican district judge in both Houston and Dallas lost elections. So 55 district judges in Dallas and Houston all lost their re-election campaigns, and only Democrats won because Beto did so well and it took all those Democratic judges into office. That's what's happening when you have partisan elections in Texas now. So it's no way to run a railroad, I don't think. But I'm partial because I didn't have to run. I don't have to run. But it's a hell of a way to run a railroad. The one really great thing I heard in this panel today is the great job California is doing about civics. Civics is good not only for what we're talking about today, but future jurors. I worry about our future jurors and whether they know enough about the system to be good jurors. And civics not being taught in our schools anymore is a real problem for us in the future of our country. And what California is doing and the stuff the Chief Justice is talking about in civics is real important to the future of our country, I think. So the best thing we heard here today is, can we spread what she's talking about? The Chief Justice had some great comments about what they're doing in California on civics education.
Thank you.
Very important. Justice O'Connor was very key in that. Justice Souter has been pushing that. And I really think that's a key to our future is civics education.
Can I say what? I'm sorry, go ahead, Robin.
I was just going to echo and say I want to put in a plug for the National Association of Women Judges Informed Voter Project, that we've been working on exactly that in a lot of the areas that, unlike California, have not made as much progress. Florida has done a lot too. There are other states that have done some good work with civics education, but our effort as an association of judges all over the country has been to create and post and make available speakers and materials to every state to be adapted to any state with help from our staff to put on programs that involve civics education all the way down to kindergarten, all the way up through retirement age, so that, because that is the basic source of education of the public, so that whenever they weigh in, either as voting in elections or as voting for the people who ultimately choose the judges, that they have a solid base of knowledge about how the judiciary works. And it is absolutely bedrock fundamental to where we go from here. Because we do see pressures in the states, both in the lead up to elections where you know that there may be attack ads and you may be attacked, that there's some research that the Brennan Center's done about there is some indication that judges are less kind, say, in ruling in criminal cases in the year or so leading up to a re-election effort. Most of us know that there is politics involved in the process, and what comes with the territory is that you just have to know that, set it aside, and deal with the case on its merits. And I think all of us try the hardest that we can to do that. Until we all have a selection method like the one that you've been advocating for that's one term and done, we're going to have to deal with it as best we can out there on the ground in the states with our own education efforts of the public and of ourselves.
That's absolutely right. I wanted to add one thing. We in California are trying an experiment in February. We've taken our K through 12 civics and adult civics, and we've reached out to the legislature to hold our first ever legislative judicial summit. And so we are providing a meal, and we have 3 panels of judges and legislators who are going to come together for an afternoon to talk to each other about how it is we work and to find out how we can improve it. And in order to get legislative buy-in, I went to every leader's door at the legislature and knocked on it and asked if I could put their name on the invitation showing that we were convening it together. And we call it our beta effort because we don't really know how many people will show up. But it's our first effort to bring our branches of government to try to understand each other in a way that we don't try to destroy each other in the meantime of governing each other.
I want to add one other thing, which is that the lawyers play a really important role in all of this because they're sort of the key to, as intermediaries sort of between the judiciary and the public, and that it's not just a good idea. It's great that there are efforts going on around the country by lawyers, but it's also part of the code of conduct that governs in all 50 states. And the preamble, subsection 6, says that lawyers should further the public's understanding of and confidence in the rule of law and the justice system because legal institutions in a constitutional democracy depend on popular participation and support to maintain their authority. So that's part of the obligation of lawyers as well.
Thank you very much, Justice. I have to apologize to all the people who handed me cards. We're out of time. We have judges who are not shy about expressing their opinions. Surprise, surprise. I wasn't expecting that to happen.
You'll join me in thanking this eminent panel.
With the handheld mic today. It's my pleasure and my honor to introduce Bob Garfield, who's going to serve as the moderator for our wonderful media panel today. I can almost say that Bob and I go way back, but we actually missed each other. We both worked for the News Journal newspapers in Delaware on the business staff, but Bob had left, I think, about 6 months before I got there. He had gone off to help start USA Today, and I was just joining the staff as the second job I ever held in journalism. And it was a wonderful paper, and we have a mutual friend in Ray Goldbacher, who went on to become the longtime editor of USAtoday.com money section, money pages, I believe. So this is actually the first time I've met Bob face to face. It's a pleasure, but I'm a longtime admirer and a longtime enjoyer of his material, often mirthful material. I'm sure you're going to have a good time with Bob leading this group today. Bob has an abiding interest in the relevance of journalism amid political crisis. He is probably best known as co-host of Public Radio's Peabody Award-winning weekly program, On the Media. He is also the founding director of the Media Future Summit at the University of Pennsylvania, which convenes annually to seek an ethical, sustainable business model for journalism. He is the author of the forthcoming polemic, The Dumpty Manifesto. Yes, that's the name. That's what he told me it was. Which he says explores the fragmentation of the media and paradoxical concentration of media distribution in our currently fractured democracy. He is also the co-founder of the Purple Project, which you'll be hearing more about, and that is undertaking a media campaign of unprecedented scale and scope to rekindle the public's understanding of and faith in democratic institutions, including the Fourth Estate. Please join me in welcoming the one and only Bob Garfield.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, judges, so-called judges. I'd like to say I'm delighted to be with you for this conversation, but I'm not. Attacks on journalism and the future of democracy. It's sickening that we have to discuss this, but here we are. And let me begin with a few data points. According to the December 2017 Pew Public Trust in Government Survey, the portion of the public trusting Uncle Sam to do what is right just about always, or most of the time, was 18%. Among millennials, it was 13%. Among Republicans, who still control all three branches of government, it was 22%. Just by way of comparison, in October 1964, in the midst of civil rights tensions and the early days of Vietnam, the value was 77%. The Democracy Project survey asked respondents about the importance of democracy as the only form of government. Only 39% of those aged 29 or younger said absolutely important. The most recent World Values Survey found that among American millennials, 23% say that democracy is a bad way or a very bad way to run the country. In a 2017 survey, 5,000 voters by the Democracy Fund, 29% of respondents showed at least some support for either a strong leader or army rule. Army rule. The suspicion and scorn are everywhere. The Edelman Trust Barometer is an annual tracking study measuring the levels of trust in government, business, NGOs, and the media in 28 countries. From 2017 to 2018, the US citizens' trust for those institutions altogether plummeted 37%. The military did okay. The media were down very low, in the neighborhood usually reserved for the hated ISIS, ISIS, and Congress. In this fall's Knight Foundation Gallup poll, 69% of US adults said their trust in the news media has decreased in the past decade. Among conservatives, the number was 95%. Now, some of this, as we're about to discuss, has to do with our demagogue president, who dwells in alternate reality, dismisses actual reality as fake news, and declares media enemies of the people. Some of it has to do with a 50-year campaign to discredit so-called mainstream media by politicians and the archipelago of accusation, the likes of Limbaugh, Breitbart, Daily Caller, and Fox. But that's not the end of the story. The 19th century poet Sir William Watson, the very poor 19th century poet William Watson, said, "Hate and mistrust are the children of blindness." I guess, but hate and mistrust are also the children of good vision, because there is the glory of the free press, and then there are the things that we must answer for. Access journalism, horse race coverage, staged cable punditry and pyrotechnics, false balance, routine anonymous sourcing, endless speculation, cozy relationships with sources, clickbait, gossip, bending over backwards to seem less shrill or partisan, carelessness amid breaking news. And then every now and then, one of us, like Judy Miller, gets played into helping start a war. And then every now and then, someone like Jack Kelly or Stephen Glass or Janet Cook or Jason Blair or Brian Williams gets caught just making shit up. And then there are the outlets that look just like a news organization, but are really lie factories. The point being, while terrifying, this subject is not so cut and dried. So I implore you judges to withhold judgment, at least until we're through up here. And also, in the not unlikely event that I myself should blurt out something objectionable, your honors, please do not hold me in contempt. Not necessary. I have children for that. And with that, may I ask you to greet this extremely distinguished panel. I won't take time to introduce them individually, but there are their names, and then of course you can also consult your scorecards. Susan Page, I will start with you. Congratulations. In due course, I'm going to get into the Trump situation. But can we first just contextualize a little bit? Running against the press, as the president has done and is doing, is not some sort of new invention. You have seen this movie before, have you not?
Oh, that's right. Thank you very much. And I'll answer your question, but first I'd want to just express appreciation to the judges for your public service. And one of the things that the last 2 years has reminded us, I think, is of the importance of institutions and the legitimacy of institutions, of which you all play a big part. You know, this is the sixth president I've covered, and all of those presidents hated the press and thought the press was unfair and inaccurate and didn't give them credit for the good things they did and didn't understand how hard the job was. But the previous 5 presidents, I think, at their core recognized even the press they didn't like as a crucial part of making our democracy work, as something that was important and needed and legitimate, whatever our weaknesses, which are considerable, as you just detailed. You don't get that same sense, I think, from this president. I think the phrase "enemy of the people" is the best example of that. And I think you don't see the president at least acknowledging that the press has a role in making our democracy strong. Quite the reverse. The biggest applause, I was at a rally with the president in Houston just before the midterms, and his biggest applause line was when he denounced us as the fake news. He didn't create this. The dilemmas the press have weren't created by President Trump, including the erosion of faith in the news media, but he has certainly exploited them and exacerbated them.
All right, this is where the rest of you are supposed to chime in. Chime in.
I mean, I've been in those rallies as well, and I will say I've been in a lot of dangerous situations for work. It's the job. I've never been in a situation where an entire arena full of people have turned to scream hostilities, and it has changed the way we do our job every day. I'm in the White House most days, and I now, and I know others feel this way, look both ways when you leave the White House, because you don't know anymore. It has changed, it has made a sense of fear in being a journalist and covering a White House. I'm not in a war zone, I'm in the White House. Very real. And my fear, we can talk about the foundation of democracy and all of those things and what's at stake right now. I also have a very real fear that with this, someone is going to get hurt or killed.
They already have.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I would say, if I can chime in. Did you have?
No, I didn't mean you, Frank. I meant everybody else.
I'm glad to be here as a potted plant. This does go back. I mean, we covered Ronald Reagan together, and and Jim, and the media have long been targets and picking points, but it was also Reagan who went to Moscow and in the midst of the evil empire talked about the benefits and the values and the virtues of a free press. And you're right, all presidents hate the press, and they always have, because we're annoying and we're nasty and we're often wrong. And I think one of the big mistakes we make is we fail to have a sense of humility about ourselves when we speak about ourselves. Because there is unfair reporting and there is sensational reporting and there are a lot of other things. But there's also amazing, heroic, demonstrably historic reporting. And so I think one of the big challenges to us now is to find a way to explain and defend and convey what it is we do without sounding self-serving, because we actually have to educate the public. Because what I fear is that this campaign has been so thorough, so long-standing, and it's not just Trump. This is a parade of people over a parade of decades, actually, that have been doing this. That the public has accepted this, that it's not only a question of occasional unfairness or even bias, but there's this idea that we really are enemies of the people. That's flat wrong. And we and others have to explain that in compelling but also humble ways.
Well, I'll just add one thing, Frank, because you and Susan and I all covered Reagan. And at the time, Sam Donaldson was sort of the Jim Acosta, of that period, and was known for shouting out, "Mr. President, Mr. President." And Reagan would just go, "Oh, Sam." But it wasn't the same as it is with Trump, who sounds more aggrieved. Reagan just sort of took it in stride. He understood what the game was. The journalists were going to shout at him. They were going to try to get him to say something, and then, in all likelihood, take it out of context, which is what we do for a living. If we presented the entire context, we'd be on 24 hours a day. Well, I guess some of us are, actually, but not as individuals. So it's an interesting practice over the years. I only covered 4 presidents, but including Clinton and Bush 43. And of course, Clinton had his problems and his detractors. They all do. I mean, somebody is always, diggling and needling. And some presidents take it better than others. I mean, Trump, it should be pointed out, is not just a real estate developer, a former real estate developer, but a New York real estate developer, where hyperbole and exaggeration are tools of the trade. He's certainly taken that into the White House, and I don't think he can stop himself. But on the other hand, he is at the center of the news. As a friend of mine said on the air, he thinks everything is about him, and so do the media. And they tend to elevate him in that regard because they make it about him. I mean, he wouldn't be on the news every day just from what he said if the news media weren't putting him on and then dicing it and splicing it and going over and over and over it.
Hold that thought, Jim, because we're actually going to come back to that very issue.
I just want to take issue. I'm sorry. But,
Go ahead.
First of all, we don't make our living by putting things out of context. Secondly, the reason that we cover him is because he is, by I think any measure, the single most powerful person on earth. And the decisions that he makes have an impact not only on this country, but throughout the world. And that's why we cover him the way that we do.
That's, of course, the case with every other president as well.
Right, no, but he's making much more dramatic changes and trying to upend the traditional order of the world. And so that's something that needs to be covered in a very aggressive way. And he's challenged institutions in this country, including the courts, as a matter of fact, in a way that previous presidents had not. So it's really important that we cover what this president is doing and that we cover it with a lot of energy and in the way that we're supposed to under what the First Amendment calls for, and the reason why do we have a First Amendment? The idea is to hold the government to account. That's why the founders wrote the First Amendment. That's what James Madison talked about in terms of writing about public characters and measures. And so that's what we're supposed to do, and that's what we're going to do.
I think what we've learned already is that the panel, we're not all going to agree on every single subject, but I think we can agree as a group that hearing Jim Engel's Ronald Reagan impression was worth the price of admission. When the president talks about the press, he's used this phrase as an opposition party. He has set us against the electorate government and the very will of the people. And I want to delve into that because there is this structural problem that we face, and that is in the Venn diagram of values between journalism and liberalism. There is a huge overlap. Questioning authority, suspicion of big money, reform writ large, afflicting the comfortable and comforting the afflicted, which is really just another way of saying social justice. Dan Hertzberg, journalism isn't a political party or an ideology, but is it inherently progressive?
Well, you don't want a reporter or an editor who says, oh, everything's great. I mean, that's not going to produce news stories. So, as you said, people who question authority, people who, one of the best reporters I ever knew was, I think had ADD, I think he was just moving all the time and doing stuff. You need people who are going to question, who do follow the money, who do that. But there is an element, there's an elementary fairness thing, which should be just driven into you, that you got all this stuff, then you sit back and say, all right, how can I be fair in reporting this? I'm not going to take the rebuttal or the comment of the person I've just written bad things about, and I'm not going to put it at the bottom of the story, as some reporters have been known to do. You have to put it up near the top of the story. And the other thing is, if you don't cover conservatives, if you don't cover that, you are missing a huge number of good stories. And I think that is and you can see the difference in who are the papers, I would say, or news organizations, like, for example, the Washington Post, who I think have decent contacts within the Republican Party and others. That's crucial. I mean, you're only going to, if you sit there and cover, I don't think that it has to be progressive. I don't think that's true. I think you just got to go after the stories, and you have to have editors who make sure that it doesn't go too much one way.
Now, you talked about covering the Republicans, sort of covering the other guys, which sort of gets to the premise of my question. It's more than that. It has to do with worldview. And I wonder if this, what I regard as the big lie about the liberal media, doesn't have some element of truth to it, because liberals and journalists sort of look at the world through the same set of filters.
Oh, I think that, I think that I don't want to disagree. I think that's absolutely true. I think there is a liberal bias, all the things, all that, there's a potential liberal bias. But you have to, a good publication works against that. And what I'm also saying is, if you limit your coverage in that way, you are not doing your job. You are missing a lot of good stories, and you will not understand when things happen. You will not be able to explain it to your readers.
Can I just disagree? I do not really think there's a liberal bias in the press. I think there's a conflict bias. We like conflict over things that work out well. There's a bias for new over old. We like simple over complicated, black and white over gray. But I don't think that's fundamentally liberal. And if you think there's a liberal bias, just ask the Obama White House if they saw a big liberal bias in the press that covered them, because they would have said, no, there's a conservative or establishment or some other kind of bias there. So, the fact that reporters may be, the people who are drawn to reporting, which are a whole range of kinds of people, reporters are no monolith. I guess I would disagree with the point that you made.
I would look, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think there has been a geographic bias in newsrooms, and I think the surprise that so many of us all had on election night reflected that. We were not collectively doing a good job of covering this country and the people who live in it and their opinions in the lead up to the election. And I don't know that we still are today. And I don't have the answers, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that if I could walk into, I would assume so many of our newsrooms, they don't look like much of the country. as much of the country as they should. Our editors, our producers, our management come from the same cities, the big cities in this country. And that has for a long time dictated how and where we focus our energy on our stories. And I agree with you, I don't think there is a liberal bias, but there certainly is a bias when it comes to where we have focused our energy and coverage.
Well, I would just say that's not our newsroom.
Good.
We have people from all over the country. We have people who, in prominent positions, who grew up on farms. One covers the White House. He grew up on a farm in South Carolina. Our deputy national editor grew up on a farm in western Pennsylvania. We have people on our staff who've served in the military and actually been in combat. We have people on our staff who've attended evangelical schools. And we have one who was homeschooled in a family of 12 kids. We have a lot of different kinds of people, and I think that that's very much a stereotype of what our newsrooms are and what the thinking is. Not everybody comes from the coast. That's not true. Not everybody comes from Ivy League schools. That's not true. And the other thing that I would, just getting back on the issue of social purpose, we do have written into our founding documents toward a more perfect union, okay? So the idea is, how do we become better as a society? Now, certainly news organizations are always looking for, well, what could be better than the way it is today? But there are different ways to get there. And so it's not necessarily the case that someone who is looking at problems in society and looking for potential solutions to those problems, and I think it's undeniable that we have issues that need to be dealt with, can decide that there are different paths to get to the goal that you're seeking. So the idea that news organizations are looking at issues that need to be resolved in our society is not, to me, is not a defect. It is central to the purpose of what news organizations do.
And I think that's the point. I mean, I think the question that's asked about are you liberal or conservative misses the point, because we can have that conversation and should. But it's, Marty, is what you were saying before. If our job is to afflict the comfortable and comfort the afflicted, if our job is to give voice to the voiceless, if our job is to go into the foxhole or to the ghetto or to wherever it is, or to the CEO's office, we are, part of our job, and it's what makes the profession so fascinating, is we're going all over the place. And we have to have a degree of empathy to do that. We should be projecting that. But that will be uncomfortable to some people because we are taking them there too. And that, I think, is sometimes is what gets confused with a liberal bias. It may reflect that in some people, because some people may want to cover that because they may feel it is their mission to expose that unfairness. But those should not be conflated terms.
I want to look at bias
if I
through.
could go back to the, because I think it speaks to one of the long-term challenges journalism faces now. I'm an opinion guy at the New York Times, so I can't speak for the newsroom, but I can say, as a close observer of it, that what Marty said of the Washington Post newsroom is true of ours as well. Mix of people from all sorts of backgrounds, but one of the great problems we're facing, Frank, is obviously there are fewer and fewer organizations that can invest in the kind of reporting you just described, that can send people to the places that you just talked about, send them into war zones with the proper protection that they need. And also, and this is the long-term challenge, there are fewer and fewer providing the kind of training that journalists used to get as they came up, which enabled them, wherever they came from and whatever life experiences they may have had and whatever biases they might have brought to the story, to know that their job was to struggle against those things and approach every story with conscious of their own assumptions and with an open mind and a relentless kind of curiosity and skepticism and simply relentlessness, period. And that's I think they're, part of the story of the unfortunately accelerating collapse of local journalism now, and now even the deterioration of the pure play digital players as that advertising market begins to decay, is that there are going to be fewer and fewer people that a journalism organization has really invested in.
I want to get back to the statistics I cited. Yes, Republicans, 95% think the press are Radio Havana or Radio Soros or Radio Hillary or something. But we are almost, as an institution, we're not a monolith, but we're an institution, we are almost as equally distrusted by the left. I mean, there is nothing quite like the lip curl of a Bernie bro using the words mainstream media. I mean, it's really a sight to behold. Because, you know, obviously we are just such whores to the man. Especially the Times, James. I mean, what does your inbox look like?
Now, can I trash the newsroom? Is that what you're inviting me to?
Your job is to have a diversity of opinion and balance, and yet you have to deal with these sometimes quite astonishing accusations that you were just a shill for, you know, big capital or you name it.
Yes, and you're right. I was thinking, Bob, when you were running through the list earlier of some of the sources of the erosion of trust in the media, it was you know, Breitbart and Rush Limbaugh and so forth. But the truth is, as you just said, there's been a lot of attack from the left as well for very many years, and suspicion of the mainstream media. And as you also said, a lot of it was deserved, you know. And it's not a bad thing for our feet to be held to the fire too. And I have a lot of days when I remind myself of that, because it feels like my feet are being held to the fire, because we're in a moment now. You know, our aspiration is to have as wide a variety of viewpoints as possible in our opinion pages, and the theory that nobody has the right answers to all the questions, and we should be kind of arguing our way towards the truth. And this is a time when a lot of big questions are in play, and the parties are kind of cracking apart, and conventional answers aren't adequate. But it's also a time when people can't really listen to each other, or they don't want to, and sometimes because they feel under assault, and so an opinion that they really disagree with feels like an attack rather than part of a conversation. It's just something we struggle with every day. I do think, you know, this is what a pluralistic democracy needs. It needs to be able to have this kind of debate with itself. But between the fragmentation of cable television and the rise of social media and all the causes that we know, the temptation for all of us just to retreat within a cocoon is greater than it's ever been.
And filter bubbles is something that we shall discuss. Dan.
Yeah, since I already put myself a little out on the issue of liberal bias, I think the much bigger bias in the media is class bias. And if you want to know why we were all surprised on election day, that's why. I mean, in part because we, and again, I'm out now, I'm retired, we really are not writing about, for the most part, what's going on in large swaths of the country, and with people who in Europe would be called working class, but nobody's working class in the United States. We're all middle class. And this is true now. There'll be sometimes a subject will come along like the opioid crisis, which is so overwhelming and so horrible that we'll go in there and write about it. But another problem, which I think Jim talked about, is there are fewer, even for the big organizations on the coast, there are fewer and fewer who have what we used to call national correspondents, bureaus, people in Houston, people in Chicago, people who aren't just doing the news stories out there, are actually going out, talking to people, talking to farmers, and because of the financial situation of the press, that's going away. And swaths of papers out there. I mean, think of the role the Chicago Tribune used to have, and they still do some fine investigative, but think of the role that the Chicago Tribune used to have as really a big paper that did big stuff, conservative in many ways politically, out there, and that's, you can see what's happened to them.
We will get to the resources issue presently. Marty, Dan suggests that we somehow have ignored large swaths of America, which may be true for resources reasons or for class bias or any number of reasons, our obsession with the population centers on the coasts, any number of things. But during the election campaign, you know, my local paper is the Washington Post, and you edit the stories and sign the expense reports. you were everywhere in Red America, and most of the large national organizations were as well. I know USA Today was, I know CNN was. It's not as though, at least during the period of the election, that the issues facing not middle America, but the middle of America went unreported on, were they?
Right. Well, I agree with that. I mean, I think we have to be careful of these sweeping generalizations about what the press thought or what the press did. We're a lot of different organizations. The media is not a monolith by any means, any more than you say all lawyers think. The reality is that certainly after Trump became the leading candidate within the Republican Party, and that happened very quickly, we were trying to evaluate what was the base of his support, and we spent an enormous amount of time over the course of a couple of years, really, in what would be called the heartland of the country, where I think we failed, and others did too. Some others, not everybody, is that we didn't anticipate a candidate like Donald Trump before he became a candidate. After he became a candidate, I think we did a good job of really evaluating why he became a candidate. I also, by the way, don't think that it's true that everybody was surprised that Donald Trump was elected. You know, when people asked me what I thought the odds were, and I'm not a political pundit, and so I don't go on the air to do these sorts of things, but I always said 40 to 50%, and for a wide variety of reasons. And so I wasn't shocked by the result of the election, to tell you the truth, and I think there were others who were not shocked either. Certainly the national polls showed that with a national vote, that Hillary Clinton would win the national vote. And she did win the national vote by about 3 million votes. So she just didn't win in the Electoral College, which is where the election is decided. So I think we just have to be really careful about these sweeping generalizations. And the other point that I would just make is that, look, we are a highly imperfect profession. And in that sense, we're just like every other profession, and journalists are just like every other individual. We have our flaws. The thing about our flaws is that they're on display every single day to hundreds of millions of people, and people can see them. And in other professions, they're not quite on display in the same fashion.
You know, I would just say one thing that did surprise me during the campaign, though, was two things. First of all, when you go into a rally, a Bernie Sanders rally, and you found people who couldn't decide between Bernie Sanders and Donald Trump. And that told you something about where people were, and it took me a long time to understand why I kept running. The first time I was surprised, and then I ran into all these other people at Trump rallies and Bernie Sanders rallies who found those two candidates who are so different, the two that appealed to them. The other thing that surprised me during the campaign was, and it took me too long to figure out, was the acceptance of real fake news. What would you call real fake news? Where you'd talk to somebody, whatever you'd call that, where you'd go to somebody in a rally and say, well, why are you for Donald Trump? And they'd say, well, the Pope has endorsed Donald Trump. And I would say, you know, I don't believe that's true.
It was a very soft endorsement.
Yeah. I don't actually think the Pope has endorsed Donald Trump. And I had multiple people at different rallies inform me that the Pope had endorsed Donald Trump, or that the government paid for Chelsea's wedding and they were outraged by that, and so they wouldn't vote for Hillary. And I did not, it took me a very long time, too long, to understand that this was widespread and that people believed these stories that to me just seemed so ridiculous and outrageous. And that is really something serious that we need to figure out how to respond to.
Sadly, this is an epidemic now. And actually, when you see me leave a few minutes before the end of this panel, it's not because I'm walking out on my colleagues here, but because over at GW, we're actually looking at this ecosystem of disinformation and falsehood. And it's not just from within media and from the Russians. It's an entire and long-standing, decades-long creation. To Marty's point, it's important in these conversations, I think, to point out that the word media is the most plural word that we can use. And it's a very big mistake to talk about the media, because there is no the media. But to that point, Marty, I think the Post, I think NPR did exceptional work during the campaign to get out into the country to hear and to see and to listen. In the world of talk radio and talk television, however, most of the coverage was about horse race and people talking about people, rather than speaking with people, rather than going up front and seeing how does that opioid crisis translate in your community? How does income inequality affect your life? How does the offshoring of jobs shape your employment environment? How does 2008 prevent you from selling your house and moving to where all this opportunity allegedly exists? The preoccupation in talk radio and talk television with the horse race at the expense of policy and people has caused damage, I believe, to journalism and to the country. That's something that requires a great and very close look.
Yeah, if one of the great misnomers is the notion that the media is a monolith or are a monolith.
Although I do appreciate the 7 a.m. conference call with everybody where we coordinate.
The other is cable news network, cable news. There's hardly any news on cable news. It's people blabbing about the news, usually with predetermined positions that they are contracted to have. It's a lot more heat than light produced in prime time on cable news. Cecilia, I want to ask you, I want to come back to bias, but from the opposite perspective. Not argumentatively, but trying to understand what the audience perceives. If a baseball player strikes out 6 times...
I don't do sports.
I think we're going to be good. If a baseball player strikes out 6 times in a game, the sports reporter is going to report it. And, you know, because it's a relevant fact, and the reporter will not be seen as biased. If a devastating hurricane is described in the press as a killer storm, we are not accused of having an anti-weather agenda. Yet, when you, in your role in the White House for ABC, identify a presidential lie or a violation of the law or anything else that is negative in a political or governmental context, that is seen as a smoking gun of bias and partisanship. Considering that Venn diagram, which I suggest applies, is there a way for us to help the public understand the difference between observation, reporting, analysis, and polemic?
Derek Thompson wrote in The Atlantic, I think it was just a couple of days ago, he said something like, the press should seek the truth for those who care to seek it out. And I think that's the goal right now, for me anyway. There are going to be millions of people whose minds I cannot change. It's not my job to change their minds. But I can call the balls and the strikes. That has become increasingly challenging in this White House. My job is now partially to be a fact checker in real time. When you're on live TV or you're at a press conference, it is an uphill battle to fact check in real time. I really appreciate the bottomless Pinocchio that the Post, I think it's bottomless, is that what it inverted and bottomless? Yeah. It's really hard, but the North Star is still the truth, and we're going to call it like we see it. We don't have a policy on the word lie. It may get used, it may not get used. We can debate that. But every story I write, almost at this point, will have, if we use a tweet and there is a mistruth or there is a lie in it, there is a fact check right behind it. It has become this bizarre game of volleying back and forth tennis in these stories that we write almost every night.
The fact checks, though, are sort of become like antibiotics that are overused and cease to have any effect.
Are they, though?
Well, I don't know, but there's a lot of distrust in the fact-checking process. They think it's all part of the same
I guess I go
conspiracy.
back to those minds that we cannot change, but the day we stop attempting to fact check, we should just call it, not go to work that day.
And is that right? Should we pay attention only to those who are interested in our reporting and in our analysis, even our opinion, and just let those who would impute the worst motives to us?
I don't think it's about paying attention, though. I mean, it's just not about changing minds. It's about laying it out there. There are viewers of Fox who are not going to watch ABC. There are ABC viewers who are not going to watch Fox. Or pick your random station, OAN. They're just not going to overlap. I wish they would, but they don't. And I don't know that there's anything I, as an individual journalist, can do about that in the stories that I tell every day and the questions that I ask every day.
Marty, you've actually already answered this question.
Good.
But
who's next?
I feel obliged to ask it anyway. I can feel the dyspepsia from here.
You're good. You're good. That's true. It's actually true. Good empathy. Yeah.
You know what? I'm going to ask a slightly different question than what I had in mind.
Give it to me.
There are those on the left who believe that not just to report the facts, come what may, but to, in fact, fulfill Trump's allegation, and that we should explicitly behave as an institution, as the opposition party, because after all, our democracy hangs in the balance. And there are days when I have sympathy for that argument as I see what is happening in front of us. But I know how you feel about this. You believe I'm an idiot. But explain for me, once again, why we should have a different set of standards for that killer hurricane, which we warn about, and say, do this, don't do that, it's coming, you're going to, bad things are going to happen, and a president who, behaves as erratically and with as much threat to the society?
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think that first of all, I don't think you're an idiot, Bob. You have a point of view, and that's fine. Look, I mean, the president has described us as the opposition party, and people on the left would like us to be the opposition party. And we are neither the opposition party, nor do we wish to be the opposition party. We wish to be an independent news organization. When I walk into our newsroom every day, they're the principles that were set down for us in 1935. And the first principle is to ascertain the truth as nearly as the truth may be ascertained. And that recognizes that getting at the truth is a process, that it can be elusive. But it also recognizes that there is a truth. And that it's not just a matter of who has the most power and who has the biggest megaphone and who has the most followers and all of that. And so that's what we try to do every day, and we try to call it as we find it, after doing our job as well as we can, being thorough, honest, honorable, accurate, and we really work at it. The reason that we have 850 people in our newsroom, I can tell you this, I don't need 850 people to make stuff up. Give me two. We have 850 people, and the other news organizations represented here have large numbers of people as well, because we want to do our work and do it thoroughly. Now, the president, has said that he actually told Leslie Stahl after the campaign she asked him why he keeps repeating this fake news and it keeps attacking the media. And in a burst of honesty, he said, I do it so that when you publish things about me that are negative, people won't believe you. And that, in fact, is what he is trying to accomplish. He is trying to disqualify the press as an independent arbiter of fact. And he's not only trying to disqualify the press as an independent arbiter of fact, he's trying to disqualify other institutions as well, including your own, the courts, including law enforcement, including intelligence agencies, including even scientists, so that he alone is viewed as the only source of truth. Now, our system in this country, and I don't have to tell you this because you're part of it, is that through a lot of individuals and a lot of institutions searching for the truth, we will get as close as we possibly can. And I do think that we need to call things as we find them. And sometimes that's going to anger people on one side of the political spectrum, and at other times it's going to anger people on the other side of the political spectrum. But we have to be true to ourselves and honest with ourselves, and that's what we strive to do.
As we've discussed before, the press is an institution, but we are not a monolith. The media are definitely plural. Still, and at the risk of sweeping generalization, we do have sort of institutional tics. And among those tics is to overreact to outrage and provocation. Think of Al Sharpton in the 80s with the Tawana Brawley affair. Think of David Duke. Think of Calvin freaking Klein. These people would be relatively obscure if we didn't rush to cover the fires they set. And now here's this ultimate arsonist in the White House. Susan, are we the bellows for the very fire that is consuming us?
Well, you know, I think there are some things we've learned over the past 2 years, and I think one of them is just exactly the question you raised, because President Trump, and as a candidate and as a president, is a master of diversion. So when there's a storyline building steam that he doesn't like, he'll do something so provocative that you cannot look away. And we're kind of like, you know, the kids' soccer team where everybody runs to the ball. I think that one of the things that many of us have had to learn is it's not that you cannot choose not to cover the incredibly provocative thing that the President of the United States just said, but you cannot make that, you can not deploy all your resources there and make sure that you're also covering whatever the story is that he is trying to divert your attention from.
Yeah, he's also a master of, to use your metaphor earlier, of sort of seeming like a hurricane and then sort of vanishing from the radar. And it's, I think, a struggle for all of us as to how to calibrate the response in real time to this behavior. And the example I keep thinking of and talking with our people about is NAFTA, where he ran it and he raved and he you know, insulted our allies in Mexico and in Canada. He was going to tear up the agreement, and we had months and months of this, and then settled for a very, very conventional, incremental advance. Some people like it, some people don't. It's got advantages and defects. Renamed it and presents it as a radical transformation of this agreement. And a lot of the press effectively played his game all the way through. And it's just a very, because we have to do our jobs. We got to cover this while it's happening. But I think one sees not every tweet gets quite as much attention as it used to get. And I think that's a sign of people.
Or not every action of government and the bureaucracy. There's a lot of attention paid to rhetoric. You know, in the meantime, they're raising some of the structures of regulation and rule of law throughout the government.
One thing that has made that more the case, I think, the last 2 years is the lack of congressional oversight. Because press, we investigate things, but we also count on the other institutions of government to provide the kind of oversight or the checks and balances that the Congress traditionally provides or the court provides. So I think that some of the things we have seen happening in agencies that have not gotten enough coverage, that are extremely significant, are about to get a lot more coverage when Democrats take over control of the House and start holding hearings on them.
I warned you earlier that this might happen, and I'm telling you right now, I'm about to use the F word. Jim Angle, you're the only one on this panel who's worked for Fox. Now, I'm just going to assert, and I'm willing to entertain arguments after this session, but I will assert that Fox in the last 10 or 15 years has mutated from what was merely a cartoonishly partisan presser of political hot buttons, because that is a bonanza of a business model, to a fundamentally dishonest and toxic propaganda arm working hand in hand with the Trump White House. Am I wrong?
Yes.
I want to ask Susan Page, do you?
You know, you talk about the news media not being...
No.
I know, but the news media is not a monolith. Fox News is not a monolith either.
What's that?
Fox News is also not a monolith.
Let's talk in prime time.
That's right. Fox
News
is not a monolith because if you look during the day, I mean, during the morning you get a little more opinion, but also the typical morning back and forth and joking. But in the late afternoon through the early evening, you get hard news shows that are far more balanced than the opinion hours that come later in the evening, where it is unbridled political opinion. There are much more in the Trump camp, for sure, and lean so heavily that some people question whether or not Hannity and some other hours are, in fact, in the Trump camp. And there's good reason to do that. But throughout a good portion of the day, you have a much more balanced approach to the news and a much more factual approach to the news. I mean, Neil Cavuto is not in Trump's camp. He is, in my view, an unbiased and good journalist. And Brett's show, Martha's show, all of those through the late afternoon, early evening are hard news shows. When you get into the later evening, it is all opinion. And that was the model to begin with, because late at night, who is going to watch news programs that have been on all day? All the news has been reported half a dozen times. Why would you watch at 11 o'clock at night, at 10 o'clock at night? Because you want to hear someone say what you already believe. And that is why you get MSNBC, to some extent CNN, depending on which anchors and what hours, and why you get people saying wild things. I mean, just today, we're still digesting what Mika Brzezinski said yesterday in using a homophobic slur against Pompeo and his statements about the Saudis. And even went on to say, are these the words of a patriotic man? Well, these are the kinds of things that were being discussed earlier in the context of judges, where the president has suggested that people are not being entirely honest. Well, that was certainly what she was saying. She's not on the air today for personal reasons, she says, but probably to let the fires die down just a bit. It happens that the media and the country, to some extent, are more polarized precisely because you have partisans at either end of the ideological spectrum who were throwing gasoline on the fire for their own purposes. And to some extent, that's to be expected. If you look at people's viewing habits and what they want to hear what they already believe. I'm doing a wine reality show, and I talked to a winemaker who's on a very steep slope. She brought in a consultant. He said, oh, no, you can't grow grapes here. So she hired another consultant. And he said, well, yeah, you can grow grapes, but you got to go across what she's... No. So she hired a third consultant from New Zealand. And he said, oh, yeah, you can grow grapes here. Okay, fine.
In fact, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hire another consultant, perhaps one who will agree with my premise. Dan, Jim talked about the difference between the daytime news programming, which is more or less straight on Fox News Channel. The prime time is where the audience is, and it's where the pyrotechnics is. And if we're talking about attacks on the democracy, they are arm in arm with the president in all of these attacks on all of these institutions, including the judiciary. Can a media channel, can Fox in particular, along with the rest of the right-wing media archipelago that I was discussing earlier, can they themselves undermine the structures of democracy? Or do we, because of the First Amendment, which we all cherish, do we just let them just do what they do?
I think you have to look at, as an old Wall Street Journal person, say, go look at the business model and what's going on rather than just talking about the divisions of the country. As the internet has, I mean, the bigger issue for journalists is the internet. And when Donald Trump is gone, all those issues will still be there. He is a master, a real master of understanding how to use the internet Twitter in particular, to circumvent the press. I mean, he's good at it. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But the changes that have been wrought, not only the reductions in staff, which I can talk about a little, but people here can talk about a lot more than I can, but as the traditional model, you know, the idea of a broad publication that writes for and appeals to lots of people and has a big audience and gets lots of ads, the internet has basically blown up that model, so that for their own economic survival, more and more you have to narrowcast. So what you said, what Fox is doing. What Fox is doing from the business point of view makes sense, and they're not the only ones who are doing it. The New York Times is certainly more. I could go give you an analysis, as having read it for 60 years, of what's happened there. MSNBC had a success by having a narrow cast. I mean, they are to the anti-Trump, to the left. They're that, and you're going to see more and more of that. It's not just, you know, Life and Look, which you have to be pretty old, like I am, to remember that. But it's the disappearance of mass publications because they don't work.
Let me ask you about that. I'm going to come right back to you. I'm going to skip ahead just a bit.
The New York Times, I didn't quite get the point you were making there, Dan.
What? Well, my point is the New York Times is more narrow, as a literally 60-year reader of the New York Times. The New York Times is more narrowcast, as every other publication has become. You're narrowcasting for your audience. And we can do the analysis later. I won't do it.
I wouldn't. Compared to, I don't accept the premise. I mean, we've got a bigger newsroom than we ever have had. We're more presence nationally and internationally, more bureaus overseas than we've ever had. We're trying to reach as wide an audience as possible. And the nice thing about what's happening at the New York Times, at the Washington Post, and a couple of other places that I think distinguishes it from the ratings-driven world that you're describing is that we really are counting on individual people to pay for our journalism every day.
Well,
which is the greatest bulwark of your integrity that we could hope to have, as opposed to advertisers. And because you're absolutely right. I mean, Fox needs to sell so many adult diapers every night to have a good business, and that's the business they're in. And it's a really successful business. I'm happy to say we're in a very different business that actually aligns with our journalistic objectives.
I have to object to that too, James. For the public radio, whose average listener died in 2014. So please do not cast aspersions on our audience.
I think public radio actually has done a very good job of continuing to try to do the balanced, even with the issues. I mean,
all right, I'm going to interrupt because I think we may have buried the lead on this thing. The second existential threat, apart from presidential politics, that faces us is this collapsing or collapsed business model, the media economy that we've just discussed. The digital revolution played havoc with that model, and due to the pesky law of supply and demand, there is kind of no hope on the immediate horizon for the health of most newspapers, especially local and regional dailies, you know, to magically improve. Now, your history is with the Wall Street Journal and Bloomberg, so I've actually put this one aside for you. Should we, in this audience, if we're talking about protecting and preserving democracy, be more afraid of Donald Trump or Mark Zuckerberg?
I would put it another way, which I was trying to, which is that when Trump's gone, these problems will still be there. I mean, it is literally, the model's been blown up, and everybody is looking for a business plan. New York Times is going to be here. The Washington Post is going to be here. The Wall Street Journal is going to be there. But there are large swaths, especially local newspapers, things like this. An example somebody gave me here, somebody I know gave me, former editor of a small city paper. He came in 2004, the staff was 62. When he left in 2010, the staff was 32. He just checked back with the editor, who, by the way, was being laid off, The latest editor and the staff is 11. And that is the very unpleasant world for a lot of people out there. And as I said, the big publications are going to do it. You can see it in other things. You can see in TV networks where you'll see the network news, you'll see few for correspondents. You'll have two guys and a couple of women or something are always narrating the news, and there's some producer out there. But you don't have the staffing you used to have. And that is a huge issue. And the answer is, this is still developing, and people are trying to come up with business models. They're certainly not going to be as profitable as in the old days when being a big city paper, especially a monopoly, was sort of a license to print money. Those days are over.
Professor Cesno, there's been some talk among politicians who believe in the Fourth Estate and its role in undergirding our democracy that, in the absence of a viable business model or significant new revenue streams, that governments should consider in one way or another subsidizing the media, especially local media. There's something fetching about that proposition and also something absolutely terrifying. First of all, is it your sense that any of that's going to materialize? And then what conversation are we going to have at this event next year, should it take place?
Well, it's not going to materialize in a significant way, and certainly not now. It does still exist. There are remnants of state funding for public broadcasting at local and statewide levels. I was talking with a public television station just the other day, and they were actually talking about some very substantial grants they'd gotten from the state to do some very meaningful programming. But that is not going to replace the local and the regional newspaper or news organization that goes to the town council or the city council meetings or the school board meetings and brings news that matters to people to them. There are significant roles for public media. In fact, I think you could argue for those in the Washington area. If you listen to WAMU, they have a very, very good, very active local team of journalists who go and do these things. But they are funded through the members model, mostly. And that's very intriguing. There are other news organizations that are more on a digital model, like Billy Penn and The Incline and the kinds of things that Jim Brady has launched that are trying to replicate some of that. I don't think it's remotely possible in this country to have a serious conversation right now that either party would come in and in a significant way have government-funded journalism. And we probably don't want that. We probably don't want that because of for all the reasons that we've touched upon and hinted at, that journalism must be fundamentally independent so that it can pick at government and hold government to account. There are good models, though. The BBC and ABC of Australia. There are other models in other places. I see it a very slim possibility that that's going to take hold in a meaningful way here.
Is there anyone who has a further thought on that subject?
Well, I'll add one, because when you said there was no hope, Bob, I was recalling a conversation we had a few years ago where you had suggested in our interview.
Look at the time. We're going to start taking questions.
You had suggested there was no hope for the Washington Post, and that my optimism was entirely unjustified. And I think it has proven that it was justified. And so I think I want to be. There's no question. The real crisis in American journalism, certainly the most severe crisis in American journalism, is at the local level. In many states, you only have one person for the biggest newspaper in the state covering the state legislature, and that person is supposed to cover the governor, both houses of the legislature, all the government agencies, cover the daily news, and do investigative reporting somehow. And in a vast majority of states, they don't have anybody covering their congressional delegation here in Washington. So this is a serious problem. There are, though, some signs of promise, and they were just mentioned. Some things that are happening in Philadelphia, which is great, which has been an enormously stressed marketplace. The Texas Tribune in Texas, which is a nonprofit model, and there are Cal Matters in California, which is a nonprofit that is doing some really good work, and actually commercial newspapers, profit-oriented newspapers in Minneapolis and elsewhere that are beginning to do show some stability, which is hopeful. We have to still struggle to find that model. It's incredibly important. It's the most important thing. There are an enormous number of public officials who know full well that nobody is paying any attention to what they're doing. And that, I think, is a real risk. So something we have to work at, but I wouldn't give up hope.
Cecilia.
Well, go ahead, sorry.
I'll just ask a question. We're going to turn back to the economic threat, but the political threat. It's not a theoretical question. And it's not just rhetoric. There is incitement. There are pipe bombs. There are murders. When you leave the White House, you have to look to your left and your right, like we all did when the DC sniper was on the loose. There are many politicians shouting fake news. There was a congressional candidate who body slammed a local reporter who had who was impertinent enough to ask the candidate a question. And the election was 2 days later, and he won. There was a member of Congress who threatened to throw a reporter over the balcony in the Capitol. So, it's not just that our feelings are hurt, and it's not even just that we have fear for our personal safety. I think there's something more, and the reason we're convened here today is something more hangs in the balance. Where do you see this all going?
I wish I could sound as optimistic as Marty. I am fearful. I don't have hope on this subject. I want to. I envision a day where a colleague will be leaving a rally somewhere and get hit in the back of the head walking out of a door in the evening. I fear for colleagues my broadcast colleagues who are particularly visible in our jobs with television gear and doing live shots on street corners. It's not just, look, it's not unique to this era. People get hurt, sadly, all the time in the jobs that we do. And you're right, this isn't a selfish fear, but it is a very genuine one, and it is exacerbated right now. And it's very tangible. You can feel it when you go out there. And I talk to my colleagues in the White House. I talk to producers. It covers the entire ranks of the news, of the press corps there. And it's only getting worse. And the president, frankly, has championed it and has turned it into a political slogan for him that is working.
Well, let me be clear. I was saying there's hope for the business model.
No,
okay?
I know.
I'm as equally concerned about journalist safety, and I think that's something that we have to be increasingly concerned about. And the president's statements are not only unhelpful, they're extremely hurtful, and they increase the risk that someone is going to be either severely injured or killed. And I think we really have to worry about that because it only takes one nutcase.
And in fact, you just had a columnist murdered, not 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, by a government, yes.
By a government. And what kind of line do we have to draw between the heated rhetoric and the wacko bomb mailers today and the Saudi embassy in Turkey? Is that just hyperbolic to even imagine?
No, it's a direct line. For anybody who has traveled here and who has talked to governments or to people abroad, the President of the United States has a direct line to every one of them. And what we say and what we stand for as a country, and what we state as our values and what we insist upon as values of others matters. Marty, Jason Rezaian is about to publish his book. And Jason Rezaian will tell you stories when he was spending time in an Iranian prison, when he knew that prison guards there, and others have told similar stories, were hearing or thinking they were hearing or taking cues from things that were emanating from the top levels of this country. And that influences behavior at some level, both positively and negatively. That's a direct line. I'm not going to say that Donald Trump was responsible for Khashoggi's killing. But the standards that we set and the insistence that we place on accountability and human rights is one of the great examples of this country's leadership. And when we abandon that at great risk.
I'll just add one thing, if I could, in a little different vein. There are a lot of injudicious, to use a word that was common earlier today, injudicious comments from people all across the political spectrum. You look at what 3 Democratic senators said about the Stacey Abrams race in Georgia. If she loses, said Sherrod Brown, it will have been stolen from her, even though she lost by 50,000 votes. So by definition, in his view, the race was illegitimate if his candidate did not win. That is not the way we should be looking at our democratic processes. There's plenty of reason to pay close attention to vote counting and to registration and those sorts of things. That was not the case in Georgia, not at all. And in California, the head of the Democratic Party, who had other problems, called for a boycott of In-N-Out Burger because they contributed to the state Republican Party. That is not the democratic process. So I would just say it is because people across the spectrum, and I don't think I can blame this on Donald Trump. The injudicious comments by ideologues on both ends of the spectrum are undermining what we have all understood was the pact that we lived by. And that does disturb me.
Well, that box is open. And as we take questions from the floor, I would wonder if somebody wants to suggest how, in the current environment, that box might somehow be closed.
Why don't you take that on?
How the box might be closed.
The Pandora's box that is when everything is politicized, and when all the rules of comity, civility, restraint, and so forth are out the window.
Well, I mean, I think it certainly probably worries all of us, and I just would underscore what Jim said. Increasingly, you see partisans on both sides now. On the left, you see people like, standard bearers of the Democratic Party basically saying we have to beat Donald Trump at his own game. They're not very good at it, but they're basically embracing his approach now to kind of smash mouth politics. And so I think we're all scared about a cycle of just increasing coarseness and maybe even violent rhetoric that will take us to a very dark place indeed. And I just think for us as journalists, we have to keep our bearing through this era. And as Cecilia said earlier, and Marty said, do our jobs and try to get the truth. And then, for those of us who work in opinion, again, as I said earlier, the goal is to kind of aim for a model of disagreement. Jim, you said opinion earlier like it was a dirty word. I think it's not necessarily, as long as you've got a lot of people contending. You could say this panel is not the most diverse panel in the world. And we need a lot of people in the conversation with an assumption of good faith. But I know I sound Pollyannish and naive when I talk like this, because it's not the level which the political discourse is taking place. It's not what's rewarded now in social media and even on some cable television programs where people are sort of assigned a lane and expected to just occupy that space, rather than concede a point, admit that somebody else is nobody's 100% wrong, maybe they're 30% right even. We're just losing not only the ability to do that, but the idea that that's a virtue. And we're trying to do our part at the New York Times, and I think a number of other organizations, including the Washington Post and CNN and others, are as well. And USA Today, remains a publication with a mass ambition, trying to reach a lot of people across the country, regardless of their politics. an ambition our institutions also share. We just have to keep at it. It's really an unsatisfying answer. I'm sorry. I don't
Now,
have
Frank, I know you have to leave shortly for a better gig, and but I see you squirming, and I know you want to weigh in.
I would just, I do apologize, but I do want to make a couple of points. I think that one of the shared corners of this conversation has to be extended to our publics, that we are not alone in this anymore, and that citizens share a great responsibility. It is my hope, I don't know if it's being Pollyannish, if there's optimism or whatever, that there will be over time a recognition that there needs to be a flight to quality. That as citizens, we depend on having information that we can try to make some reasonable decisions around in how we engage, and that's an opportunity for the New York Times and the USA Todays and the Washington Posts and the Foxes and the others, because they have a long-standing reputations and brands. That being said, and being realistic, it's going to get harder, a lot harder before it gets better. You know, we haven't even talked about deep fakes here and some of the other things that are coming down the pikes at us. Marty, there was you had a fabulous story the other day. It was Chris Mooney's story on the disappearing Arctic ice. And part of that was this amazing video, I don't know what you'd call it, that shows the Arctic thick ice mass disappearing by 95% from 1960-something, I think, to the present. And you look at that, and that is documentary proof that you can see with your own eyes as you read what happens. But imagine somebody says, well, that's a made-up, you know, that's made up, that's just fake. And when deep fakes come out and you've got the software to put even more words in Bob Garfield's mouth that he didn't say, that prompts the public to be confused. But I'm hopeful that there can be this opportunity that is seized by people up here, New York Times, others. That's one of the reasons we were talking earlier, Marty and I, about the number of digital-only subscribers you have now, which is sort of off the charts. Same with the Washington Post. But you talked about how do we close Pandora's box? We don't. That box doesn't close. We have to navigate around and through it.
So then, if I understand you correctly, all of us on this riser and everyone in this room are Arctic ice. Listen, let's take some questions from the floor.
Thank you very much, Bob. And Frank, thank you very much. I know you have to rush off. I appreciate you giving us the time here. A round of applause for Frank while he has to leave.
He actually didn't have to leave for another 10 minutes, but now he's forced to go.
One little housekeeping matter. Immediately after this event, it's starting at 5:30. Many of you are going to be heading over to the Supreme Court for our conversation with Justice Sotomayor, followed by a reception. We have buses to take people over there, but we've been told for security reasons we can only make one trip over, which would be about 110 people. So if you have other means to get over there, please do so, because we don't have room to take all 170 or so that can be allowed into the conversation with Justice Sotomayor. So we'll get most of you, but if you have other means, start thinking about planning that way. The buses will return you to the Press Club area. After, there'll be one flight of those also coming back to the Press Club from the Supreme Court after the reception. So I have one question I wanted to ask the group, and that is, you've been called the enemy of the people. What can and should you be doing in response to that?
I'll take a shot at that. First of all, do our jobs, do it well. Make sure that we're honest and honorable and fair and accurate in the work we do. I think that if we are, that it will be validated over the long run, if not the short run. That's number one. Number two is I think that we need to be more transparent as best we can about how we go about doing our work, disclose more of how we went about our reporting, and a lot of our news organizations have already started to do that. Number three is to talk more about who we are. So as we discussed earlier, I think that there are a tremendous number of stereotypes about who works in our newsrooms. There's an assumption that we all came from elite schools, and that we all came from the coasts, and that we all have the same political point of view or whatever it might be. So the reality is that while we can improve in many ways and on many fronts with regard to diversity, it doesn't fit the stereotype. So I think we have to do that. And so those are some of the things that I think we can do. And we also have to sort of acknowledge what we don't know. And what I think as journalists, we always have to be more impressed with what we don't know than with what we do know. And always ask the next question, and also disclose to readers what is still unknown and what needs to be discovered.
It was pointed out to me yesterday that I'm the only member of the New York Times editorial board, by a colleague, I'm the only member of the New York Times editorial board who does have an Ivy League degree. And she did not mean it as a compliment.
It's okay, I hope you can get over it.
I know.
Given that courthouses didn't even make it onto Marty Barron's list of things news outlets can't afford to cover, how do you see the press acting to cover the role and importance of the judicial branch?
Oh, it's on the list, by the way, so I forgot to mention it. I don't know how I forgot to mention it in this group, but I did.
You know, I actually think the whole Trump administration has been a lesson in checks and balances and has reminded us of what the courts do. We cover the courts anyway, but the courts as a check on presidential power or presidential abuse of power, that's been one of the big themes, I think, of coverage of the Trump administration. And it's prompted us to do something. I'd be curious about what you all think about the practice of naming the president who appointed the judge who rules either in favor or against the administration, because that is something that we now do, I think, pretty routinely. And I don't know if there's someone here who has a view on that, but whether you think that, no. Okay, well, we're going to keep doing it. So
it was criticized by one of the judges on the other panel.
Yeah, it was criticized, but anyway. I do think that it's been a civic lesson to cover the Trump administration because of the clash between institutions, including the judiciary and the administration.
Actually, can we have a show of hands? I know there was a lot of frustration expressed in the earlier session about our practice of naming which president has appointed a federal judge. And I just wonder, is there anyone here who, let's see, how can I do this to get the most response? Who believes that this is a careless, dangerous practice?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to put some. Yeah.
Because it imputes a political bias onto the judge based on who the president was.
Although sometimes I think it does the reverse, because if you say Trump's executive order on this was overturned by a judge appointed by Trump, I think that reinforces a sense of the judiciary as an independent institution.
And there's that. Ed?
Yes, this is another question to Marty, actually. Regarding the decision to add Democracy Dies in Darkness to the Washington Post masthead in early 2017, what was the thought process behind that decision, and has anything improved in this regard?
Well, the thought process was fine. Actually, it was very difficult. Our owner, Jeff Bezos, was interested in having some motto that essentially synthesized what our mission is in life. The New York Times had all the news that's fit to print. We kind of felt that's a little out of date in the digital era, but they're welcome to keep it. And so we thought we should come up with something, and this was well before Donald Trump became president that we started this process, maybe 9 months, a year beforehand. And we went through many, many hundreds of possibilities. I think because there was some confusion as to whether it was part of an ad campaign or whether it was going to be on every single product we had, it went on for a very long time. So we tried doing something with light as opposed to darkness. And I have to admit that some of us, including myself, were a little nervous about having death and darkness and the motto on every product that we put out. It seemed a little gloomy. Truth in advertising, yeah. So, but when we tried light, there were two problems. Number one, it sounded very self-adulatory in a very unpleasant way, and number two, it sounded kind of cultish, and we didn't like that either. So we just basically said, look, this was a phrase that a judge said, essentially, said democracy dies in the dark, and it was the time of Watergate, involving one of the Watergate cases. And Bob Woodward had been using this phrase for decades in speeches that he gave, and it captured what we try to do, and so we finally said, well, let's just go with that, and that's what we did. And it was implemented after Donald Trump became president, but in fact, it was decided upon beforehand, and the process began well before he became president.
If the Washington Post is a cult, I'm in. I'll even pay for my own robes. I'm really, it's an interesting prospect. I would also be interested, Marty, in what kind of didn't make the cut.
Oh,
like
God,
democracy, it's
they're
what's
really
for
terrible,
dinner.
and I wrote some of the bad ones too. I don't want to, I'm not going to do that. I know I just talked about transparency, but it stops right there.
I think we have time for one more question, then we want to have Marvin Kalb offer some closing remarks. I'm sure everybody wants to hear from him again. This one's to Dan Hertzberg. Why are you so sure that in years' time, the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and the Post will still be there?
One, because they're making money, assuming their financial statements are right, which I do. They're making money. They have a model that for them works. They have a national and international audience. They have a series of groups that are people who are interested in what they're doing. And in the Washington Post's case, certainly realizing they're not going to do it as a local paper, that the most important thing was really to be a national or international paper of politics, which I think they've done extraordinarily well. I mean, they're going to be there. The numbers are there. They're not going to make as much money as I said, papers used to make in the old days. But for them, it's going to work. Those big papers will be there. They should. I think the question again is what happens to a lot of other, not just newspapers. It's magazines too. I mean, my wife worked for 22 years at Newsweek. You remember Newsweek? Yeah. That's pretty amazing, and that again gives you an idea of what some of these issues are. But no, they're going to be there. I have absolutely no doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. I want to thank this extraordinary panel. Except for says no, because like.
Bob, I want to thank you.
And Your Honors,
I
want to thank you for your attention. You've been a splendid audience, and may democracy serve you well. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask the panel to stay? Can I ask the panel to hold tight, sit down, and stay while Marvin gives his remarks? Bob, I see a chair with your name on it in the middle there. So the floor is yours, Mr. Keeter. No, you're going to give your closing remarks. They're forced to listen to you, like the rest of us.
Just a couple of comments. Number one, I am sorry that I think most, if not all, of the journalist panel were not here all day. As someone who falls into this category, I learned an enormous amount today. And I thank you very much for first inviting me to be here, and second, for the privilege of sitting and talking to a number of you and learning the ways in which both parts of democracy are functioning too separately. There are a couple of ideas that turned up. One, all day long we've been living essentially with the headline, the title of today, the Undermining the Courts and the Media and the Consequences for Our Democracy. I don't think that we heard a great deal about the latter from the journalists, but I think we heard a good bit about that from the judges. And what's interesting to me is that though both are connected to the general theme, they're really two quite separate institutions. And it's a good thing if they could work more together, learn more from each other. This whole idea, which was advanced by the Supreme Court Justice, I believe, from California, the idea of having civics lessons. I know that when I was in school, we had civics classes. We don't have that anymore. As a result, a lot of our kids know very little about you, very little indeed. They know a lot about the press, primarily because they see it, and it's on their iPhones. So they're connected with the press, but they're not connected at all with you. And yet the shame of it is that the press and the courts have so much that together they can do to enrich the concept of democracy. And another thing, especially that goes back to our first panel this morning, when we had representatives from the old Germany, from Turkey, from Venezuela. And what they said to me anyway, and each had powerful stories to tell, was that when their democracies faded and ended, it didn't happen overnight. It was not a moment in the day when there was an announcement, hey, your democracy is dead. It happened over a period of time when individual institutions that define our democracy first began to be overwhelmed and then unable to manage their jobs, and then were found to be superfluous, were found to be essentially unimportant. And if what is happening in America today is cause for concern, minimally, in my judgment, alarm, then in what way are the judges coming together to appreciate where they are? The idea that you're here together, I find quite remarkable. Do you do this on a regular basis? Are you guys in touch with one another? Are you sharing the stories that you shared with us today? Are journalists, in their daily capacity, aware of the problems that you've had? I think some of them are, but I suspect many are not. And worse than that, I suspect they're not interested, because it's not a story. The story today is Trump. He occupies page 1, and the rest of the world is on page 10. And that concept is, in and of itself, part of an erosion of the fabrics of democracy. And I personally congratulate the people who pulled this day together. I thank you from a very personal point of view, because I have learned so much and met so many wonderful people. I had no idea, well, maybe I did, but I didn't have a rich enough idea about the differences between those judges who have to get elected and have to go out there and raise the money and to get the votes and all of that, and those who are appointed for the rest of their lives. Huge difference in the way in which they would have to approach their decisions. And yet you would hope that both approach the idea of a judicious reading of the facts and coming up with a good conclusion is, once again, the essence of what you do. So again, bless you for doing this. The idea that my initial comments to you, I hope, did not put too much of a Grinch into your day, but I feel most sincerely and seriously that we are at a terribly important moment in American history. And those of us who study American history feel, yes, there have been other moments similar to this, and we've overcome those, and we've come back once again. But does that mean, at its heart, that we are guaranteed a return to that conclusion? And as I said to you today, I pray that that is the end result of the current experience, but I'm simply not sure. So again, thank you very, very much for having this conference and for having these magnificent journalists here finish it off for us.